Good morning, everybody. If you have a seat, and you're welcome at any time to pop up for more refreshments, but we need to uh, get our fun and busy agenda going for the day. My name is Scott Hutchinson. I'm the state senator from the 21st Senatorial District. I want to welcome you all to the fourth annual Local Government Symposium hosted by the Local Government Commission. We've been looking forward to this day for a long time, and we're very excited to hear from all of our presenters. So thank you to all the presenters who are helping us out today. I've had the pleasure of serving as a member of this commission since 2015, and this session marks my third session as chairman of the commission, meaning I am one of the 10 members of the General Assembly, some of whom will be moderating sessions here today. As many are aware, the Local Government Commission is a bicameral, bipartisan legislative service agency of the Pennsylvania General Assembly. Since 1935, the Commission, with assistance of its staff, has been central to the development of local government in this Commonwealth, operating on a true bipartisan fashion, as evidenced by the success of Commission-sponsored legislation being signed into law, including landmark revisions made to various municipal codes, assisting with the development of other significant statutory innovations, including intergovernmental cooperation, home rule, merger, and consolidation. Our commission provides a forum for statewide municipal associations representing different types of municipalities and officials, helping them to express their views directly before legislators from both caucuses in the Senate and the House. Today is another one of those forums. This symposium, much like the overall mission of the commission, provides a platform where practitioners, policymakers, and researchers can gather together to connect, share research, and share policy proposals, spread awareness of local government issues, spread awareness of local government successes, and work toward increasing the effectiveness and the efficiency of local government in Pennsylvania. Again, we're honored to be joined by many talented and knowledgeable presenters. We'll be also joined by members of the General Assembly, participants both in person and virtually, and we hope this event will provide meaningful opportunities for education and potential future collaboration by researchers and practitioners alike as they apply our ideas to local government work. Now, as we get this day started, I'd like to welcome our opening speaker, Commonwealth Court Judge Michael Wojcik. Is that right, Mike? Wojcik.
I'll take it.
Okay. Thank you. Judge Wojcik brings local government experience to his tenure on the court, having served as solicitor for Allegheny County, as well as solicitor to the Allegheny County Controller prior to election to the Commonwealth Court. Judge, thank you for being here today. We look forward to hearing your experiences and thoughts, and thank you for sharing your time with us this morning. The floor is yours, Judge.
Thank you. I'm on. There we go. Thank you, Chair Hutchinson. I'm glad to be here to speak in front of this hybrid symposium. I thank the Commission for the invitation. Also, thank you to Vice Chair Freeman, the members of the Commission, and staff of the Commission, and all those present here. As Chair Hutchinson said, my name is Mike Wojcik. I'm a judge on Commonwealth Court, and I'm truly privileged to be on this court. When I was preparing for this event, did a little research on your commission, and I saw that what you do and what you are is a lot like Commonwealth Court. Number one, not many people know or appreciate what both of our organizations do, and not many people know or appreciate how important we are. I remember when I ran in 2015 for this court, and it's a statewide appellate court, so I got to 57 over 67 counties. I did get to Venanga. But I would talk to folks, and I'd say, introduce myself, and I'd say I'm running for Commonwealth Court. Say, oh, are you running against? They'd list the names of the Supreme Court candidates. No, I'm not running against them. Then, oh, you're running against, they list the names of the common pleas candidates. No, I'm not running against them. Say, oh, it must be Superior Court. Oh, sorry. So it's Superior Court. I said, no, let me tell you what Commonwealth Court is. And then when I explained what Commonwealth Court does, people were a little bit shocked. And just so we're all on the same page here, there is no court like our court in the country. We're a court of appellate jurisdiction. We handle appeals from state agencies and from courts of common pleas that involve cases dealing with local governments. So right up your alley. Additionally, and this is the secret sauce with our court, we're a trial court. We have original jurisdiction in cases where the Commonwealth is a party. So if you recall, we had this minor event a couple of years ago called the global pandemic. And there were a whole slew of lawsuits filed against Governor Wolf, the state administration. Every single one of those was filed in our court as a trial court. Additionally, our court handles, in the first instance, as a trial court, challenges based on the election code. So I'm living my best life right now because I'm not in my office reading the myriad of filings. I'm here in front of you, and I appreciate the fact that, I get occasionally to be let out amongst the people. The rest of the time, I'm in a little box. They put me in a robe on a bench, and I get to yell at lawyers. But I'm pleased to be in front of you. So my experience prior to coming on the court in 2016, I served as a county solicitor in Allegheny County for 8 years. I served as controller solicitor in Allegheny County for another 4 years. I was also a solicitor of the Allegheny County Airport Authority between the time I left the county and came to the bench. In private practice, I also served as special counsel for a vast number of claims and cases and issues involving local governments in Western Pennsylvania. Things like Act 47 cases, suits brought on behalf of municipalities against vendors, election cases for candidates. So my experience meshes nicely with what you do. I grew up in a small town in Somerset County, a coal town. Most of you probably haven't heard of it. It's called Central City, population, I think around 900 now. Went to college at Juniata College in Huntington, and then went to Pitt Law School. After Pitt, I worked in big law firms for a number of years. Then I went to the county, and I found my true calling. There is nothing like working in local government, because local government is where, I'll try to say this with some decorum, stuff gets done. This is the important work. People, you're serving the people at the most basic level. With all due respect to the General Assembly, stuff happens at the General Assembly, but the real work gets done at the local level. So your municipalities, your cities, your boroughs, your counties, they provide the services that really keep folks moving on a day-to-day basis. One of my earliest memories as a child was in 1977 when the Johnstown flood hit. Somerset County is where I grew up, is 15 minutes from Johnstown. That was a devastating event for our community. And that was really my first experience as a 13-year-old, seeing how government works. Government comes in, everyone comes together, they fixed it. Took a while, but we fixed it. A lot of people were damaged. A lot of businesses were totally destroyed. Lives were lost. But the folks came together at a local level with lots and lots of help from the state, from the federal government, from other agencies, and they persevered. Little did I know that when I became solicitor for Allegheny County in 2004, I experienced something similar as a government employee. Hurricane Ivan came through Allegheny County with a vengeance in September of that year and literally wiped out, I think, 6 municipalities. On the eve of a very, very cold Western Pennsylvania winter, hundreds of homes lost their hot water heaters, lost their furnaces, had their electrical systems completely wiped out. We were able, as a county government at that time, to marshal resources from all areas, and we were able to put together a program to help the community replace these vital functions. I think we bought with fundraising outside of government funding, just with raising private funds. I think we bought close to 800 water heaters. We got, I think, 300 furnaces installed in homes. That was really cool. But I think the coolest thing was we did this benefit concert in Heinz Hall. If you've ever been to Pittsburgh, Heinz Hall is one of the most wonderful venues for it's where the symphony plays, but they sometimes do concerts. We put in on a concert called Flood Aid, where we raised $700,000. Our headliner was a Jersey boy who perhaps you've heard of him, a guy named Bruce Springsteen. And that was one of the thrills of my life. I got to meet Bruce Springsteen. So who knows? Local government can get you to do really cool things. And the reason that I thought of this was because when I looked at your agenda for today, and my friend Martin Toth, who invited me to do this today, and thank you again, Marty, said, "Yeah, we're talking about housing and water." I thought, wow, that's kind of like hurricanes and floods. You got housing and water coming together, but you're talking about the good stuff. You're talking about helping people improve housing, improve water systems, and that's so important for where local government is concerned. So in doing my research, I looked at what all this commission does, and I didn't realize how broad and how deep your purview is. So, according to your About Us page, you serve the General Assembly, you serve General Assembly members, council, research analysts, and also Pennsylvania local governments and local government associations. So you all have a wide footprint. Says you collectively work by consensus for more effective and efficient local government. And you're a specialized local government research for legislators, caucus staff, committee staff, and constituents. So this body serves every level of the Commonwealth. You provide, and this is so important in this day and age, this is one of the most important things. I see it literally every day in my court. Objective expertise in many facets of local government. That's the thing that I think we're not focusing on these days in our lives, in our communities, in the country as a whole. Objective expertise. It is so important that we marshal that expertise, because that is what moves us forward. There's so much misinformation, disinformation, skepticism out there, but a bipartisan, bicameral organization can do that. It can build the trust and really become effective stewards for government, which is why we're all here, really. And this is really, this sentence, I think, really encapsulates what this commission does. You're involved in long-term complex projects, producing results that may be more difficult to achieve or cannot be achieved through caucus staff or advocacy groups alone. I think that also boils down to the localities. Now, out where I live, Allegheny County has 140 municipalities. We're the second biggest county by population in the Commonwealth. The biggest, of course, is Philadelphia. How many municipalities are in Philadelphia? One. We have 42 school districts. How many school districts in Philadelphia? One. So we are a microcosm in Allegheny of the entire Commonwealth. We have myriad municipalities that we have to deal with. We have a big urban area in Pittsburgh. We have rural municipalities like West Deer Township. We have suburban, where I live out in Fox Chapel, Upper St. Clair. So we kind of see it all out there. And an organization like this is extraordinarily helpful to help those municipalities, counties, governmental associations provide that assistance and do the services. It's really important. and this is something that I found really interesting, this next sentence. The commission provides a forum for statewide municipal associations representing different types of municipalities and officials to express their views directly before legislators from both caucuses in the Senate and House. It works with these and other stakeholders in proposing legislation for the betterment of Pennsylvania local government. Now you can kind of see it now. I'm sure your airwaves are getting inundated with political ads from all sides. You're probably getting phone calls and texts and emails, people chattering you about the election coming up. Was it 2 weeks? I think it's okay. But at bottom, that's really not important at the end of the day. What's important? What happens after the election? Because after the election, we all have to come together. We have to govern. We have to work together to provide the services to our constituents, to the taxpayers, to the citizens of the Commonwealth. And with expertise, with communication, with consultation, with events like this, that's how things get done. Because it's hard to scream at someone when you know them, when you see their humanity, when you understand, yeah, you're just looking out for the best interests. And as long as we can talk with one another, agree on what needs to be done, and then just get it done. When I was county solicitor, one of the wisest things I ever heard from one of the local officials, there's no political way to fill a pothole. There's no political way to plow a street. There's no political way to fix a water system. And really, that's what local government's about. I saw yesterday an article that NBC News put. And I think this gets to the essence of what local government is about in this Commonwealth and in this country. The headline read, "In a polarized nation, local governments are oases of compromise and community." And it cited a survey by an organization, a nonprofit organization called Civic Pulse in the Carnegie Corporation. Carnegie, not Carnegie. Carnegie, okay? Mm-hmm. Carnegie Corporation of New York. And it said there, they surveyed 1,400 local officials across the country. 87% of those officials said polarization negatively affects country a great deal or a lot. The same respondents said that polarization negatively affects a great deal or a lot local government, only 31%. So look at that difference. What does that tell us? Well, it tells us you hear all this noise above us, folks screaming out back and forth about the relative candidates on either side, whether it's the national level or, with all due respect, at the state general assembly levels. That doesn't happen at the local level. And why doesn't that happen at the local level? It's because we're all working together on these local boards, on these local commissions, to get the job done, to deliver the services that the constituents, that our neighbors need. And those folks on these boards, they work with each other every day. They're in their communities. They care about what's happening at the micro level. Now, if we can only somehow translate that up the food chain and focus this big boat we're in, we can all pull it the same way, and we'll all be better off. So I commend you all for what you do. I commend this commission because I think this is a noble effort. It is important work. It's something that I've been involved in for most of my career as a practicing lawyer. I touch on it now as a judge, and I will promise you that when your cases come before me, I'll try real hard to affirm if that's what you want, or I'll reverse if that's what you want. But in all seriousness, we all come to this job the same way. We try to do what's best for Commonwealth and for the citizens of Commonwealth. So thank you, and have a great symposium.
Judge Wojcik, I will want to personally thank you for sharing your time and comments with us this morning. I have to say, uh, I know the city of Johnstown has had many floods. I happen to be at this time by pure chance reading the Johnstown flood book from the 1889 flood, and that book by David McCulloch.
Yep.
So have a lot of those kinds of images in my mind too, of course. So thank you for again for sharing your time, your expertise, and your comments about the importance of local government and working together in local government.
And if I may, we have this saying back where I live now, Pittsburgh. Everything comes back to Pittsburgh. David McCullough is a Pittsburgher.
Yes, big time. Yes, thank you. Again, let's have a big round of applause for John Wojcik.
All right, we will get started on our next presentation in just a moment. I believe Representative Sappy is joining us online for this one.
Good morning.
Representative Sappy, we're ready for you whenever you're ready.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. Hi, I'm State Representative Christina Sappy, and I represent the 158th Legislative District in Southeast Pennsylvania, which is sort of central and southern Chester County. And just finishing up my third term. And I'm also finishing up my third term on the Local Government Committee in the House and also the Local Government Commission, which I've been very proud to serve on over the last several years. My interest in local government really stems from the fact that so many issues that face residents and businesses stem from our local government structure in Pennsylvania. We have, 67 counties and over 2,500 municipalities, and so that's a unique situation. It also places government very close to residents, so I think it's a wonderful system, but it also sometimes presents some challenges. And I think that's what we're going to be talking about throughout the symposium. But today we're going to be talking about stormwater and how to finance water infrastructure. And our panel features presentations with David Henning, the Deputy Executive Director for Project Management at Penvest, and Terry Provost, the CDBG Program Manager at the Department of Community and Economic Development here in Pennsylvania. They will be sharing their experience and knowledge on financial options, which is so important, and solutions for municipalities in addressing water infrastructure and flood control and rehabilitation efforts. This is so important, and I hope we have a great turnout, or that folks are able to watch, a recording of this at some point, because I think, so many of my municipalities here in southeastern Pennsylvania have water running through them, and when we have these historic storms that move through, we have tremendous flooding, and so our municipalities are definitely looking for this information. So thank you both for joining us today.
Thank you, Representative Sappy. It's an honor here to come and talk about the Penvest program with the commission. So the first thing I'd like to start off with is who is Penvest and how can we help? So Penvest is a state financing authority. We fund drinking water, wastewater, stormwater, non-point source projects within the Commonwealth. Our borrowers typically can either be public or private entities. Examples of like a publicly owned system would be like municipalities, authorities, conservation districts, and we've actually even funded a couple of stormwater projects with school districts. Privately owned systems, would be the normal suspects, mobile home parks, homeowners associations, corporation partnerships, redevelopers. To give a couple of examples. Oh. Yikes. Now oh, there we go. Okay. And, Penvest, typically drinking water projects, they can be source water development, transmission, distribution, treatment facilities. Same goes for wastewater. Again, treatment, pumping stations, collection systems. Stormwater, on the other hand, is rather unique in that there's typically two types of stormwater projects that we can fund. The stormwater is normally broken down into conventional stormwater and non-point source. So, again, a traditional stormwater project would be a series of pipes and inlets, in some cases even involving some form of treatment, whereas non-point source stormwater projects are projects that typically include intercepting stormwater and trying to infiltrate it back in the ground before it becomes a, a downstream problem. And, a lot of these non-point source type projects can be in the form of green roofs, rain gardens, riparian buffers, and other infiltration techniques. Again, the premise is getting stormwater into the ground. Non-point source projects also can be agricultural best management practices. This is where these projects help to eliminate nutrient and sediment runoff into nearby streams and water bodies. A good example of a agricultural best management project would be maybe lining the stream with fencing to keep livestock from, stirring up sediment. And another good example of an agricultural best management practice would be the construction of stormwater facilities for managing manure runoff. Oh. Okay, so just to kind of give everybody an overview of the Penvest program since 1988, the authority has put up some really big numbers. To date, we've funded over $12.6 billion worth of projects. That's roughly 5,100 projects to date, and our operating budget is $1 billion per year. When you look at that in perspective to what we were doing back in 2019, prior to the pandemic, we were looking at funding roughly about $500 million a year. So essentially, our workload has doubled in the past 4 years. Okay. This map here, again, just wanted to depict some probably to most people would be fairly obvious trends with Penvest. The Penvest has funded a project in every county. The majority of the projects that Penvest has funded are in counties that are deemed rural. As one would expect, the closer that you get to population centers, you'll see a denser number of dots. And roughly 89% of the dots that you see on the map are either a drinking water or a wastewater project. The Penvest program is a revolving loan program. Pretty simple model. Funds were initially put into the program. Those funds were lent out to communities. As communities repay back the principal, the fund grows, and the benefit of a revolving loan program is the subsidized interest rate. Let's see. And the point that I wanted to make here with regards to Penvest, and it's something that I really honestly didn't pick up until a few years ago, is that over the 36 years of the Penvest program, that revolving fund has grown to roughly $6.6 billion. But because of the revolving loan nature of the program, it has helped fund over $12.6 billion worth of projects. And one thing that we're always proud to tout at Penvest, that the success of the program, we actually fit within we're within the top 5 of the most successful state revolving fund programs within the nation. Okay. So when I talk to somebody new, or maybe somebody who's never heard of Penvest before, they come up to me and hey, what in a sentence or two best describes the Penvest program? And I tell them point blank, hey, we're a clearinghouse of both state and federal funds. Penvest, on the federal side, we administer the state revolving fund through the capitalization grant program. And we're currently in year 3 of a 5-year allotment of the bipartisan infrastructure investment funding, or it's also called the Jobs Act. And again, we're in the 3rd year of that particular process. So that's our federal funds. We're also, we receive money from the Growing Greener and the Marcellus Legacy Funds. And finally, we also get money from, again, the recycled nature of the program through loan payments, interest earned, and investment income. So now I want to kind of transfer over and talk to you folks about the different programs we have. This is the only program technically that we have that works directly with the homeowner. And this is called the homeowner sewage program. This program is funded by Penvest, but I have to be honest with you that the Pennsylvania Housing and Finance Agency really does most of the heavy lifting. This program was originally set up to help homeowners finance on-lot septic repairs. In the last couple of years, we've expanded the project or the program to help homeowners finance connections to public sewers and also repairing existing sewer laterals. This is a loan program. The interest rate is 1.75%. The term is up to 20 years. And one of the neat things about the program is that there is no income threshold. So any Pennsylvania homeowner is eligible to apply for the program. And there is a cap on this program. It's $25,000. The next program is really the bread and butter of Penvest, and this is what we call our traditional program. So there's different programs out there that fund projects at a different stage. The way we like to operate is that we want to fund projects when they're construction ready or shovel ready. And so under this program, projects are already designed. They have all their DEP permits, environmental approvals. And under this particular program, we can fund everything from feasibility studies all the way through project closeout. Penvest, this is one of the few programs that we offer that can be either a loan or a grant. And typically when somebody asks me, hey, I want to apply for a grant, I normally try to correct them and say, hey, with Penvest, you're applying for financing. And then what we do is we'll do an evaluation based on their financial statements and determine if the project would cause a hardship for the community. In some cases, it's pretty apparent that their rates are low. In those cases, it would be all loan. But in those cases where we would see a hardship, then we could offer a lower interest rate, possibly put in some grant money. And if we don't have enough grant money, we could always extend the term. So financing on this particular program, again, is based on affordability. The next program that I want to also discuss is called advanced funding. So unlike the traditional program, here people, they come into us when they're ready to construct. This program is actually for those communities that just don't have the wherewithal. Maybe they don't have the general funds or they can't go out and borrow the money, but they can't get off the fence to get the project started. So this particular project helps communities get their projects planned, get them designed, and once they're ready to go, then we bring them back in under the traditional construction program. Funding under this program is capped at $2 million. This is a 60-month. This again can be either a loan or a grant. We do an evaluation based on affordability again. We will run that analysis based on just the impact of the advanced funding. And then we also look long-term what the anticipated construction project costs might be. a new initiative that actually, quite honestly, has gained a lot of traction in the Penvest program are small projects. And the purpose of this program is to provide small communities with an expedited review process that gets money to the community quicker and often saving time and costs for smaller sized projects. A small sized project or a small community is defined as having a population of 12,000 people or less, or projects that have hookups of 1,000 or less. Or it can also include projects that are agricultural operations. The program can be used to fund all types of projects. So it could be used for drinking water, wastewater, stormwater, non-point source projects. The only exception to this program is that it can't fund land acquisition, silviculture, or land conservation easements. Funding under this program is capped at $500,000. The total project cost can't exceed $1 million. But here's the real benefit to this program is that we tell people upfront, A, it's going to be funded with state money, and there's a quick turnaround. This is the only program besides the homeowner septic program that doesn't run through our traditional application and board meeting cutoff. The next program at Penvest is kind of, this is actually, I would say, at the opposite end of the spectrum. This is called programmatic financing. So over the years with working with a lot of larger systems, we heard from these folks that they have capital improvement plans, and they were interested in funding a series of these capital improvements through maybe one application. So what we developed was a program that allows them to take projects from their capital improvement plan, put it into a single application, and once they have an approved application, they have up to 36 months to get all the projects under the programmatic financing approval under construction with that 36-month period. Both the small projects and the programmatic financing are both low interest loan. Okay, now I want to jump into current initiatives that we're administering at Penvest. So under the bipartisan infrastructure law or Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act funding, there's two unique initiatives from the feds. One of them is lead service line replacements. So drinking water systems are required to take inventories on service connections. And again, the service connection is that part of the water service that taps in off the water main and then connects into the premise plumbing. Sometimes there could be a private portion and a public portion of that service line. But drinking water systems right now are required to go out and do lead inventory on their service connections. And when lead service lines are found, they need to be replaced in full. What this particular program does is it incentivizes those lead service lines. What we do here is we want to incentivize systems to replace the lead service lines by extending or adjusting our affordability calculation. What we do here is rather than spread the cost of the financing over the whole entire system, what we do is we spread the cost over just the folks being served by the project. And quite honestly, what we found is that systems that traditionally wouldn't be eligible for a grant through Penvest now become a hardship. And those systems that we always knew that were a hardship actually become more distressed, and it allows us to put more grant money into their lead service line project. The other initiative that that we're working with at the federal level is emerging contaminant funding. So really what this boils down to is emerging contaminants really fall in 6 groups. The very first one that I'm going to mention is the one that's probably getting most of the attention. This would be the PFAS, PFOA, again, which would be persistent organic pollutants. But it also addresses the biological. This would be the antimicrobial resistance, bacteria and pathogens, the pharmaceuticals and personal care products, nanomaterials, microplastics, nanoplastics, and any of the pollutants that are listed on the contaminant candidate list. This pot of funds are grant funds under, and again, I just want to back up a second. So again, we're year 3 of a 5-year allotment, and these grant funds are in demand, and what we probably anticipate moving on in the future is that the demand for the grant is probably going to extend beyond what we have available. In those cases, what we're going to do is we're going to prorate the grant and then use low interest loan money to cover the balance of the project. One other thing I just wanted to mention, solar projects have always been an eligible component of a larger wastewater drinking water project. Within probably the past 6 or maybe 12 months now, we've opted to allow standalone solar projects. The one thing to keep in mind with a solar project is that and this is, I always kind of chuckle when I read this, but the size of the solar system or the solar array cannot exceed the needs of the sewer water or drinking water facilities. So what I'm trying to say is that if your drinking water system only uses like 1 megawatt a year in electricity, and you want to build a 4 megawatt solar array, we would only fund 25% of that, because again, we can only fund up to the demand of your wastewater drinking water facilities. So as I mentioned before, the traditional construction program, the advanced funding, those, the Profi, those are all programs that run through our application and board meeting dates. We do have 4 application and cutoff meetings a year. And just very quickly, the PennVest project financing steps. So really the most important step about coming to PennVest is the planning consultation meeting. At that meeting, we sit down, we'll discuss with you all the necessary planning, DEP permits that's necessary. There'll be representatives from DEP there. Once you've determined that PennVest is the way that you want to finance your project, you would then obtain a PA Keystone account, work on an online application. Once that application is submitted, it would then go to an administrative and technical review, again, with our other stakeholders. If that project application is ready to go, then it goes to the board meeting, and roughly 24 hours after the board meeting, a electronic funding offer is sent out to the applicant. At that point, most projects will then prepare to bid, and there's a series of settlement conference calls that we have with the funding recipient to help them through the settlement process. And And once you get past settlement, then you're ready to go to construct your project and at the end of construction, then hopefully you're ready to start the process all over again. So, project ranking, I just, again, wanted to bring this up real quickly. Penvest does partner with the Department of Environmental Protection and also the Department of Community and Economic Development. DEP acts as our technical and engineering liaison. Again, they attend the planning consultation meetings with us. They review technical, change orders, plans, and specs. Again, they'll come out and do the final inspections. The folks at DCED are really more focused on those projects that may not necessarily have a environmental benefit to them, but there may be some type of job creation. And then lastly, is obviously Penvest. We rank projects based on infill priority. Again, we're going to give priorities to cities, boroughs, first-class townships. But we set all the collateral, we build the funding offers. Funding determination, as I mentioned before, it's a under the traditional program, the advanced funding, what we're looking at is the impact of that project on the municipality. We first of all generate what's called a target rate. That's normally a quarter to 1.25 of the household median income. And then we compare that to the rate projection that we get for the new project. If that rate projection comes in below the target rate, then it's all loan at the county cap rate. If the rate projection comes in above the target rate, then we have three things to do. First of all, we set the interest rate to 1% for the full term. We then look at applying grant funds to the project. If there's not enough grant funds, then we always have the option to extend the term out to 30 years. We can't promise everybody that applies to Penvest that we'll get them to their target rate. But again, we'll extend the best offer that we can, let you decide if you can do that. And in some cases, you may want to leverage other funding sources. Again, we've worked well with Terry's program in the past, make projects affordable. So just a couple things I want to wrap up on. Funding maximum. So projects that serve a single municipality are capped at 11 million. Projects that serve 2 or 3 municipalities, 20 million. 4 or more municipalities, there's actually not a cap, but it does require a supermajority. Stormwater projects are a little bit unique in that they are capped at $10 million or the size of the population. So $10 million stormwater project may not be that big of an issue for maybe like Erie, Harrisburg, the city of Philadelphia. However, these more rural areas, such as, maybe a good example might be like Millheim Borough in Center County. They might only have maybe 2,000 people in the population. So our current formula actually states that our maximum funding cap is $1,000 per person. So again, little bit different, but I just wanted to point that out. These are our current interest rates. They're as low as 1% for the life of the loan. Those would be the counties in pink. And the reason why they're at 1% for the life of the loan is because our interest rates are an inverse function of the unemployment rate. So the higher the unemployment rate, the lower the interest rate. As you can see, those communities that are in yellow have the 1% for the first 5 years, 1.743% for years 6 through 20. And then obviously the folks in green are the ones that have the lowest unemployment rate, and those cap interest rates are 1.743% to 2.179% for years 6 through 20. One thing just want to point out about these interest rates is they haven't changed in like 12 years. So, again, there's really no purpose of this slide other than to, it's pretty obvious that the lower the interest rate, the lower the cumulative interest paid. It's just something that we'd like to put on there so that when somebody's maybe out comparing the Penvest program maybe to a bank, that they understand, hey, overall, you might be paying more in interest over the life of your loan. So I'm just about ready here to wrap up. So a couple things I just wanted to throw out there to folks about making a better project. So consider making security improvements to your facility, both in physical and cyber. When you think about security, most folks are always thinking about fencing, alarms, cameras, and other facility hardening measures. But in reality, most systems are more in danger of a cyber attack than a physical intrusion. So based on some data that was shared with us from the PA National Guard defensive cyber operations element, that approximately 70 municipalities in Pennsylvania have reported a cyber attack involving ransomware. And the reported average ransomware payment was around $111,000, and in some cases as high as $1 million. So what we want to do is, when you're doing a project, we want to encourage systems to do cyber assessments, create recovery plans. Yeah, to create recovery plans. And then the next thing is that I wanted to mention is green up your project. So, everybody's familiar with greening up a project to save energy. Does it make sense to replace energy intensive equipment like lighting, motor drives, HVAC, maybe adding solar or other alternative energy sources? Green projects are also projects that address conservation. That could include replacing water meters. As we all know, when water meters get old, they spin slower, normally contributing in lost revenue and unaccounted for water loss. And lastly, green projects could be low technology ways of addressing stormwater. Again, green roofs, rain gardens, and infiltration galleries. Consider these kind of improvements as you're designing your project. The other thing is I like to tell people is dream big, plan big. If you need to do 5 miles of water line replacement, by all means, apply for 5 miles of water line. Right now we're in a pretty, prices are really fluctuating right now for construction. So you may be tempted to, hey, well, instead of biting off the 5 miles, maybe we'll do 3 miles. Well, if you do the 3 mile option and you find out your bids come in lower, ultimately that, you're stuck doing the smaller project. So again, dream big. If you get financing for the 5 mile water line replacement project and bids come in high, you always have the option to scale back your project. And the last couple things I want to leave you with is Penvest is a complete project financing program. We can fund administration, financing, legal, permit, construction, engineering, and land costs. Penvest can also partner with other state and federal programs. We tailor our funding so that it can be your local match if you have a different funding source involved. And again, we regularly partner with the CDBG, CFA, H2O, USDA, and the recently revitalized stag program. And then lastly, take advantage of the Infrastructure Reduction Act tax credits. These tax credits can pay between 30 to 50% of eligible investment based upon the project completion. Tax credits are created for alternative energy sources such as on wastewater treatment plants. It could be for aerobic digestion, creating biogas, can be solar and hydropower. These are the people that you want to get in touch with. Our project specialists, if you have a project that you want to talk to us about. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. That was really an amazing presentation. And now we're just going to go straight to Terry. Thank you so much, Terry, for being with us.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Terry Provost. I am the program manager here at Department of Economic Development. CDBG is one of the largest block grants. It actually derived out of the Housing Community Development Act of 1974. And with this large block grant, it is truly grant funding. The way the Commonwealth operates is basically under Pennsylvania Act 179. And so most every community receives some type of CDBG assistance or allocation at some point in time. With the Commonwealth, we have quite a few municipalities, and some of those municipalities, especially the more urban municipalities, receive money directly through HUD. What is different at DCED is we help the more rural areas. And so we do receive an allocation every year to ensure that under Pennsylvania Act 179, that those more rural areas are obtaining the funding that is needed in order to give back to the community the infrastructure needs that are warranted and needed. These decisions are often done at the local level they have to ensure that it's eligible and fundable for the program, and we'll go through what that means. But ultimately, your small counties or your more rural counties are receiving these grant funds. And when that happens, those elected officials are making those local decisions. They know best what's needed in their communities. We at DCD do not make those decisions for the communities. We just ensure that they meet compliance with the federal regulations. So under the Community Development Block Grant here at DCED, we do receive an annual allocation from HUD. That allocation is considered our entitlement allocation. Those communities are entitled to those funds yearly. We also have in Pennsylvania Act 179 a set aside of 12% for discretionaries, or what you would consider competitive applications. And those competitive applications do have a scoring matrices that we'll go through a little bit later as well. From time to time, we get congressional reauthorizations of Community Development Block Grant, DR, or disaster recovery. And that dovetails nicely into some of the IDA discussion earlier. We did receive an IDA allocation, actually two, one of 15 million and one of 13 million. We'll deep dive into that a little bit later, but essentially that is to ensure that we can respond to long-term recovery efforts in those communities. So we have received those applications. The team at DCD is 13 CDBG experts who are scoring and reviewing those applications as we speak, and then we will get the funds out on the street. We also received Community Development Block Grant coronavirus funding, and that funding was as a result of the pandemic, and much of that money has been out in the street for many years now. And we are starting to whittle down that program, but we'll talk about what that program did for our rural communities. And then very important, Section 108 loans. We do have communities that go after Section 108 loans. And what that is, because I talked all about grant money, now I'm talking about loan money. And it's, what happens is the 108 is essentially guaranteeing future years of CDBG funds in those communities so they can actually receive that money upfront. So let's say a community receives $100,000, just round numbers. They could actually take 300,000 the next 3 years of allocation and get that money upfront to do a larger, more impactful project. The purpose of the Community Development Block Grant is to really develop the infrastructure needs in a community and help communities become more resilient. There are 26 activity types of community development block grant activities that are in regulation under 24 Code of Federal Regulations 570 and Code of Federal Regulations 480. However, in a nutshell, what can CDBG do? It's really a two-prong approach. CDBG eligible activities is the first prong. What's eligible? Almost anything you can possibly think of, with an exception of 4 things for the most part. And that would be maintenance. CDBG is not interested in doing maintenance activities. We do not want to have a Band-Aid approach to our communities. We want to make sure that if you have a need, that we are rehabilitating new construction of infrastructure, but not to maintain that. That is up to the community to do. The second not eligible activity would be general government purposes or general conduct of government. What does that mean? And for an example, it could be CDBG money will not come in and pave the borough parking lot. We also cannot do new housing construction in CDBG. There are some very minor exceptions, but ultimately that is because there is another federal program called HOME, Investment Partnerships Program, that can actually do new housing construction. It's really our sister grant program. And the fourth thing that we cannot typically fund with these grant monies is equipment that is not affixed, because we need to make sure we have a useful life of that equipment. So for example, if a sewer authority wanted to purchase a generator that was movable, that would be not allowable under the 24 CFR 570, the CDBG regulations under HUD. However, if they wanted to purchase a generator that was affixed to a concrete pad, we have a project. The second prong of CDBG is the national objective. So this is HUD money, Housing and Urban Development. So we want to make sure that 70% of all of our funds are serving predominantly low to moderate income people. What does that mean? Essentially, we're using area median income. It updates every year, and we are looking at helping folks who are 80% or below the area median income. Secondly, we can help slum and blight, and I think there's going to be some language change and regulation forthcoming. It's a little bit of an old terminology. A lot of communities do not like this terminology, but they have a need in their community. There's 2 ways to work through slum and blight. Some of those ways are essentially spot slum and blight. You have a structure that is a blighting influence on your community, and you would like to clear that structure. CDBG that is meeting a national objective. You can also do this through an area benefit. I've worked in a community that had major flash flooding, and they designated an area of their community as area-wide slum and blight. And so it does have a designation to the east, west, north, and south, saying this area has been inundated with floodwaters for many, many years. They've had a lot of casualties, including a police chief in this area from the 72 Agnes event. And for 10 years, this area that they've designated, you can actually go in and do almost anything you can think of to revitalize that area in the community. That community partnered with FEMA dollars, bought out 10 homes that were significantly damaged, had lots of issues, and were impeding the natural and beneficial functions of the floodplain. What happened next is they went in and did total street reconstruction. and they did curbing and street trees, and it looks a lot more welcoming. It's really had quite an impact on the community. The third way to use or to meet a national objective is through urgent need. And that has to be essentially within 18 months of a presidential or gubernatorial disaster declaration. So those are the three national objectives. One of those must always be met with one of your eligible activities. So if we were going to do a water project, we can do almost anything with water. We just can't do the maintenance. So we could do a private lateral. That could be a rehabilitation. We could do a private lateral reconstruction. We could do new construction of private laterals. There's new water coming in. We could do treatment, filtering of water, but we need to make sure we meet one of these national objectives. Typically, the way it's met would be through the LMI national objective being met. Predominantly, your users on your system are predominantly low to moderate income. The breakdown of how much funding we receive every year is approximately, this is this year's numbers, so it's about approximately between 40 million and 42 million a year. And then we did talk about Act 179, so you'll see those percentages on the screen, 38 to eligible counties, 38% of that funding to eligible boroughs and townships, and 24% to eligible cities. And so that is really our breakdown. When we get our HUD allocation every year, we go through Pennsylvania Act 179 through our rural communities, and we break down those numbers for their allocation every year. And it's quite a mental exercise. We have competitive awards as well. We talked about those briefly. We'll talk a little bit more in detail, but that's a 12% set aside in that PA Act 179. And then DCD also receives 3% in administration and technical assistance to help all of our rural communities with all of the technical assistance. And there's quite a bit of that happening. So those funds are to run our operations, to give back to our communities, to make sure we're making big impacts in our communities for infrastructure needs. I think we touched on most of this under Pennsylvania Act 179. If you haven't read it, it's a decent, easy read. I'd encourage you to do so. We provide the funding for the smaller communities and entitlements. Although they're entitled to this money every year, they must apply to DCD every year. Applications are actually due, I believe it's next Friday. And then how do we contract? It takes us about 6 months to get to contracting because we have to review all those applications for eligible and fundable, which is your national objective perspective, to ensure that it meets compliance with those statutory determination requirements of HUD. And this map shows essentially the Pennsylvania CDBG Act 179 communities. So it's broken down by counties, municipalities, cities, and then there's also notations. The really light color are essentially HUD direct communities. So they work directly with HUD, not DC. So like your Philadelphia would work directly with HUD, your Allegheny County. Then sometimes you have small urban areas, for example, like the city of Williamsport, they'd work directly with HUD or State College Borough. We review 82 applications each year for just the entitlement program for 190 grantees. Now, we do have a couple consolidations happening, so these numbers will change. Some of our communities are emerging to have a little bit more impact and better financial management. But we evaluate our applications for compliance with citizen participation, making sure, since these are HUD dollars, that citizens are involved at the local level. So there is a first public hearing and a final public hearing that is required under the statutory regulation. We also ensure that they have capacity, not trying to scare anybody away, but this is one of the heaviest regulated programs out there. And so we want to make sure that our communities have the capacity so that they are not in a repayment situation at a later date. So that is one of the important topics we look at during our applications. There's approximately, this does range very much, but approximately 5 activities per application. 12% of the annual allocation is for competitives. We used to have a maximum on competitives. We no longer do. but there is a minimum request of $100,000. The important piece to note here is that our municipalities, our units of general local government that receive funding through Pennsylvania Act 179 through our allocation criteria, if they want to go after a discretionary, they have to be under Pennsylvania Act 179, one of our communities, but they must actually obligate 75% of their entitlement funds to the activity they're going after a competitive for. They're due every February each year, so we have not received any competitives this year yet, but we will receive quite a few. We're typically very oversubscribed, meaning we have not enough money, but more need. Our priorities are in our action plan, and that action plan is available on our website as well. And I have some resources at the end here, but our action plan has these priorities for this year's, the 2024 reviews for competitives. Water and sewer projects have been our number one for a very long time. We know there is quite a bit of need. We have, we're actually working through a competitive currently for to filter for water treatment. So we actually have a community that has no filtered public water currently. So that's about a $3.5 million activity. Our second priority is community revitalization. The third is public services, and the fourth are resiliency projects. Green infrastructure, tying into essentially what PennVest is also highlighting here, stormwater management, wetlands management, to lessen impacts from future natural disasters, because let's face it, we're seeing a lot more of those, and they're happening a lot more often. So CDBG CV, we'll go through here a little quickly because these funds are pretty much wrapping up, but this is as a result of the COVID-19 or coronavirus pandemic. Each activity, so HUD actually, through the stimulus funding, Stafford Act, received quite a bit of funding. DCD then received funding for our rural communities, and this was to prepare, prevent, and respond to the pandemic. All 26 activities are eligible, so almost anything you could think of, except for those 4 we talked about. But what we really saw, and we really had to pivot at DCED, we saw a lot of need for small business grants. A lot of small businesses were shut down for a period of time or had health concerns. So CDBG CV really helps keep some of these businesses afloat. Water and system and park improvements, recreation. We really weren't able to be in rooms or, too close to one another. We had a proximity. So park improvements or recreation was another big hot topic through the CDBG coronavirus funding. The allocation we received was $96.1 million. Our non-entitlement communities received the 23.9 through their entitled allocation, and then competitive awards were up in the little over $65 million. CDBG DR, one of my favorites, disaster recovery. We are still working through some disasters currently, Lee and Irene, and we also are going to be working on Ida as well. So these activities include things like housing rehab or reconstruction, housing acquisition and buyout, multifamily rental rehab, infrastructure, and mitigation. Mitigation is essentially anything you can do to lessen the impact during a future disaster. So that could be like a housing elevation project. It could be green or gray infrastructure. The DR funding we received from Lee and Irene was $57 million, and I know this disaster happened back in 2011. But some of these under the Federal Register actually have no due date, and there are still needs from Lee and Irene. So we are still working through closing out those final projects. We also received 2 tranches of funding for a total of $38 million from the 2021 disaster from Hurricane Ida. And if there is a presidential disaster declaration, then we have to go through that process to see if there's actually enough damage in our communities to receive that DR funding, because it is not congressionally reauthorized on its own. The funding for Ida identified the following eligible counties for DCED. There are other eligible counties, like Philadelphia received their own allocation, almost as much as DCED's. But these 6 counties received the funding. They were notified in the Federal Register of having this need. The most impacted and distressed areas are critical, and those 2 are Delaware and Montgomery counties for our allocation of Ida funding through disaster recovery. So 80% of the funding we received, of 38 million, must go to those counties, with 70% of that funding going to predominantly low to moderate income. Funding awards are made through a competitive application process. That is what we're currently reviewing and scoring now. And then wrapping up, trying to do this on time here, Section 108 loans. So HUD has really charged their entitlement communities, and DCD is one large entitlement community, to help all of our rural areas. 108 is a way for our communities throughout the United States to leverage additional funds, get bigger things done. CDBG, I'd be amiss if I didn't say this, is truly one of the only programs I know federally that will kind of lose its entity as federal money, and you can use it as match. So you could say, this is my local match, and leverage additional federal and state money. There are some caveats, and that is typically if the other grant program will not recognize CDBG as local match. So 108 enables states and local government participating in the Community Development Block Grant Program to obtain federally guaranteed loans, take on large economic development projects, and undertake revitalization activities, infrastructure, those kinds of things. However, when we're utilizing Section 108 under the DCED umbrella, the loans are actually guaranteed by future CDBG funding. So we have to be careful because we do have entitlement communities as well. But a community can come in directly to DCED and go after a 108 loan on their own, and then it collateralizes their money. I hope that was informative. Thank you.
Thank you both so much, David and Terry, both for these really informative presentations. And now we're just going to turn it over to folks for questions. And I think my friends at the commission are going to moderate that. Thank you so much.
To break the ice, I'll share one that's come in over Zoom. John Castelli asked, and this question was for David. Are condominium and planned community associations eligible for PennVest funding?
It depends on the type of project. If it's a drinking water project, the system would have to be a permitted public water supply system. But other than that, no, they would be an eligible applicant for like stormwater, wastewater.
Okay, thanks. I had a question for you also, actually. I noticed with the non-point source stormwater projects, when you showed the map of the state, they seemed very heavily concentrated around the Conestoga watershed and Lancaster County. Was that piloted there, or is there some reason why it's so concentrated there?
Well, I think a lot of it, quite honestly, was based on a lot of initiatives with the Chesapeake, cleaning up the Chesapeake Bay. But I will be really honest with you. It seemed like those folks in Lancaster County, especially, really endeared themselves to the program. It seems like some of these agricultural best management practice type projects are maybe not as popular in other sections of the state, but they are one of the more faster growing sectors that we're seeing. And so again, what I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think just last week we funded maybe our second ag BMP project, like in the western part of the state. So I think as people start to find that program successful and learn kind of the ins and outs about it, hopefully we'll see more activity.
Great, thank you. Sam, did you have a question?
Hi, good morning. I'm Sam with Senator Tim Carney's office out in Delaware County. My question is around just utilization of all the programs that you guys just offered. Are Pennsylvania municipalities leaving money on the table? Like, can you, I'm thinking about the PennVest programs for stormwater. Like, is there room to be doing a lot more deals than you are? How much are you doing each year? And I think most folks are familiar with PennVest. It's not like a secret program, but we hear so much in Harrisburg about the challenges of stormwater funding and challenges around there not being enough funding sources for it. And we are mainly talking about loans, not just grants that everyone would love, of course. But I'm just wondering if, from your perspective, there's more room for deals and more room for municipalities to come in and be taking advantage of all the programs that are being offered.
So I'm going to speak from the grant side first and foremost, and then kick it over back to Dave here, Invest here. From a CDBG perspective, at DCD, we are charged with ensuring that we're good stewards of federal funds. So we do occasionally have money that is recaptured, is the way we say that. So under our entitlement program, you're entitled to those funds. If you don't use all those funds, we recapture those. I have been at DCD for about a year now. And one of my biggest jobs is essentially to make sure that I'm keeping an eye on where the money is and recapturing it as quickly as possible, not taking away from the community, but if you're not going to use it, another community has a chance. So that is something we are very sensitive to. And I'd say that overall, the funds we're recapturing, we're putting back out on the street.
And I guess I just want to maybe add to that. So at PennVest, we've done a couple things over the past, quite honestly, to maybe help communities better address stormwater. When I first started PennVest, like back in 2004, we might have funded maybe 1 or 2 stormwater projects in like 2 or 3 years. Now it seems like we're funding 3 or 4 stormwater projects quarterly. So definitely there's the interest in stormwater funding is increasing pretty significantly. The other thing that I would like to add is that, again, back when I started, stormwater, we always looked at their general fund. There was really no way to compute a user rate. So stormwater projects traditionally earlier in the program were funded as all loans. We've now taken a more of a utility rate review. So while some municipalities may not want to charge a stormwater rate, we're not telling them that they have to do it, is that we're now evaluating the costs of these projects, taking in consideration the stormwater O&M, any existing stormwater debt. And what we've actually found is by looking at it as a utility, we're now able to put grant money into some of these projects. So we're looking at these projects now based on an affordability standpoint.
Sure, sir. You can come on up to the mic.
Just sort of a follow-up to that, talking about quote unquote leaving money on the table, particularly in the PennVest arena. You mentioned the programmatic financing. I wanted to know if there's any room, authority, ability to do refinancing of a project that maybe was not a PennVest project originally, but because of changes in situations within municipalities, is there room to do a refinance, or is that not part of your program?
Yeah, unfortunately, written into the legislation for PennVest, there is a refinancing prohibition.
David Lockman, Mayor, Arntsville, Pennsylvania. Nobody's ever heard of us, but you have heard of the Apple Harvest Festival. And we're proud to put that on every year. as a borough of 958 people, we find meeting the thresholds of some of the loan requirements undoable. There's just not that much we can put together that falls in the guidelines that isn't so disparate that they don't, all the items don't apply to the various loans or the various grants that are available. Are there smaller programs within either of your organizations that cater to, I know you divided between rural and urban in a lot of your presentation, but there are some rural that's, that is in that even below the threshold of the example you gave of 2,000 people. What is available for organizations like us? I'd also like to comment, one of your commissioners, Dan Mao, is from our county, and we appreciate his work on the commission. And I can attest to, you can't tell who's a D, who's an R, who's an I, when it's local, it's just, people getting stuff done. And we appreciate the recognition of this commission specifically for that, as stated by the first gentleman. But if you could comment to my question, I'd appreciate, because we're always looking, we've been hit so many times with, you have to put this money in for us to analyze your grant, and we get nothing from it. That's a lot of money going out for a small community who's trying to just help its constituents.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Please.
What type of activity are you looking to fund, or what are your priorities?
We recently are undertaking the replacement of the old asbestos piping for sewage, and then the corresponding road repair that occurs with that. Something as simple as, we can't use the second story of our building because of the cost of a fire escape and a set of fire stairs that meet so many regulations that I don't think that people looking at it even know all those regulations. But the cost of that is not a budgetable item. But finding somebody that can grant or loan something that makes that cost effective to open up a whole nother level of our facility. It's an older building, historic, and we like that. A lot of rural communities do like that. And that's just an example. Improvements to a park doesn't fall in the threshold of $100,000. I can't combine those two projects because they're so disparate. So that's the essence of my question, if that answers your question.
Oh, it does. Yes, absolutely. Helps me kind of dig in a little deeper, so I appreciate the clarity there. I think from a CDBG perspective, I didn't catch the county. Adams. So Adams County does receive an allocation under DCED's program. You could go to Adams County, their elected officials, and talk about your needs of your community. You should be invited to that table every year for project ideas. CDBG, we are there to help rural communities at DCED. So Adams County makes the ultimate say, right? So you do have the citizen participation, but they need to hear this from you at the local level in your community. And basically, then there's something called a project summary, and you describe what your activity is. And if it's eligible and fundable, I can tell you, is it eligible for CDBG money? Much of what you said is yes, other than the fire escape. So road reconstruction, park improvements, it's eligible. They're all eligible activities. We just need to make sure we're meeting a national objective. So I'm not sure if, you're in a community that's highly affluent. If you're not, we do surveys. Adams County would walk you through that process. We just need to make sure that whoever's benefiting from the CDBG money is predominantly low to moderate income. So that could be road reconstruction. That's a survey of who's using that road. That could be park improvements. If you have one park in your community, maybe you have community-wide, low to moderate income. I don't have that data in front of me to say that, but I would really encourage you to go to your county, talk about your projects, because they are receiving entitlement funds from DCD every year. And the timing is important. Like right now, you're missing the cutoff for this year, but you missed it 6 months ago. So right now would be the time I'd recommend you go to your county and start talking about CDBG money and your need in your community. I can think of a lot of other grant programs that I don't know all the ins and outs of that might be able to help you, small water and sewer, keystone communities. There's a lot of programs, local share account competitive, right? There's historic tax credits. historic preservation grants. There are lots of grants, but oftentimes the disconnect, and I'm not suggesting this is happening in your community, is you don't have the capacity to sit here and look for all these grants. You know? And so I think if you take some of the good level grants, CDBG, and I know I work in the program, but talk to Adams County. Really now, when you leave here, go talk to Adams County. And then, some of the other more popular might be local share account, which we often call as LSA. That's competitive. But if you have a need and you don't have it in your budget and you can get somebody to work with you to write that grant, you might get some money.
Okay,
before
I
I-
think that sort of wraps it up for this panel. I want to thank Terry Provost and David so much for your presentations today and for all the information you're sharing with municipalities throughout Pennsylvania. Have a wonderful day.
If I can say just one thing, Rick, I saw Rick passing his card down on that last line of questioning. The governor's action team has been in existence across different departments, different administrations, but they are a great resource to help you find out what you're eligible for. All right, we're going to get this thing started again. Hello, everybody. I'm Senator Chris Dush. I represent the 25th Legislative District. And east of the Mississippi, there's not a state legislative district that is larger. I have 7 of the 67 counties in the Commonwealth. And we have a lot of issues with stormwater issues. In fact, up in Potter County here just a couple months ago, and I used to also represent Tioga County before redistricting. The amount of damage that we experienced up there was rather tremendous. And just to give you a little scene setter here for this, the devastation that happened up there in my area at 9:30 p.m. on the night that we had the flood, we had 9 inches of rain in about 50 minutes. At 9:30, Potter County received, Potter County received over 5 inches. It was up in Tioga that got the 9 inches. 4 watersheds and several townships received water from all directions, toppling over creeks and streams, topping over the creeks and streams in people's homes. Between 9:30 and 11, there were 6 water rescues deployed. 11 p.m., Potter County Emergency Services called task forces in neighboring counties and National Guard ARP team. FEMA sent a helicopter at about 3:30 in the morning. There were 14 people on roofs that were saved and a total 26 people rescued. FEMA, their first response was that night by helicopter. After that, the emergency management coordinator was in constant contact with FEMA representatives and still are. August 15th, 7 days after the flood, multi-agency recovery center location was set up at the high school. The Department of Human Services, State Department of Insurance, Department of Health, DEP, PennDOT, Office of the Attorney General, FEMA representative, Potter County Area Aging, Potter County Conservation District, Potter County Veterans Affairs, their mental health and development for people with disabilities, all set up tables to offer their services. That same day, the commissioners requested civil engineers, and Red Horse, which is the Air National Guard civil engineers team through PEMA and FEMA, was contacted. FEMA application guidelines have a mandatory 30 days after a natural disaster to be eligible for serious immediate needs. That I have an issue with. August 20th, 12 days after the flood, tours were given to FEMA to show and assess the damages. FEMA was there that day to look at the individual properties. September 11th, 34 days after the flood, the Commonwealth received notice that President Biden approved the individual assessment declaration for Pennsylvania counties. September 26th, 49 days after the flood, FEMA set up a disaster recovery center site in Potter County, and they have stayed for just about a month. October 11th, 64 days after the flood, federal representatives sent a request to FEMA for FEMA public assistance. We've got a lot of issues. People's homes, folks were literally sleeping on wet mattresses that were, I mean, they immediately start collecting mold, and it's an issue that is going on, and it needs to be addressed. Both the preparation for it, we had Army Corps of Engineers facilities that were flood control that topped the banks, got washed out. Trying to determine who's going to do what for that has been an ongoing problem. And with that, I want to now introduce our potential panel, and we have Samantha Albert, the Chief Technical Officer for the Wyoming Valley Sanitary Authority. It is an authority.
It is.
Jill Colella, Stormwater Division Manager of Wyoming Valley. Lee Stennett, an attorney from Saltzman and Hughes. Adrienne Vicari, yes, engineer for Herbert, Roland, and Grubik. So I'll just open up with Samantha. I'll let you open the discussion and talk about what you have to present. Thank you.
It's coming up in a second. Slides. Hey, good morning. My name is Samantha Albert. I'm an engineer by training. I'm the Chief Technical Officer for Wyoming Valley Sanitary Authority. So this morning, Jeff and I, who is our Stormwater Division Manager, we're going to talk about, we have a regionalized stormwater program with 32 municipalities in Luzerne County. We're going to talk about how we developed that program, how we got it off the ground. That was the hardest part, is getting everybody to agree to regionalize, and the benefits of the program, the lessons learned. We're in year 5 of the MS4 permits, which is a stormwater permit, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. And what we've been able to do a little bit with flood mitigation with this program as well, although that's not the goal of the program. We're going to talk a little bit about that.
Thanks.
Turn it over to Jeff.
Thanks, Samantha. I appreciate it. I was going to rename this after our opening speaker about Wyoming Valley Sanitary Authority, where we get things done. So I'm going to give you a little preview of, let's see if we try to change the slide here. It's not working. Let's see if we, there we go. So the Wyoming Valley Sanitary Authority, let me give you a little 2 minutes of history so you kind of can place where we are. That is a picture of our plant in Hanover Township. So we're centered on Wilkes-Barre and the surrounding communities. On the wastewater side, we were created in 1962. We came online in 1969 as a wastewater authority. We currently serve on the sewer side, 36 municipalities, approximately 200,000 residents. The Stormwater Division was created out of amending our charter, our WVSA charter, to include stormwater services. We now have 32 municipalities and we cover about 175,000 people as in our Stormwater Division. So just to give you a little map of our service area, like I said, we're centered on Wilkes-Barre. And our first speaker kind of spoke about this a little bit. We have a kind of a mix of rural and more urban communities. So we do have different stormwater needs. So like in a Jackson town, especially the townships, Jackson Township, Newport Township, parts of Hanover Township, we have a more rural community where in, Wilkes-Barre, the town centering on the Susquehanna, you have more of an urban or suburban community. Like I said, we have 31 municipality members that have MS4 permits, 32 overall members. We have 400 square miles of land as part of our stormwater authority. So it's a pretty large permit area. And I say we're a full service stormwater entity. So we just don't do MS4 work. We do other stormwater work, which I'll talk about. So we do other things that are non-MS4 related. So why did WVSA do this? Were we really bored? We have a lot of free time at WVSA. We have nothing to do. No, obviously that's not why we did this. We looked around at the permit obligation, and really the MS4 permits are what drove our regionalization. We save a lot of money. This is a excellent way to save a lot of money for your communities to regionalize your stormwater systems. I think realistically, you save 50% plus what it would cost for each municipality, all of our 31 municipalities that have MS4 permits, to go out on their own. I'd say a minimum of 50%, and in some cases, exponentially more than that because of geographic reasons. Also, DEP is speaking about in the next permit cycle, which is, a good reason to try to incentivize regionalization, is that regional programs will have lesser permit obligations in the future. So there is a excellent reason also to, regionalize. You're saving money, and now I'm going to have even lesser, permit cycle obligations. That's a great reason. Also, I think we have found out you get very large scale grant funding opportunities. So we have gotten a lot more grant opportunities. We've gotten over $11 million in grants, federal and state grants in a variety of programs, from small water and sewer to growing greener, to LSA, to federal grants, to NIFWIF grants. So we have a much larger grant funding opportunity as a regional program than we would as, let's say, Wilkes-Barre or West Pittston or Pittston. They would never have a chance at getting these grant opportunities. I think the next three items kind of go all together. We can look at, and Samantha's going to talk about this in her portion of the discussion. We could look at things beyond just MS4. We can include drainage issues or try to include stormwater or flooding issues into our projects where, as we know, stormwater doesn't say, hey, I'm at the border, I'm going to stop flowing. It goes from one community to the other. If you're not regionalized, you can't do projects that address multiple jurisdiction issues where we can in a regional collaboration. So I think, that is a very important item. The other thing is we do help the towns. We take that funding issue away from the towns. A lot of towns do not have the money to do, what needs to be done for MS4 and these regional projects. We've taken that on to ourselves and taken that away from the towns. And I think number 7 is probably the main reason that the municipalities joined our regional collaboration. Their administrators have no desire to do anything MS4 related. They don't have the time, they don't have the money, they don't have the personnel. It's a big relief to these municipalities. If you talk to the borough managers, if you talk to the elected officials in the boroughs, they just don't have the expertise to get into the minutia of MS4 and to stormwater management that WVSA does. And there are large economies of scale. Once again, saves money for these for these municipalities. So I think those are probably the main reasons that WVSA considered the regional collaboration. So the main thing people ask about, and this was kind of brought up about earlier, about a fee. How are you generating money to pay for these projects? WVSA came up with a regional fee that all ratepayers pay. So every parcel that's in the WVSA service area, which there's about 74,000, pay a fee based on impervious area. So we did a flyover with a plane to find out the impervious area on each parcel of property in our service area. About 90% of those parcels, so pay $4.80 a month, $56.70 a year for all these stormwater services, which I'll get into in a minute. About 10% pay over what we call our tier 2 rate, which is 90%. And we don't differentiate between housing and business. Stormwater doesn't care if it's a house or a parking lot. We just look at the IA on the parcel. So I think you're getting a lot of value for your money at $4.80 for what I'm going to talk about here in a minute. So what kind of strategies did WVSA look at before we got into this business? What were we going to do? The main highlight and what everyone likes to talk about is our pollutant reduction plan, our MS4 pollutant reduction plan. So one thing we constantly did is we evaluated projects even after we had our initial pollutant reduction plan in place. People would come to us with other projects. We would evaluate them for cost effectiveness. One of the main things we looked at, it's not the only thing we looked at, but it was one of the main drivers, is cost per pound. How many pounds of pollutant reduction are we getting per dollar? So if somebody came up with a better project and we had 2 amendments to our pollutant reduction plan, we would include them in our revised pollutant reduction plan. So it's a constantly moving document that we're trying to drive that cost lower for the ratepayers, get the best bang for our buck. And we're constantly doing that. Also, Samantha's going to talk about this, win-win projects. What kind of projects can we get MS4 credit for and address other issues? Road flooding, house flooding, lowering volume, slowing down volume in these, especially residential communities. Another thing that people don't understand is, and that's an advantage of the regional partnership is, even if you did this on your own, you are not doing these projects on any of your property. The property is owned by somebody else. So you have to partner. You're forced to partner. And who do you want to partner with? We partnered with a host of people, municipalities, the largest commercial developer in our region, fire departments, the municipalities themselves to do projects, other authorities who own property. So our redevelopment authority for the county, our flood protection authority for the county, and of course the county themselves we partnered with on a project that we're currently working on. Also, one of the bigger things that we thought about as we're getting into this to try to get everyone together is there are a multitude of consulting firms. We brought all these consulting firms into a kind of its own partnership that we're using multiple consulting firms on our multiple projects, trying to bring them together with the municipalities, because we found that a lot of these engineering companies have a lot of say in the municipalities of what gets done. So we try to bring them in as partners. And once again, we are super aggressive on pursuing grants, which I think, obviously brings down the cost of the projects for the ratepayers. So what are people getting for the 480 a month? What are they getting? They're getting regional mapping, something that was in the 2013 MS4 permit that the municipalities didn't do. So a lot of the municipalities were in violation of their permit. We had a innovative partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We actually 50-50 partnered with them to do the mapping in the 31 municipalities that we serve for the program. We brought in municipal services. So I spoke about things that aren't MS4 related. Catch basin cleaning, catch basin rebuilding. So we have a program where we go into the municipalities and rebuild catch basins as part of the program at no cost to the municipality with our WVSA paid for labor. So it's literally no cost to the municipality. So that's something. We also have a municipal savings account. So this is an attempt to give the municipalities access to money to do their own projects or do their own, whatever they want, stormwater or MS4 related, that can be reimbursed to the municipalities. So they want to do a project on their own. They have a pipe that they want to be replaced. They have their own, they want a match for a grant that they got. There is money put aside as part of the fee to help towns pay for it. And there's a formula to figure out how that money is allocated. Obviously, we're doing the BMPs. We have regional parks in 3 of our towns that we're working on that have best management practices in them that are educational and recreational. So we want to show the public what can be done, for this 480 a month, and also include that in our pollutant reduction plan. And obviously, like I said, we have our BMP projects. Samantha's going to talk about them a little bit as required. And the last thing that I'm going to talk about is, how much, with all these towns together, how much do we have to do? We had to do 2.3 million pounds of sediment reduction per year as part of our program. And one of the things we found as getting together is when we did our impervious area flight, that we were able to lower what DEP believed that we should do by almost 1 million pounds because of the flight data that we were able to provide DEP. So our actual original goal was 3.2 million pounds. But after we did our impervious area flight, we were able to reduce that amount to 2.3 million pounds by the data that we collected on that flight. So you figure 900,000 pounds worth of projects is worth a couple $1 million just by itself. So that flight more than paid for itself just by the reduction in the projects that we had to do. And we have an estimated cost of those projects. Now think about it. We have 31 towns, about $20 million. And that's not including grant money. So $20 million overall for the projects. I think Samantha's going to start talking about the next slide.
Oh, no, that's still.
Still me. What did we do for outreach? Some things were effective, some things were not effective. One thing I think that was effective was the stormwater credit program. So we do have a credit program for homeowners and for property owners to lower their bill. I think that's very important way for people to lower their bill. Some things also that were affected, our otter, Stormy, that was named by the public. We did rebrand our website. It desperately needed it. We did a billing upgrade. I think that was also desperately needed. Much clearer. That's one thing if you want to start a stormwater authority, you definitely need your billing is very, very important. We also, I think, did an excellent job of outreach to our business community. We reached out to people who their bill was $3,000 a year or more. We had private meetings for months on end, trying to meet one-on-one or in very small groups to go over the program with the business community. I think that was very effective. Some things were not as effective. We did a newsletter to everyone prior to our first billing. I thought that was not very effective. A lot of the feedback we got, and I'm sure that people don't read. So I don't think that was very effective on our part. Another thing that I think is there's a demarcation of when people listen, and that demarcation is when that bill hits the mailbox. So people were not listening up to them, and once that bill hit the mailbox, people it caught their attention, and they started paying very close attention, and quite frankly became experts on stormwater management and how water runs off their property. So I think we had a mixed bag of we did a number of things right, but I think we had some things that weren't as effective. Another thing I think that we found out too is everything on Facebook is the truth. So, that is one thing we also found out. Now, Samantha is going to take over, and she's going to talk a little bit about the projects and about flood management.
Thanks, Jeff. So Jeff just said we have a goal in our pollutant reduction plan to remove or reduce 2.3 million pounds per year of sediment. And really, we don't hold the permits. The MS4 permits are held by the municipalities. So we have an intergovernmental agreement with all the municipalities that we administer some of their compliance requirements in the permits. And this is one of them. So how are we going to do that? So we're implementing 32 structural projects, best management practices. A lot of people, BMP, unless you work in the world of stormwater, maybe you've heard of that terminology, but they're really just stormwater control measure projects. So the most common projects that we're doing are stormwater basins, stream bank restorations, and rain gardens. Those are the most common projects. And we're doing 2 non-structural projects that we do year round every year. And that's what we have pictures of, is street sweeping. We street sweep all the municipal streets. We have a schedule. We get credit for the sediment we pick up off the roadways for doing that. And then we clean the stormwater catch basins, and we have a schedule of doing that. And we get about 650,000 pounds of sediment credit removal a year from those 2 activities. So by and large, the projects that we're doing to reach the pollutant reduction goal, and that is to remove pollutants from stormwater runoff. So we're preventing sediment, nitrogen and phosphorus from getting into our local streams, the Susquehanna River, and we're part of the Chesapeake Bay watershed, so the Chesapeake Bay. So we're doing it primarily with green infrastructure, and all the projects up on that slide, we are implementing every type of that project. But like I said, the most common ones that we're doing are the stormwater basins, the rain gardens, and the stream restorations. And I do want to say, so we do have a lot of grant money that Jeff mentioned, both state and federal, and private from NIFWIF for the projects, but we also have a PennVest loan. So thank you, PennVest. I don't know if Dave is still here. We have a profile loan. And I think that we're one of the first people that they funded for non-point source projects, including stream restorations, through PennVest. So I think it was kind of a little bit, we were the first ones through the gate on that. So I just wanted to show an example of one of our projects. I think everybody at this point has seen what a rain garden looks like, a stormwater basin, but a lot of people don't know, like, what does stream restoration involve? What are you doing with that? So this is a pretty dramatic project that we completed. It's in Hanover Township. This is a tributary stream to the Susquehanna River. And you could see the before picture. That's municipal garbage in the stream. It's near a residential area. It's really sad that people throw, we found tires in there, a refrigerator, I mean, back end of a car. There was 4 or 5 feet of legacy sediment that we removed. So the after picture just shows you we were able to remove all of that debris, get back down to the natural stream bed grade elevation, regrade the banks and vegetate it. And we have some more pictures just to show you of this project because it's so dramatic. Again, eroded banks, municipal garbage, legacy sediment. Slide. Same stream. It's just another picture downstream. So this stream was about 600 feet of restoration that we did. And the whole point of doing it at the end of the day is to improve the water quality in the stream. And it is dramatic, the difference from the before to the after when you go out there now. Okay, so just want to talk a little bit more. When we first implemented the program, and we started implementing the user fee, which was the most controversial part of the program, even though it's very low, relatively speaking, compared to other utilities. For the average residential customer, less than $60 a year. We decided we have an opportunity where we need to do MS4 projects, but what can we do with all of this revenue, with the projects, with MS4 to also address other issues that we know are important to the municipalities? And flooding is a big issue. And there's different kinds of flooding. So I want to just talk a little bit about what can we really do. And we decided we're going to try to make a difference in flood mitigation to the extent that we can with these projects. So this is an example. No, just go back, Jeff. Sorry. Yeah, that's an example. This is in West Pittston. This is Luzerne County. This is in September 2011. We had Tropical Storm Lee come through a good part of Pennsylvania. This is Luzerne County. This was a record flood on the Susquehanna River. They do not have a levee or flood wall system here. They're designing one right now. These projects are very, very difficult to get funding for. So this is going to be like a 70 million project. But, you know, are we going to be able to do something about that type of flooding where there's like 800 structures that had damage, most of them homes? And the answer is with this program, no. This requires a flood wall, a levee wall system. But this is a need. I mean, there was record stage flooding in Columbia County too in 2011 with Tropical Storm Lee. So, you know, these are very serious problems. They're just very hard to fund these types of projects. They went through the Army Corps. There's a benefit cost analysis you have to do. They didn't meet that. They're looking at FEMA funding. They were able to patch together a whole bunch of different funding and get money for the design, and that's what they're doing right now. But they're still going to need to get money for the construction. But you know, when it doesn't meet a benefit cost analysis, whether it's Army Corps or FEMA, it's very challenging to get the money for the construction on these projects because it's so big. But our project, what we're doing, will not address this type of major river flooding. So this is another example of flooding. This is flash flooding on a stream. This is Solomon Creek. It's another stream tributary to the Susquehanna River in Luzerne County. This is in Hanover Township. This happened in September 2021. We had a storm come through, Tropical Storm Ivan, I believe it was. Is that right? This came through, got a lot of rain, and the stream, it's hard to see, but it's right behind the shopping plaza. So the shopping plaza, this commercial business area, got flooded. A lot of damage to that to those businesses. And the highway, there's a state highway in front of it that got flooded as well. So can the projects that we are doing, you know, help to address this type of flash flooding? And the answer is, you know, it really depends. But in this case, I think over the long term, it would require larger scale projects. You have to look at the whole watershed for the stream, large areas for retention or ponding, picking up stormwater runoff from impervious areas that just goes directly to the stream. You can do something about mitigating this. But again, it's a longer term plan and with some larger scale projects in the watershed. Next slide. This is another flash flood that just happened very recently with Tropical Storm Debbie. This just happened in August 2024. This is in Dallas Township. It's part of they're part of our wastewater service area. They're not part of our stormwater program, but they're right in the area. So this is an example of, this is Toby Creek. It's another tributary stream to the Susquehanna River. And this home was flooded. So can we solve this type of problem? And the answer is no. This home is located in the floodway of the stream. So the solution here, and there's a lot of this that in Pennsylvania where we have houses in floodways, because they're so old. They were built in these areas before ordinances existed, floodplain management ordinances existed. This would never be allowed today to build a home in a floodway, even if floodplain is discouraged, you know, heavily discouraged. This home, you know, really like FEMA would advocate acquisition demolition of this home, relocate these people. We're not going to solve this problem when somebody's located in a floodway from flood mitigation. Okay, so this is another example of localized flooding. It's not a flash flood. This is an issue, and this is very common. I've got to be across the entire state. This is an issue that is caused by inadequate, or in this case, lack of stormwater drainage infrastructure. There's no drainage here. So you have a low spot on the road, very hard to see. In the photo, there's about 4 feet of water at the lowest spot. This is a state road. This happened in September 2021. So in this area, this is Jenkins Township, that they are in our stormwater program. We got 6 inches of rain in 18 hours. And when you look at the precipitation data for that part of the state of Pennsylvania, that's about a 100-year storm. You know, so, and then you have to start asking yourself, did we really have a 100-year storm? Did I really see a 100-year storm in my lifetime? You know, that's supposed to happen once every 100 years, just a couple years ago. NOAA is in the process of updating precipitation data for the entire United States. They should have it published in the next 2 years. They're incorporating climate change. It's going to be a dynamic model, so it's going to not be a static model. Our data right now is about 20 years old. So the answer is probably that's going to change. That's probably going to be something less, like a 30 to 50-year storm, something less than 100-year is what I'm going to guess. We'll see. But can this type of a localized flooding issue where there's just lack of stormwater infrastructure to drain, can we address that? And the answer is we can definitely address this problem. And we actually looked at addressing it. We were trying to partner. There's a mobile home park on the right side, and on the left side, there's a commercial property. They have a basin. It's really old. We could retrofit it, get MS4 credit, put in some inlets. So use a little bit of gray infrastructure, green infrastructure, and make it work, get credit. It's a win-win, but unfortunately, you have to get easements with these people, and that's very challenging. Every project we're doing in this program, because we're regionalized, one, because there's stormwater projects out, is on property owned by other people. So we need to get easements and partnerships for every single project we do, and sometimes it just falls apart. So we're not going to give up on this one. We're going to look at a landowner on the other side of the road for the next permit cycle. We kind of ran out of time, but this is something we definitely can eliminate and address program. This is another example of localized flooding. This is a state road in Pittston Township. This is in our service area, stormwater service area. This happened in July 2019. So you could see how it's very deceiving. Localized flooding, very dangerous. Completely destroyed, cars and trucks, and didn't realize obviously how deep the water was there when they drove into it. So we were going to partner. We were going to partner with them. Our program started in January 2019. Or January 2020, I should say. But they had already got together, the municipality, they got a grant, they worked with their engineer, and they solved the problem with the basin and drainage piping. But we were going to try to partner with them on this one because this is a big state road. You go up that road, it takes you to Interstate 81, the Pennsylvania Turnpike. It's heavily used by commercial traffic, and it would flood very routinely when it rained. But that problem was solved. So just overall, what is the impact of the MS4 compliance and stormwater management in Pennsylvania? So the reason I wanted to just talk about this a little bit is because so many people were against this program and the regulations. Most people did not understand the MS4 regulations. A lot of engineers didn't understand the regulations who practiced in stormwater because MS4, the permits, we were phase 2 communities. We're small MS4s. So, we have one large one in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. We have a couple medium ones, and most of the state is small MS4. So we had a lot of resistance, of course, to the stormwater fee, but also even the regulation. They call it the rain tax up in northeastern Pennsylvania, which, we can't even tax. We're an authority. We have to assess the use. So a lot of misunderstanding on the regulations, but they're very important. I do think they do make a big difference. So just this year, we are part of the Chesapeake Bay watershed. We're in the upper watershed. The Chesapeake Bay received the best grade, and this is related to water quality in the Bay since 2002, a C+, not a great grade, but the best one. And that was from the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Sciences. And Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we are half of the Susquehanna River we are the half of the state is, in the Susquehanna River watershed. So we're a big part of that. And then Pennsylvania itself, we have over 86,000 miles of streams, and we have more streams than any other state in the United States other than Alaska. So obviously streams, it's a large natural resource for us. And I think it's important for us to protect that. And then according to DEP, their latest water quality report, 34% of our streams, like a third, are impaired. A lot of that impairment is from agricultural runoff, but some of it is from stormwater runoff development and abandoned mine drain type runoff. But we still have a ways to go there. And then lastly, every stream has a floodplain. Every stream should have a floodplain, whether it's on a FEMA map or not. And, flood impacts with climate change are predicted to increase everywhere, including the state of Pennsylvania. So I think this program is important, and we can do things about all of those bullets up on there, make a difference. Slide. And then lastly, lessons learned. This is related to developing a stormwater management plan. Just some of the things that we thought were to pass on to anybody who might be considering this, a regionalized plan. I just kind of mentioned is think ahead on acquiring easements where you want to do projects. Because every project that we've done, green infrastructure, gray infrastructure, has been on property that we do not own. And so it's seemed to be a little bit more difficult for us to get easements for stream restoration projects. We're dealing with a lot of residential property owners, stormwater basins, more public, commercial, seem to be a little bit easier for us. Public outreach and education is extremely important to building support. So we had a lot of resistance like we talked about, but Jeff and I would go out, and I feel like when we did a public meeting, we did a lot of council meetings and public meetings, and we talked about the projects and what we're going to do and kind of difference they're going to make. Most people walked out of there, I had a much better understanding, a lot more support for the program. So that does make a big difference. Grant opportunities, we've been very successful with getting grants, very successful. You have to just look for the programs, make applications, and promote your programs and work with your elected officials to help support you get those grant programs. But we got a number of grants. We were very, very successful in that regard. And then, continually evaluating projects. Jeff talked about that, just looking to be as cost effective as possible. It's it's a mission statement on our website for WVSA. We try to do everything because we are a local government as cost effectively as possible. We want to be responsible with this revenue that we take in with the user fee and be able to tell our customers we're doing everything as cost effectively as possible for them. Very important. And then when I was just talking about doing street sweeping and catch basin cleaning, the catch basin cleaning from getting a credit from DEP and sediment reduction is more cost effective than the street sweeping. Although there are a lot of positives about the street sweeping, for parades, for municipalities. We try to help out, different things like different public events. We'll try to, street sweep, but the catch basin cleaning is definitely more cost effective in that regard. Stream bank restoration projects. I think if what we knew now then, we probably wouldn't have done as many, but they're very impactful projects because they have such a direct impact on water quality in the stream. But, you cannot predict Mother Nature. And so all the work that we did, we have to make sure it's going to stay in place if you get a high water event on the stream or a big rain event, a localized rain event. So they're a little bit of a longer term sustainability as compared to a stormwater basin, which is, not going anywhere and you don't have to worry. Yeah. So, but that's, just something we kind of learned as we were going through this. And the last thing is, is just we try to support the member municipalities in our program as much as we can, being fair economically and, feasible with supporting them with stormwater infrastructure issues, whether they're green infrastructure or traditional infrastructure issues. And that just goes a long way to building that, keeping that, good rapport with the municipalities and the support of the program. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I think next is Lee. Or Adrian.
can't forward it.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. I lead the Strategic Management and Capital Solutions Division of HRG, which is a civil engineering company that's headquartered here in Harrisburg. And HRG has the fortune of serving as the #1 retained engineer for municipalities and municipal authorities throughout the Commonwealth. So we really have a good understanding of the needs and the challenges that local governments are facing throughout all corners of the state. And we're seeing that through a wide variety of infrastructure assets and also communities struggling to provide services out. And one of those infrastructure needs that really continues to grow revolves around stormwater management. In fact, this year, the American Society of Civil Engineers came out with its new report card, and it graded Pennsylvania stormwater infrastructure a D+. And this reflects them having significant concerns about the capacity of our infrastructure in handling increasing impacts of severe weather effects, while also dealing with the aging infrastructure crisis. The report highlighted that stormwater systems in the state are underfunded and require substantial investments to meet the growing demands and ensure resilience against extreme weather patterns. And, like many other parts of Pennsylvania's infrastructure, stormwater systems are outdated. They're in need of modernization. And in many cases, we're finding that municipalities, they just don't have sufficient tax revenue to meet the growing cost of stormwater maintenance. And so we see needed infrastructure investments be delayed year after year, while at the same time, those costs of repairs continue to increase due to inflation. So municipalities just don't have a way to catch up. In many instances, we see that original infrastructure in Pennsylvania communities, it was installed by developers, a lot of it back in the 70s and the 80s, and then dedicated over to the municipalities. During that time, most of it was corrugated metal pipe. The average design life is 35 years. Fast forwarded to today, and in a lot of these communities, the pipe is deteriorated, it's corroded, it's not functioning properly. Municipalities didn't have to pay for it the first time around. Now they need to make significant investments just to keep the infrastructure that they already have in place. Then along with increased development, higher intensity storms, we're seeing this increase to flooding and property damage. Municipalities have struggled to find the money to make those investments to date. Now on top of that, DEP and EPA have put more stormwater regulation on these municipalities. So those with MS4 permits, starting with this current permit round, municipalities now need to do those green infrastructure projects like Jeff and Samantha were just talking about. And the MS4 permits with this permit round, they also started requiring municipalities to have the funding and staffing in place to fully comply. So what we're seeing is a growing number of municipalities that are falling behind, a number being fined for noncompliance. And this all leads to the challenge relative to funding through municipal tax. Oftentimes municipal tax revenue, it's fully allocated in the municipal budget. Generally, it does not keep up with growing inflation. And so municipalities are forced each year to try to do more with less. And so, how do we start to overcome these challenges? Well, enabling legislation was passed in Pennsylvania in 2013, allowing municipalities the authority to hand over their stormwater program management activities to a municipal authority and have that authority charge a stormwater fee to fund that program. Now the Commonwealth has over 80 municipalities that are benefiting from stormwater fees, and there's over 150 municipalities that are in some level of stormwater fee implementation, or like WVSA, they're in some level of stormwater regional collaboration. So why all that recent interest in stormwater fees and coming together? Well, there's several financial and community benefits that come along with stormwater fees. The first is that stormwater costs, they no longer need to be funded out of that general fund budget. So operational budget items, they can be stricken out of the general fund. They can be moved over into a stormwater fund that has the fee revenue coming in to pay for that. So that includes items like public works employees doing management activities associated with the MS4 permit, costs associated with maintaining and cleaning the stormwater infrastructure, the street sweeping and the catch basin type of activities that Jeff was talking about. And then that allows those general tax proceeds to be redirected to other municipal needs, things like, police, parks, other general fund responsibilities. The next benefit is that stormwater utilities, they provide a dedicated revenue stream that can go directly towards stormwater capital improvement projects. So we can start working on overcoming some of the deferred maintenance, deferred improvements in a lot of these municipalities. We find that the stormwater fee revenue, it's a much more steady and predictable revenue stream. So it's not based upon upswings or downturns in the economy. And it can be used for more progressive capital improvement planning. And one of those reasons is that the stormwater fee can use to be self-liquidate debt. So when those stormwater projects are funded through tax revenue, we find that municipalities don't take out the money necessary to do more holistic stormwater projects. So it's going to count towards their debt limitations. But when we're funding it through a stormwater fee, we're self-liquidating that debt. And that means that more holistic stormwater projects can start to be done, ones that have more dramatic impacts on minimizing flooding and overcoming that deferred maintenance. So kind of similar to a wastewater authority, it allows more proactive and a clearer path for infrastructure investment and replacement. The stormwater fee also gives property owners a say in terms of how they support and how they pay for stormwater service. So when it's funded by a tax, they're charged based upon the assessed value of their property. And, that charge can't be altered if the property owner does work on their property to manage stormwater. With a fee, Jeff kind of mentioned this before, property owners are given a fee reduction in the form of a credit, which is usually a % reduction off the stormwater bill when that property owner collaborates. So they're incentivized to partner with the municipality in managing stormwater. And we see this to be a dramatic shift in the communities that implement a stormwater fee. And when it's paid for through taxes, all these requirements, they fall into the municipality, and property owners wind up doing just the minimum that they need in order to be able to construct on their property. With a stormwater fee, and Jeff kind of alluded to this, you start seeing people in the community that are coming forward and wanting to partner. So, Jeff and Samantha have had really good success with land developers saying, hey, we'd love to partner with you and start constructing some of your green infrastructure projects in order to help you meet your MS4 permit requirements. And we also see that a lot with nonprofit organizations wanting to partner, wanting to help with community education. So it really winds up becoming a dramatic shift in the community where everyone starts wanting to be part of solving stormwater challenges. When implemented regionally, like with WVSA, we see even greater administrative and financial benefits. So regional stormwater authorities, they allow for greater consolidation of resources and shared financial allocations, leading to minimized individual burdens on municipalities. So instead of trying to fund projects in each municipality, resources wind up getting allocated towards larger scale projects that cross municipal boundaries, leading to a greater return investment in fee dollars. Right here in Harrisburg is Dauphin County. In Dauphin County, we were able to implement a regional program similar to WVSA's. The municipalities that partnered, they saw a 90% cost reduction in the projects that they did to meet their MS4 permit obligations this cycle round. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. We see also with regional programs a decrease in redundancy and human capital allocations. Staff costs are the highest expense in municipal governments. Instead of each municipality, here in Dauphin County, hiring MS4 coordinators and public works employees focused on stormwater, the program that they implemented, it allows for those shared resources. So cost, again, can really come down per municipality. Jeff mentioned grant dollars, and we really are seeing that, subsidized funding, it's getting harder and harder to come by. And we're seeing funding agencies giving higher consideration to entities that have sustainable stormwater programs. Those that are doing what they can to streamline cost, and then also implementing the stormwater fee, which is that revenue stream that ensures to the funding agency that money is more likely going to be available for those items to be then maintained over their life. Also, a lot of the funding programs being awarded, especially ones like through the Commonwealth Financing Authority, those are political in nature. And we're seeing that legislators are more likely to get behind projects that are helping to support a larger constituent base. So entities that are regional can generally get more favorable consideration for grants. And we've definitely seen that with the work done by WVSA. Also, non-regressive user fee, it creates, greater equity in user fee generation and collection. Largest funding source for municipalities, of course, it's property taxes, and those are based on assessments that are not updated that frequently. Sometimes it's decades, and so it becomes a stagnant revenue source. And so when property taxes are then raised, we also see that it creates a greater impact on those low-income taxpayers, as a larger portion of their income winds up getting dedicated towards property tax payments. Fees, they can be structured in tiers. I think you saw WVSAs where, it's tiered based upon size of impervious area. So it winds up being a much more equitable way to fund projects. And, what we see is, in general, stormwater fees, they more fairly apportion the cost of stormwater based upon the burden that each property puts on the system. So that's because the rates are based on the property's impervious area, which correlates either to the quality of stormwater leaving the property or the quantity of stormwater leaving the property. Another way in which stormwater fees are more equitable is than a property tax is it enables local government to collect fees from tax exempt users. Lots of times, those property owners are making major contributions to the stormwater system. Think of a hospital, for instance. A lot of building space, a lot of impervious ground cover. They're not paying for stormwater since they're tax exempt. So with a fee, we find that for-profit businesses and residents no longer need to shoulder the cost burden for stormwater management on their own. And those two reasons result in a significant cost savings for residential users when stormwater is funded through a stormwater fee. We've done a survey of 50 municipalities in Pennsylvania where we've helped implement stormwater fees, and we find that the average residential property owner saves between 50 to 70% when stormwater is funded through a fee as opposed to taxes. So what's up here now is a slide that compares stormwater cost in a Pennsylvania community. This is one of the communities that we worked in to implement a stormwater fee. In this community, the average residential property owner has an assessed value of $218,000. If the increase in stormwater costs coming out of the new regulation, if that was going to be funded through taxes, $162 would be collected from the average residential property through taxes. However, in funding through a fee, the average residential property owner is only charged $66 per year. Their cost comes down because all of the property owners in the community are paying. A large commercial property on the slide is charged $28,800 in taxes and $26,600 as a fee. And the hospital is charged $0 in taxes, but $1,600 if paying through a fee. However, then when you go in and you start applying credits, if they choose to partner with a municipality, the cost to the commercial property owner, it further decreases to about $16,000. For the hospital, it decreases to $1,000. So all of that just helps promote collaboration. And we have clients like WVSA that are offering, some really great opportunities for nonprofits to come in and be collaborating along with the authority. So hopefully this has helped provide some, greater clarity on the benefits of stormwater fees from a financial perspective and from a community perspective. And I'm going to turn things over to Lee to talk about some of the legal aspects.
Great. Thank you, Adrian. I'm Lee Stinnett. I'm an attorney with Salzman Hughes. I'm out of our Camp Hill office, but fortunately, I have the good pleasure of traveling all across the Commonwealth, helping communities set up stormwater programs. I think I've helped some folks in your district from all the way out in Bradford City, for instance. But you know, one of the things that I think we've learned today is that the stormwater program is big. It's a big problem. It's a costly problem. I think the other thing we've learned is that Penvest, the local government agencies are doing their part to lower that cost, but they can't eliminate it. We have a mandate we have to meet in terms of the MS4 permit, and we need money to do that. So what we've learned also is that the most equitable, the most fair means of doing that is through a stormwater fee. It's more equitable for everyone. There are more opportunities for collaboration. The problem is that we've recently, in January 2023, we hit a bit of a roadblock, and I'm going to talk a lot about the Westchester decision today. That's a case involving Westchester University and Westchester Borough. I'm going to talk about, I respect very much the Commonwealth Court. I think we have a difference of opinion. They are some of the best jurists we have in the state. I think that there were some issues because at the end of the day, those jurists are required to look at the record that they have before them. I think that there were some factual issues in that record. And I think they're also left with the arguments that are put forth by the attorneys in the matter. And I think that there were some potentially better arguments that could be made. I also know that we stand between you all and lunch. So I'm going to do my best to get through this as quickly as I can. So Jeff, I apologize in advance. That index finger is going to be working. We can skip right through this. All right, so you know, while we're here, it's costly. We have higher environmental costs for compliance. We also have an issue where not all municipal codes have been amended to expressly authorize fees. We do, however, have an express authorization under the Authorities Act, Second Class Township Code, for some municipal entities to charge fees. The other issue is that we have a lot of folks that argue that a stormwater fee is actually a tax, and we'll talk about why we don't really agree with that. And it all culminated in the Westchester case versus Pashy. And so we'll start out by talking about the decision in the Commonwealth Court case. So the decision came out in January 2023. It's currently on appeal and has been argued in the Supreme Court. And between us girls, I think that the argument went very, very well for us. So I think that we had some very, very, very good and knowledgeable Supreme Court justices, some that have particular expertise, meaning Judge Brobson, in this particular area of the law, because he has handled sewer rate disputes throughout his career as a lawyer and also on the bench in the Commonwealth Court. And he's just very knowledgeable about that area of the law. So when we looked at the underlying case, the borough essentially brought a challenge against the university saying, look, at the end of the day, this is a fee. You need to pay it. The university obviously disagreed. So we got to the Commonwealth Court and their decision in January 2023. The court really focused on some of the language in the borough ordinance, which they kind of had to put in because of some statutory limitations, but they focused on the health, safety, and general welfare powers of a borough. The problem with that is that those are the hallmark words that differentiate a charge versus a tax. Taxes are for general revenue raising purposes, whereas a fee is typically for offsetting regulatory costs or services that you provide. So they really looked at the generalized benefits they believed that the property owner received. And in light of that, although it's a weighing test, you can weigh various factors, the court really relied heavily on that. The biggest problem that I have with the Commonwealth Court's decision is their express and singular reliance on the DeKalb case from Georgia in 2013. That case has not been cited favorably since 2013 until the Commonwealth Court's decision. So I'm watching the argument. I'm not feeling great about how it's going. So I'm immediately texting some of my friends, some of which are here in the audience, and saying, you know, I think we might want to start preparing an amicus brief for the Supreme Court so we can put forth some of the arguments that might not have been adequately covered in the argument or in the briefing that are particularly applicable to your members. So we worked with the Municipal League, the Municipal Authorities Association, the Association of Township Commissioners, the Association of Township Supervisors, and the Boroughs Association. And through that, we then were tasked by several of my clients, but also members of those entities, Capital Region Water, WVSA, thank you, the Borough of Chambersburg, East Hanover Township Municipal Authority, just up in Grantville, City of Philadelphia, City of Lancaster, City of Lock Haven, City of Franklin, Susquehanna Township, Mount Lebanon, Ferguson, State College, Evansburg. Some of those communities don't have fees, but as you notice, they're spread throughout the Commonwealth, and I think that that demonstrates the importance to municipalities that this decision be overturned in a way that's favorable to the program and to the state and to the communities. So we really wanted to focus on some of the federal case law that's been decided in the 10 years since the DeKalb case. And one is that at the end of the day, stormwater, especially in the Chesapeake Bay, is a significant and growing source of nitrogen and phosphorus that we have to remove. So how do we remove that? Well, we have federal, state, and local governments working together through various statutes to implement the MS4 program. Through that, it trickles down, sorry, it's a bad pun, but it trickles from the EPA to DEP, my friend Jeff. That's when Adrian and I come in and try to help him create a program that we can pay for it. So you can go to the next slide, please. We start with the Clean Water Act. That's the federal statute. We'd move to the Clean Streams Law. But one of the other things that we highlighted in the amicus brief, which has picked up a bit of steam after the fracking situation, is the Environmental Rights Amendment. And what that means is that every resident of Pennsylvania has a right to clean water, clean air, views, all of these things. People had kind of forgotten about that. But our argument was, look, at the end of the day, the Commonwealth has to provide for those things. If they aren't paying for their contribution to cleaning up the water, then they aren't satisfying their obligation under the Environmental Rights Act section of the Pennsylvania Constitution. Now, as I mentioned, it's an unfunded mandate. We are also, as Adrian mentioned, required to maintain adequate funding and staffing. We can get the grants, we can regionalize to reduce those costs, but we can't eliminate them. If we don't do that, we don't meet our permit, we're stuck with fines from DEP, an agency of the state that's not, unfortunately, paying us to help us meet those permit requirements. So a lot of that was not really focused on in the argument and in the briefing in the Westchester case. So I think that a couple of the weaknesses and differences of opinion we might have, that's why we have lawyers after all, I don't think that there was adequate focus on the fact that the purpose of stormwater is that we're offsetting the comprehensive regulatory scheme that's established in the Clean Water Act down through the state. That's the whole purpose. Federal courts have universally said that is a perfectly legitimate purpose for fees. That is what a fee is. We're offsetting the regulatory requirements. The biggest issue I have is that the court did not even mention the Norfolk Southern case, which was a relatively recent 2017 case out of Virginia in the federal courts that they had cited in a previous decision extensively. And if you look at that case and you look at the checklist I provide that largely comes from that case later in this presentation, each of those elements is met by the stormwater programs that Adrian and I are working on communities to establish. We meticulously go through them to make sure that we're establishing a legally defensible fee based on the federal case law. The other issue is that it doesn't touch on any of the various cases that have come up through the federal courts universally determining that stormwater fees are fees and not taxes. And again, curiously, it relies on the Georgia federal case, the DeKalb case I mentioned, that was not extended by Norfolk Southern in Virginia, but also in that very case, the court in the third to last line of the opinion says, had this action been brought 3 months later, it wouldn't have been valid because the Clean Water Act says they have to pay the fee anyway. So we'll touch briefly. Actually, let's just skip to the checklist. So from all of the federal case law, especially the Norfolk Southern case, we took each of the elements and we've set out our legal fee checklist. I have to give credit to one of the folks at PSATS who gave it that name, and I've run with it. So the first question is the purpose of the charge regulatory or revenue raising? Here we're offsetting our regulatory burden under the state issued MS4 permit. The next, I apologize to any of the lawyers in the room, but we can use words that might be correct legally but don't make sense practically. The charge is voluntary. That's not a very good practical word. What that really means is there a mechanism in place whereby your bill can be reduced through your own action. With water, you don't turn the spigot on as much. With sewer, similarly, you don't turn the spigot on as much. With stormwater, we said, okay, how are we going to get there? Credits. So I believe credits are mandatory in any legal stormwater program. Can they reduce the amount of impervious, which is the general way you measure the burden that you're putting on the system? Can they improve their basins to reduce the rate and volume of runoff? All of those things warrant a reduction in their bill, and that's how we satisfy that factor. The next is whether it's a charge is in return for service. This is one I think was kind of misunderstood because of the factual record in the Westchester case, but generally speaking, folks are paying for the water leaving their property, entering the streets, entering an inlet, entering a pipe, and getting to a basin for treatment or getting to the receiving stream. So they're receiving that charge for service. The next, similarly, is a direct benefit conferred. Again, we're dealing with water leaving someone's property, treating it to meet the regulatory requirements, or doing other things such that they have capacity in the system to get their water where they want it to go. Otherwise, it backs up, floods their property, and then they're coming and complaining to the municipalities that they're no longer paying a fee to. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. The next is whether the charge is part of a comprehensive regulatory scheme. That's been the factor that the federal courts have relied on almost universally at this point because it is a very comprehensive regulatory scheme. Finally, or next to final, are the funds used and stored properly? I tell my municipal clients, look, enterprise funds, they go in the enterprise fund, they sit in the enterprise fund, they're used for the enterprise fund purpose. Sewer goes into sewer, we use it on our wastewater treatment plant. Water goes to water, we use it on our water treatment facilities. Stormwater goes to stormwater, we use it on our stormwater program. It's quite honestly pretty simple. Next, the charge is reasonable and uniform. Uniform's easy, are all like ratepayers charged in the same manner. So the example I like to give, a municipality is not really any different than other institutional properties. If you're charging an institutional property that's providing a public benefit, you need to charge yourself municipality in the same manner that you charge that entity. Reasonableness is a little more difficult, and this is one of the issues that the Commonwealth Court had. Reasonableness has been defined under 50 plus years of case law to mean, is the charge rationally related to the level of service the property receives? Unfortunately, the Commonwealth Court did not like impervious surface as the basis of the fee calculation. I think engineers generally disagree with that, and I rely on engineers when it comes to engineering. I went to law school for a reason. But at the end of the day, the other federal courts have said not only is impervious surface a proxy for the level of service a property receives, it's the best proxy. So to find that the fee was unreasonable and thus a tax because impervious surface was the basis was disappointing. So that's one of the areas we heavily focused on in the amicus brief to try and bring the Supreme Court back around in a way that's favorable so we can continue working with Penvest to complete great projects that they actually have a revenue stream to pay for, because that's important to Penvest. I think I left a few minutes, but we'll also be here at lunch, I think. So,
All right. Well, Samantha, Jeff, Adrian, and Lee, appreciate it. And Lee, I appreciate you abbreviating your comments. Are there any questions? If there are, please come up to the microphone real quick.
You had spoken earlier about reducing pollution runoff as part of stormwater runoff reduction, and I was wondering a couple of things. You talked about removal of sediment, so I was curious what the sediment is comprised of, if it's topsoil or something.
So DEP, there are calculations, standardized numbers that we use for impervious area, have stormwater runoff, it's a loading rate, how much sediment creates when you have water runoff from those types of surfaces. But like in terms of, so we calculate like a base load, then we have to figure out we have 10% of that. So when we do street sweeping, there's a very defined definition of sediment that we had to work out with DEP. We have to dry what we collect, and then we have to sieve it, and there's a certain size particle that goes to the sieve, and that's considered sediment. That's what we get a credit for. Clean catch basins, everything that comes out of the catch basin after it's dried, that's considered sediment. That we worked out with DEP. So when we're talking about green infrastructure, there are design requirements for green, and has a design requirements for how you design best management practices, or maybe they're going to be called stormwater control measures. Design a stormwater basin, set up a certain size drainage area, how much is pervious, impervious, how the basin's designed, the volume, if it has certain features to it, how long water. That's how you get a credit for the removal of the sediment. It's not like a particle size or define it. That's how they define it. Rain garden, it's the same criteria. As the drainage area, how much of it's pervious or impervious. A lot more pollutant runoff from water from the pervious area. It makes sense. Roadways where there's cars and motor vehicles, parking lots. So that's how it's basically defined. It's really by DEP.
Yeah, thank you. I was just curious if it was topsoil loss that was ending up in the street, or I often see potato chip bags more than anything else in terms of what gets picked up by street sweeping.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah. So part of my other question, you mentioned the rain gardens. Those have gotten very popular in my area. And a question that I've been getting, and I don't know how to answer, is the people are bringing in topsoil often on top of a bare lot, effectively. So it was just gravel, or it's something that was torn down. They bury the old construction materials in the foundation or basement of the old house. People are trying to put something on top of that to help catch runoff. But the topsoil is very poor quality soil. So people are asking me if it's okay to add compost or some kind of worm tea or something to that. But is that going to be considered a pollutant that would be washed into stormwater if there is indeed runoff in the course of constructing the rain garden?
Yeah, so it should be clean fill. There's definitions of clean fill.
Mhm.
Again, DEP has definitions of that. But you can get, runoff. You can get, depending what's in that, that can get into, we'll get into the water.
Mhm.
I mean, if it's vegetated, you'll get some runoff. They're growing grass on. Get less runoff from it, from pervious area, but it all comes down to what exactly is in that fill that definition.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I know we got about 6 inches of clean fill topsoil trucked in and put in a 12,000 square foot area that we have put clover on top of. It's a combination of clover and grass,
okay.
but it's just a little, I'm going to say, patchy. So people are wondering if they can enrich the soil with anything, or if that's going to be more harm than benefit.
I mean, we're trying to remove phosphorus.
Mhm.
That's for,
Okay.
so it's like a catch-22. We've had some rain gardens where we've had to add fertilizer to get them to at least germinate.
Right.
Get the plants to grow and get it to vegetating splicing. So it's like a catch-22. But like, are they using ryegrass seed mix? So like for ENS, ryegrass seed grows really quick, stabilizes really quick, and then you can take it over with something else later.
We planted clover, but grass showed up.
Okay. Yeah.
So my last question is, I'm in Allegheny County, and we have some areas where we have between 50 and 90% vacancy in residential areas just due to mass abandonment of homes, some of which have been abandoned since the 80s. And one question that I'm getting a lot is, the roofs on these homes have gone in many cases. And so they're just open to the elements. The doors are gone, the windows are gone. So inside is basically the same as outside. A question that I have gotten is, when there is stormwater runoff, because effectively the rain is coming through this home and into the soil and then into the streets, and it is very heavily impervious surface in these post-industrial areas. Has anybody done any studies on the impact, what the pollutants are that blighted properties cause in stormwater runoff?
We have not. I mean, we sample some water runoff, but we haven't done anything. We're sampling, really looking at like illicit discharges. And we did a lot of sampling with our street sweeping program to make sure we were able to defend that with the credit, but not.
Okay. Yeah, I get a lot of questions of, is there asbestos in our stormwater runoff? And the answer is probably, I would assume.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And
Yeah.
lead. Yeah, ever popular lead. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your question.
It's easier for me to get up to this mic. You talked about the baseline flyover that you did for impervious services. Do you update that? Is there a permitting process or something that you do like every so often, or is it continuous? You know, as things change, you know, people may add driveways or something, you know, all those kind of things. So tell me about the ongoing maintenance of that impervious so you can know how much fee for each individual.
A couple of things. Did the original plate, that was a very extensive breakdown. I've got one on for engineering purposes. What we did from there is like building permit are found actually last year for their flight. Fresh photography. Aired it, the original flight. What has been added? Say a parking lot or full. They had a open field area. They put down building up a building. Or, you know, added a shed, or they took stuff down. A lot of times we will get calls down. Hey, listen, house got knocked down or shed down. We'll get those. Are we buying and update our IA? Especially on, so there's a new house in our service area, we get notice water. Work with the water company. They tell us, okay, well, the house is. So you have a couple ways. The flight is the best way to go. Really pops out. I don't know if you can buy four. Be smaller. Problem with the phone, battery life, half hour. Actually, the light itself,
And I know there are municipalities that are using for their GIS and such, are actually some of their taxing authority. They're doing the updates as they appear on Google Maps or something like that. So I do have a question on the voluntary nature of the fee. If someone was to have an ENS pond and they knew exactly how much, or they had a defined base to it, and they were removing things similar to what you're doing with the catch basins, could that be used as a credit?
So I will start with the legal response and say, yes, that's usually, it's probably, a credit for that is probably in 90% of our credit policies.
they would get a, sorry, If they apply, in that case, if they applied for a credit, they would get a credit off their bill. So to reduce their bill just for the portion of, usually it would be the portion of the project. Because we wouldn't have to build a project for that land that they're servicing with the already built BMP. So they get, depending on what that is, you know, in some cases it could be probably between 15 and 30%, they would get a discount.
And would that apply also like for agriculture, for farm ponds, that sort of thing?
If it was a legitimate BMP, yes.
And some communities have specific credits for nutrient management plans
Right.
and other agricultural type programs that exist. If they have that permit, they've complied with it, there are often credits available.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? If not, lunch should be here. Oh, go ahead.
Is measuring high water events within the scope of your project? Okay.
Track that type of stuff. We practice talking about.
I mean, you had a lot of pictures of high water events. Is there anything beyond taking a picture of a high water event?
So if it's on, for sometimes. At that. Oh, sorry, yeah, sure. Sometimes on the rivers, there's gauges that are monitored by USGS, and then some of the streams, the big ones have gauges too. And some of the municipalities have gauges on the streams for their own benefit for flood protection. So there's data available if we need it. But like that localized flooding I was showing, like where it's just lack of interior drainage, like the roadway flooding. I mean, we had some survey done on that one area. We had that done with one of the municipal engineers, but now we're not tracking it. That's what you're asking, like the high water elevation, like
yeah.
how much it flooded, the depth.
Mm. Yeah, that flash flooding is hard to measure or
Yeah.
capture.
Right.
And it gets tough to get beyond that anecdotal evidence
Right.
to get to that.
Yeah, the best thing is the damage of the properties that you can, that's quantifiable afterwards of flash flooding, if there's property or structure damage. Flash flood.
Okay, with that, I think we're going to adjourn, for lack of a better term, until after lunch. Thank you, everyone.
Can you guys hear me? I don't seem to, I can't seem to hear anybody.
Senator, that was all Chris Gazy's fault.
Good afternoon. We okay
Well-
now?
Yep, we're good. You're welcome to take it away. Sorry about that.
Not a problem. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tim Carney. I'm a state senator representing the 26th district in Delaware County. And I'm coming to you from my office. My apologies for not being there in person. Sometimes my schedule gets away from me. That's the best to say. I wanted to just talk real quick about some of the things that I love so much about the Local Government Commission and the work that it does. And in my opinion, it's the most bipartisan, apolitical entity in Harrisburg. And I think all the members of the commission, I think, understand that and work hard to make it so. We're poised to, I think we're got at least 10 or 11 local government commission bills are going to get it through the legislature. Am I correct on that number?
If we're lucky, 2 more. So we're getting there.
So I think it's a great testament to the work that you guys are doing and have done. And we are, as I said, I'm really pleased to be, to be part of the commission and to be the minority chair on the Senate committee. My background, I was a small town mayor, small borough mayor. I really do understand both sides of what the committee does and what the commission does, and I think that's I think it's the most important work that we do. So again, I'm pleased to be part of it. So welcome back for the afternoon session. Our first panel comes from the Pennsylvania Manufactured Housing Association, and they're going to discuss how manufactured housing can be a solution to housing affordability and supply issues that face the Commonwealth. And I do, in some ways, everything points back at housing, almost all our issues. So I'm really glad we're trying to tackle this today. So joining us today are Mary Geiske, the Vice President of the Manufactured Housing Association, and Charlie Schmel, a Senior Planner at the Urban Research and Development Corporation. Thank you both for being with us today.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mary Geiske. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Pennsylvania Manufactured Housing Association, and I do wish to thank the Commission for this opportunity for us to show how manufactured housing can be a viable solution to Pennsylvania's housing supply. Manufactured housing is an integral part of Pennsylvania's manufacturing sector and an industry that's been providing quality housing at an affordable price to Pennsylvanians since the 1940s. At a time when housing supply and housing affordability is at a critical point, we feel it's important that opportunities are fully explored. in this realm. Just to give you a little bit of background on PMHA, we're a nonprofit trade association. We were founded in 1949, so we're celebrating 75 years. We represent the factory built housing industry. Whenever I say factory built, I'm talking manufactured as well as modular. Both of them play an important part here in the Commonwealth. We have over 650 members, and our members are comprised of anyone who's involved in the factory built housing industry. So we have the manufacturers who build the homes, the retailers who sell them, land lease communities that provide a home, like the land for the homes, but the people own the homes. We have installers, suppliers, professional and service related type businesses, all that are intricately involved in our industry. So manufactured housing is the largest source of unsubsidized affordable housing stock. And I say that because many of the programs that are out there for housing, we don't qualify for. Manufactured housing is typically provides housing to low to moderate income wage earners. And according to Fannie Mae, over a quarter of our homeowners earn less than $20,000 and 2/3 earn less than $50,000 yearly. The median household income is half of those who choose site-built housing. And we provide homes nationwide to over 22 million Americans. Wrong way. Okay, the industry here in the Commonwealth, it has deep roots in the Commonwealth. We inject over $1.5 billion into the economy. We employ over 16,000 people. We have 33 factory-built housing plants in the Commonwealth. 11 of them build manufactured homes. Of those 11 that build manufactured homes, they also build modular right on the same line. 70% of that production is shipped outside of Pennsylvania. 60% of the homes sold here in the Commonwealth are placed on private property. 40% go into land lease communities. According to a recent study by the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia, we have just over 2,200 land lease communities here in the Commonwealth, and they are spread out not only rural. A lot of people look at land lease communities as being rural, but they're spread out between rural into low density urban. 169,000 occupied homes, and we represent approximately 50% of those are in land lease communities. So just to give you some perspective about what we're talking about when we're talking about factory built type homes, I thought I would give some pictures, because many times most of our challenges are because people have biased, preconceived perceptions about what factory built housing is. So first off, manufactured housing. This is factory built is obviously off-site construction, and these are built to the federal HUD code. It's the only national building code there. So they are built, that went into effect in June of 1976. So there's a deep history of this code in existence out there and in operation. All the plants in Pennsylvania are Energy Star approved, and most of them build the Energy Star. We are now, many of our plants are experimenting with the zero energy ready homes as well. We have standard features. I would say that the homes are built with the same products and materials as site-built homes are. I know that whenever we've talked mobile homes, I heard the word go across this morning's presentations. Mobile homes were a little bit different, but since the HUD code home has been introduced, they're built with the same products, the same materials that you can go to Lowe's and Home Depot or any lumber yard and get those materials. In fact, during COVID, when materials and products were scarce, we were sending people all over the place looking for parts to finish homes in the factory. They're installed to manufacturer's specifications. They can go on crawl spaces, perimeter wall. When you talk land lease, a lot of times they're on a crawl space or they're on a pier system. Those, the methods used to tie these homes to the ground is to ensure that these homes have a long history of occupancy for their occupants. And they can go on a perimeter wall, the crawl space, they go on basements. That's something we do. They can have any site enhancements done to them as well, garages or whatever. If they're going on private property, typical mortgages are used for the financing of them. If they're going into a land lease community, there's chattel financing that's used there. So it's typically, some people are confused by that terminology. It's like an installment type loan process. They're appraised to MH comps, unfortunately. They don't get treated the same in the appraisal world as any other type of a home out there. But they can, as I said earlier, lease land or private property, and there's limited zoning opportunities we have found. This is a cross mods. This is a terminology that our national association came up with when Fannie and Freddie came to the industry and said, we'd like to do something a little more in depth within the industry, within the manufactured housing space on financing. They only wanted to go on private property. They didn't want to go in lease lands. To us in Pennsylvania that has a strong modular presence with the modular industrialized homes, this is a bit confusing for people. So this is a terminology that's used for a special financing program through Fannie and Freddie. They are HUD homes. They're built to the federal HUD code. They're not any more, built better or worse or anything like that. They come out with the HUD label. The thing is, they have to have site enhancements that are a little more typical to a site-built home, talking about like a 412, 512 roof pitch. They are also looking for garages, basements. It can be carports and walkways, like breezeways in between the garage and the home. So they have site-built features and characteristics. In the Freddie Mac, it's Choice Home, and Fannie Mae, it's the MH Advantage program. They're appraised to cross mods, and they can also, the appraisers have been trained on, because Fannie and Freddie put out training programs to appraisers to also use site-built comps, which helps them. They must be placed on private property, on land owned by the homeowner. Unfortunately, they're also experiencing limited zoning opportunities because of the fact that they still have that HUD label, the red HUD label on them. So another new introduction, and Charlie's going to talk about this a little bit more, but into the manufactured housing space is multi-units. On September 11th of this year, HUD announced that the federal HUD code changes were made to allow our factories to now build duplexes, triplexes, and quadplex homes. They, a couple years ago, there were changes made that they could do what were called multi-units. They didn't call them the duplexes, but what that is taking a multi-section home and putting one housing unit on the one side and another housing unit on the other side with the firewall between them. So that has been allowed for quite a few years, but this now expands the opportunity on taking the general floor plan and expanding it with more housing units within that space. These are also built to Energy Star. They have standard features and characteristics of manufactured housing because they're typically one story. The roof pitches are not going to be as high. And another thing on roof pitches, just to let you know and keep in mind, all these homes are transported to site. So we have to stay within transportation limitations of our box sizes and our heights, our widths, and our lengths. So now these can be installed on crawl spaces, perimeter walls, the chattel financing, depending on where they're going. A lot of our communities are looking at these because they're thinking they can provide more housing in a smaller space because they're all contained in the same space that they have a single family dwelling there now. And it's a way to get more housing into the marketplace. They're appraised to MH comps at this time. They can go land lease, private property. And again, we're envisioning, because the MPC, this is new product out there, is not going to be able to recognize these. There's going to be some, we'll have to talk about that on how, if local governments are willing to step outside their usual boxes. Industrialized modular homes. So we call them modulars in the marketplace. If you go to the law, there's not a modular law out there. It's called the Industrialized Housing Act. And our regulator, they correct us all the time. So over at DCD, but we call them industrialized modular. Again, it's off-site construction. We have a very large footprint in the Northeast on modular. You don't find it in any other parts of the country. And they tell me, though I was not around, I've been around a while, but I was not all around when this became a big thing. They say it was out of frustration of being able to be creative within the HUD footprint of the standards. So it is regulated under the Industrialized Housing Act, but the code that they're built to is the International Residential Code, the same code that site-built homes are built to within the Commonwealth. Energy Star, they're all Energy Star approved. Modulars typically go on a perimeter foundation. They go to the site on a undercarrier or a trailer, if you will, and then they're taken off of that, and that drives away and leaves the home. So that's usually your biggest way to know the difference between a manufactured home and a modular, other than the label that's on it. But I will say that there are, unfortunately, with the Southeast and the Midwest experimenting in the modular construction world, we have on-frame modulars out there as well. They were not as big here in the Northeast. They're appraised to the same as manufactured homes, modular and site-built comps. They have to be placed on their own land. They cannot go on private land. And one of the reasons for that is a manufactured home has a title, so ownership can be denoted on lease land through that title, whereas modulars do not. And there are, we find moderate zoning opportunities available to them out there. So one area that we do not, they don't fall under us, but I put this slide in here is tiny home, because we get asked about this all the time. I probably get 2 or 3 calls a week at the office where they want to know more about tiny homes and how are they regulated and how can they get one and all of that. Tiny homes they can be off-site construction. They can be built on a trailer or a chassis, the same as a manufactured home. And it can be integral to that unit. Or they can be built on your driveway because you're going to get hit in the mail and you're going to build it on your driveway. Or you have people who are building them and bringing them on site, same as the modular side on an undercarrier. Most times when people are talking, because I always have to dig deep and say, what are you, so give me your ideas. Is HGTV stuff? Are you, what are you thinking here? Most times people look at what's called a park model RV, which is an RV that's now been built that you can put in campgrounds on a permanent type basis, the same as a manufactured home. So they talk about them as being tiny homes. So many times some of these are built to an RV code because there's no code in existence, at least in Pennsylvania. I will say in the International Residential Code, there is Appendix Q that would regulate the building of a tiny home as, maybe let's go to HGTV again, but Pennsylvania does not adopt the appendixes of the IRC. So at this moment in time, we do not have a building code for that. They have standard RV features and characteristics, personal loans, or maybe chattel. Typically, they're found in RV campgrounds, private property. There has been some tiny home, like developments, if you will, popping up And a lot of those they're using for temporary housing, like Airbnb type concepts. And of course, there's limited zoning opportunities because it is a new product, not properly identified within the MPC. So, estimated cost. So we go in the building world, they like to talk square footage. So $85 a square foot is manufactured home. Keep in mind, these costs are exclusive of land. Because again, we have a concept that we can do lease land or we can do private property. Modular costs are 168, pretty much, you know, in tune with site build. A lot of people say, well, some people, I thought modulars could be done less than site build. A lot of the savings on the modular versus the site build is the fact that you're saving it in time of construction. And the fact that you're getting, you know, a closed wall constructed box, if you will, and that's where your cost savings are. You have to keep in mind too that the crane is typically required for a modular as well. So that adds to that cost there and the transportation. So we're looking at right now, and I tell you, our costs have gone through the roof as in any building construction since, you know, COVID impacted everything out there. But, you know, what we used to be able to sell a single section home for like $50,000-$60,000, you know, is 4 or 5 years ago, we're looking at close to $100,000 and $125,000 because of the cost of materials and all. So the factory build industry has felt that pinch as well. So the advantages of manufactured modular housing, it's more affordable and predictable costs, shorter construction times, like I said, the reduced development costs, depending on, you know, if you're going to put land lease or you're going to put it into private land. The other thing to keep in mind is one thing that's an advantage is while you're getting the land or the site ready, then the home could be being built at the same time. So that's being done offsite, and then you just bring it there. So faster move-in times, not as fast as it used to be. I've been, and we hear that complaint coming from people who have bought homes, or their parents bought a home and now they want to buy a home. And they said, boy, this only took a couple weeks or a couple months, you know, or I'm sorry, a couple weeks. And now we're talking a couple months and maybe even 6 or 8 months. A lot of that is because we fall under the same regulations as any other type of home going in. We have to get permits. We get a building permit for every single home. Every single home is inspected by the local inspectors as well as inspected in the factory. So we still have faster move-in times, but not as fast as it used to be. Also, we don't have the weather delays on the home itself. Developing the site is one thing, but the home itself, we don't have that because we're in a controlled environment for the building of the homes. And it is still generally less expensive than site-built home, and the national average is saying we're about, you know, half the cost. So why is manufactured housing only 4.3% of Pennsylvania's occupied housing stock? Well, it's because Pennsylvania allows housing product choice to be controlled at the local government with the local municipalities and not by today's home buyers. So, you know, this is something that we continue. It's our greatest challenge out there on moving the needle ahead for our industry is the fact that we do have challenges when it comes to zoning. And this could be the zoning of the land lease communities or the zoning of our single lot placement. So what I'm going to do at this time is I'm going to turn it over to Charlie to go into more detail on how local governments can provide their people and with more housing choices.
Okay. People have to move. Well, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Again, my name is Charlie Schmidt. I'm with a firm called Urban Research and Development Corporation based in Bethlehem. I have some paper copies of the presentation that I've provided to the commission staff, if anybody wants a paper copy. Can we make this a little larger? Who's controlling this? Okay, he's doing that. I'm the zoning guy. I eat, breathe, and sleep zoning. I actually find it fascinating, if you can believe that or not. I read zoning ordinances for fun before I go to bed at night. Okay, I'm going to be talking about ways that we can use manufactured housing to expand the housing supply and affordability. The municipality's planning code, the MPC, uses the term mobile homes. The industry uses the term manufactured home. For zoning purposes, they mean the same thing. You were able to make the screen a little larger? Okay. Okay, that might be the biggest we can make it. I don't know. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. I'm having a little trouble moving it forward. I know the previous people had trouble with it. Okay, there it is. Okay, got it. So it is kind of surprising that we still have a problem with discrimination against manufactured housing, because the Pennsylvania Supreme Court dealt with the issue in 1986. And the problem is a lot of people don't even know about this decision at the local level, and it's not often enforced, unfortunately. But what you had in 1986 was the state Supreme Court said that it is unlawful, arbitrary, and unreasonably discriminatory to discriminate against manufactured housing versus site-built housing. That it was an unlawful distinction, and that communities need to allow manufactured homes anywhere they allow site-built homes. Unfortunately, that's not the case in much of Pennsylvania. There's a lot of communities that still discriminate on where you can build manufactured homes. Other states often have laws that put this in statutory language. New York State, for instance, has it. It certainly would be helpful to get this into the municipality's planning code so that everybody knows that this is a law, so they don't have to do a case law research to understand what the issue is. There's a lot of neighborhood opposition to pretty much any housing that's being built today. It's a real problem. It's causing a lot of delays, a lot of added expenses, a lot fewer housing choices. And part of the problem is that the municipal governments are mainly controlled by long-term residents who own their own house and have owned it for years. And the people who want to move into the community aren't being heard. They're not listened to. They're not current voters. So often there's comments, oh, the schools are going to be crowded. In practicality, in much of Pennsylvania, the schools are not crowded. And manufactured homes generate less school kids on average than site-built homes do. So what can we do to try to persuade some of the municipal officials to try to address this issue? We like to point out to people that a lot of the people making the decisions wouldn't be able to afford to buy their house today if they had to. They bought it 30 years ago, the local officials. They couldn't afford it today. Their children can't afford to live in the community. Their children are stuck in their basement because they can't afford to move out. People are commuting long distances. You have this phrase where you have to keep driving until you qualify for a mortgage. So you have to drive further and further away from your job until you can finally get a mortgage. We need to emphasize, as Mary did, about the modern designs, the modern quality of manufactured housing, that it's not the trailer courts of the past, it's not the units that they may see along the highway from the 1960s. That it's a completely different situation, and it really is not comparable to what was being done in the 1960s that people have in their minds. So there are processes in state law that if you feel the zoning is overly restrictive and unfair and unreasonable, that you can challenge it. And some of these processes are listed on here. And there are some municipal officials who realize that they're wrong, but they don't want to be the ones to say it. They want the judge to tell them that they have to allow something. The problem being is, if you do a challenge, even if it's a case where the zoning is obviously discriminatory and obviously wrong, you're talking about a 2-year-long process, because you're going to have to go to the Commonwealth Court. The initial set of hearings is probably going to take a full year by itself. The hearings get dragged out by the municipalities. Even if you win, you lose, because you end up with large expenses, the carrying costs of the land, and it just becomes a type of situation where very few people want to be bothered with the challenge. It's just not worth it. And there's no punitive damages in any of this, because the federal courts won't hear the cases in this area. So we're really up to the state courts, and the state courts don't have any punitive damages. So you could have the world's most discriminatory zoning ordinance, and at the end, you get permission to start the approval process at the end of your 2 or 3 year-long court battle. So every community is required to have some place in the community allows all legitimate uses under Pennsylvania law. So they have to have some place that allows manufactured home parks that is not token in size and that provides for the fair share of the region's needs for that housing. So what do the communities do? They stick the manufactured home parks in between the junkyard and the sewage plant. That's where you can build it. Or they have such a low density that you can't build it. The target is around 5 units the acre for a manufactured home park to make it marketable. You can do it at 4. If you do it less than 3, it definitely isn't workable. Or they have such large separation distances that you can't even fit that many units on the property. I'm skipping over some stuff just for time here, but going through a conditional use process, which goes to the governing body, or the special exception process, go to the zoning hearing board. Again, that often takes a full year by itself to go through that process. And if you have any neighbors opposing it and they hire an attorney and they challenge the approval, you're talking about more years of delay. So what can we do to at least streamline the process? And these recommendations apply for all types of housing. Communities can use the hearing examiner process. It's something currently allowed. Instead of trying to get a full board together and all the attorneys together every month for 2 years, you engage a hearing examiner who's often an attorney, and they listen to the testimony. They make sure there's a good transcript, and at the end of the process, the full board makes a vote. But the full board doesn't need to schedule and appear at every single hearing. It's a much quicker process. You can do 30 hearings in a year instead of 8. Communities can give the planning commission approval over subdivisions and land development instead of making them go to the governing body. So there are certain steps that can be done to smooth the process, streamline the process. We have a lot of problems with older manufactured home parks that have units that are not fire safe, that are pre-HUD code, that have other problems to them. Zoning ordinances can make it easier to upgrade these units and replace these units. They can have flexible provisions so that it's easy to take out an old unit, put in a new unit. The main issue is the new unit is going to be bigger than the old unit, and therefore there's setback and coverage issues that need to be resolved. But you can work this into a zoning ordinance to make it much easier to upgrade an old park and make it safer for the residents. As far as individual units, um, you know, it's good to encourage appearances that look like a site-built home. It's easier to get public acceptance in that case. Ideally, you wouldn't have a very narrow side facing the road in most cases. So there's things you can do in the design phase to try to make it more acceptable. Now, here's the new thing that Mary also mentioned, side-by-side manufactured homes. This is something that has a great amount of potential. It's particularly beneficial for family members who want to live together. You could have a family living on one side and then their parents or grandparents or their children living on the other side. It's typically, for instance, a 15-foot wide manufactured home with a fire-safe party wall and then another 15-foot wide manufactured home on the other side connected together. It looks like a traditional side-by-side twin home. The only difference is it's built under the HUD code instead of the construction code. This is not recognized at all by the planning code. It would be nice if it was recognized as part of updating the planning code. And I think it would be beneficial too if the state provided some model language for municipalities to encourage them to allow this type of housing. And here's a couple examples. Again, it looks like a side-by-side twin home, 2 front doors, firewall in between. And here's another example. And it has the ability to serve a lot of different housing needs at a very affordable level and to also allow more units to fit within a manufactured home park. Now, this should be allowed, particularly anywhere you allow a side-by-side twin to be site-built, you should also allow a side-by-side manufactured home. This is an example of a really nice project that is done by the High Real Estate Group outside of Lancaster and East Lampeter Township. They have a whole development of these side-by-side manufactured homes. They're connected by the garages, and it is part of the Greenfields development. HUD has a standard that construction codes are preempted by the HUD code, that a community cannot have stricter standards for the construction of a manufactured home than the federal government does. There are some people who read this legal language and think that HUD should also be preempting excessive local regulations. But so far, HUD has been saying, no, we only interpret this to mean construction codes. And then we have the affirmatively furthering fair housing regulations. This still has not been fleshed out very well, but the intent is that HUD has some authority, if they choose to use it, to require communities receiving federal community development or housing funds to reform their local regulations to make sure they're not discriminatory against different types of housing. This has been very controversial. Some people said a few years ago that they were trying to destroy the suburbs and force low-income housing into all the suburbs. I'm not quite sure where this is headed, but it's been something that's been a subject of political discussion for the last 8 years. What can we do about incentives for affordable housing? Communities have a lot of room doing incentives. They can do higher density for affordable housing, smaller dimensional requirements, reduced parking. They can tie LRTA tax abatements to affordable housing. It is really something, if the community is serious about affordable housing, they have a lot of tools they can use. Now we get to what the legislature has been discussing as far as how to deal with a housing crisis. Everybody realizes it's a crisis. Nobody has agreed on a solution. There was one bill that specifically dealt with manufactured housing. It was part of a bill, SB 1126, that mandated that communities could not discriminate against manufactured housing versus site-built housing. There was a lot of other things in that bill that were controversial, but that piece could be separated and adopted separately. There's been a lot of discussion about ways that the state can provide incentives for affordable housing for municipalities, that they could offer infrastructure grants tied to providing for affordable housing, preference in state grants, or other incentives. The state could provide additional grants to municipalities that reimburse them for the costs of updating zoning if they achieve certain threshold levels in providing for different types of housing types. There's been discussion about a menu of options. Under this scenario, the state would have a list of, say, 12 things that communities could do to improve affordability of their housing stock. They'd have to do 4 out of the 12 within the next couple years in order to meet a requirement. So there'd still be a local decision-making process. They could still do what needs to be done to meet their local needs. It wouldn't be, you have to do 12 things, you have to do 4 out of the 12, and you pick what works for you. And then if there is some type of zoning housing reform at the state level, how do we enforce it? As I mentioned, community developers are finding it very expensive and time consuming to challenge ordinances right now. One process would be to look at the current acre process that the Attorney General uses for agricultural regulations. What that says is that if I'm a municipal official and I am unfairly regulating agriculture, a farmer can go to the Attorney General, make his case that the community is overregulating my agricultural activity. The Attorney General investigates it, sends a letter to the municipality. The municipality is able to respond, and in about 95% of the cases, there's a negotiated settlement between the Attorney General and municipality. If the municipality refuses to cooperate, the Attorney General can take them to court. The point being is that farmer doesn't have to pay for the lawyer. That farmer doesn't have to go to court. And it can be done much quicker through this settlement process than going through a 3-year Commonwealth court fight. So this is something that could provide a good basis for the future if the legislature would consider some type of mandate for zoning reform in Pennsylvania. Questions, comments? I don't know.
Well, that was a lot. Thank you very much for, you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
That's I didn't mention it before, but I'm actually an architect. I had a 35-year career as an architect before I took this weird left turn and got involved here. I've actually built 2 tiny homes, one of which is on my daughter's farm up in Rhode Island, and it's been in Minnesota and Virginia and lots of other places. And another one was done for Greensgrow on their urban farm in Philadelphia. We worked with Senator DeSanto on the bill that you mentioned, and really trying to come at it from a point of view that housing is literally our biggest issue. Everything else is tied to housing one way or another in terms of how it affects our society at large. And I'm in suburban Delaware County. I live in Swarthmore. If we pass this bill, I'm probably going to make a lot of enemies in my local community.
Well,
But I
that's
think
why the
something-
menu of options might be a little more politically acceptable. And I know there's been discussion about that.
Yeah, we're happy to, we're going to continue to work on this in the next session, try to figure out, kind of the best ways forward, and we're happy to include you in our conversations, as we move along. That's really those are the comments I had. Is there anybody on the,
There's at least one person in person here with a question.
okay. hard for me to see.
This is David Lockman, Arntsville, Mayor. I'm here not representing the organization because I don't have the authority to, but I participate in a group called At Home Adams County. Their focus is because most of our people leave the county, it was almost like we've become a bedroom community because there aren't the jobs there. But the jobs that are there isn't the housing for. So they've combined with Economic Alliance, with several other organizations and key players, including the county commissioners, et cetera, and are looking at better ways for housing, better ways for transportation. And we've seen some movement in transportation by getting some connectors in. We have a lot of support from the employers in the county. You can't live in a big house and fix beds at a motel, sell candy at a candy shop. Yeah, no offense to those important jobs. I don't mean that in the least.
Well, even police officers and firefighters can't afford a place to live. in a
I
lot of
understand.
communities.
One of the things that that is an initiative now is affordable housing is associated with the concept of low-income housing. So they're trying to change, and they're doing a stellar job. Income-appropriate housing. They're trying to develop income-appropriate housing or attainable housing or some other something else that takes it out of that rut that you get in when there are certain things in certain industries. People stop asking questions. I'm in the technology field. If I ask the question, what do I do with a battery on a laptop in 1998, I know I take it out of there. If I do that in 2008, I burn up the machine because it's now integrated into the laptop. Same question, but I never asked it again because I got an answer back when that was the case and everything shifted. How do we get them to ask the question about manufactured housing that they asked back then and determine it was junk? Right, I'm saying
I mean,
the actual
part of it
words.
is
I'm
showing
not
people successful communities too.
And how do we would you be available to talk to at Home Adams County, because this presentation was fantastic and I couldn't get enough pictures to take back and redo what you guys said.
I can certainly send you the presentation and we can talk about whether, a meeting might help out.
Okay.
And we're happy, the association, we can go out anytime, anywhere.
And you're based in,
We're
Camp
New
Hill?
Cumberland, so.
Cumberland.
Well, and we also have, that organization is kind of overseen by the Economic Alliance, and they have the ability for you to zoom in as well for an entire room.
Yeah, and you're hearing more and more employers talk about affordable housing.
Yeah.
They certainly have joined the conversation.
Well, they are, but they're at a loss. This is all new laws I never heard of, never heard it discussed. That needs to get, in a marketplace of ideas, that stall is closed right now. And we need that stall open to get those ideas into the marketplace of ideas for people to at least start talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, you start out with the current law says you must allow manufactured housing. So that's a definitive. You just had to make sure people know that. We need to make it easier to build manufactured home parks. And then beyond that, we need to have communities really re-examine their zoning to see what they're doing that's making housing so hard to get. And to do that, there's a conflict between the municipal associations saying we need local decision-making and people who need the housing saying, well, the municipalities aren't providing it. They're getting in the way in too many cases. And we need some compromise position to be worked out between those positions.
I'm looking forward to that moving forward in all aspects, especially in the area we are.
And you can look, I mean, every state's dealing with the same issue.
Definitely. And a lot of times it's just letting people know what the housing does look like today. Just like, today's homes that are being built on site don't look the same as the homes that were built on site before. So it's just, it's the same. You just need to have an open mind and willing to talk about where the problems are, where we're seeing the problems in getting this type of housing. We have people who are willing to put in more communities, or as Charlie pointed out, even upgrading the existing communities, because that's sometimes our biggest challenge, the eyesores that are out there. And it's no different than what local government's dealing with blight on your on your Market Streets or your Oak Street or Maple Street or whatever. It's all the same. You know, the housing doesn't last forever. And unfortunately, it's at the mercy of the people who are living in it and maintaining it. It wasn't because of how it was built necessarily.
Although the
So-
1960s units were pretty bad.
So, you know, so what you need to do is, you know, I can take you to communities that have 1960 homes in it that are still well maintained and look really nice and are kept up by the people who are occupying them because there is pride of ownership there. And, you know, so it's understanding that there are possibilities out there and opportunities to move forward. And there's a multitude of different, you know, in the factory built side, options that can be used. Not everything's going to be the perfect solution for that particular, you know, area. You know, land lease communities aren't always the perfect solution, but you need to have enough of them out there to give people those options, and that people can then, depending on their income levels, can be able to find housing that meets their needs.
I mean, there have been almost no new manufactured home parks built in eastern Pennsylvania in the last 15 years of any size. So what's happening is the existing ones are being bought by large companies because the market's there, but no new ones are being built.
And to try to get expansion on some of these that have land, that's prohibitive too, because their zoning prohibits it. We have one up in the Kutztown area that wants to expand. It's a beautiful community. They want to do more, but they can't because zoning won't allow them to go any further. They say, we got our mobile home park. You know, we meet our requirement according to the code. So we're fine. We're not going anywhere else. And there's a need up there with all the warehousing that's going in. You know, there's a need to have housing for the people where the jobs are.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And thank you. And I'll get my card to you.
Just as a quick follow-up, we will be posting all of the presentations from today on our website, hopefully next week. And this is, the whole day is being recorded, so we will have video of that as well. Do we have any other questions from the live audience? But yep. Oh, okay.
This button. Hi, thank you very much. You mentioned land lease communities. I just had a question about the kind of long-term sustainability of that. Like the leases, I'm assuming are around 99 years on the ground leases, or are they
So
longer?
Pennsylvania law has Pennsylvania has specific laws that regulate. Most leases are month-to-month leases within these communities, only because that's what the people want. We were mandated several years ago to go with mandatory written leases, and and our people went like, the residents in these communities are like, why do we need one? Whereas the law that regulates manufactured housing communities, in essence, the people have perpetual leases because there are only 2 ways to get them, or 3 ways to get them out. You can not pay your rent, you can have excessive rules and regulation violations, or you can close the community. So in essence, once a land lease, once a community owner approves a resident, they have them forever, as long as they're going to pay their rent and, you know, abide by the rules and regulations, that they're not going to upset their neighbors to the point that they have to look at, you know, evictions from that perspective.
So it's not a ground lease as much as like tenants renting their sort of unit from the community.
It's a ground lease.
They typically own their unit in most
Yeah,
cases
so-
and then rent the space.
Right. The land lease has, so again, even though you have either a month or a 1-year lease, they typically don't go further than 1 year. Again, the only way that you can tell somebody they have to move out themselves and their home because they own the home is if they're not going to pay the rent, and then there's a process for that. And it's not easy. It's a long process, or that there's, egregious rule violations, or they do decide to close the community, and then Pennsylvania has laws for relocation costs for those people whenever a community owner does decide to close a community.
All right, if we don't have any other questions, I think we can thank our presenters and get ready for our next panel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Charlie.
All right, it looks like we are ready to get started.
Thank you. I'm Senator Carney again. Really happy that we're spending all this time talking about the housing issues in the Commonwealth. Our next panel focuses on housing availability and affordability, particularly on ways the Commonwealth can reduce barriers to housing construction and potential policy solutions. And joining us today are Nicholas Smith, the Assistant City Deputy Attorney General of the Commonwealth. We have Stacy Reidenbaugh, the president of 10,000 Friends of Pennsylvania. Darlene Firth, the Senior Research Fellow and Director of Urban Projects at the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. And Summer Jha, the Government Affairs Director and Technical Leader for AARP's Housing Enterprise Strategy. Thank you all for being here today.
Sorry about that. Much better. There are recent studies that estimate that Pennsylvania has a shortage of about 98,000 housing units. And many of these are from a lack of inventory that has been produced over the last 10 years, which was then exacerbated in large part by the pandemic, high mortgage rates, and just a low inventory of homes for sale. This has resulted in pretty much historic increases in rent, as well as historically low vacancy rates in many communities across Pennsylvania. And the practical application of this is that there are many thousands, in fact, of people and families across the state that simply don't have options for the type of housing that they would like to live in, or in locations that are close to their family, their friends, or their jobs. To address this issue, 10,000 Friends has convened the PA Housing Choices Coalition, which is 42 partners across the state that are working together to identify incentives and solutions that overcome barriers to producing housing in the right places across the state. Members of the coalition include a few of the people that you've already seen today: the PA Manufacturing Housing Association, At Home Adams County is also a member, the American Planners Association, the PA Chamber, the builders, the developers, and of course the Housing Alliance. With the coalition, we've hosted 3 forums across the state of Pennsylvania so far. We're going to host a few more. But what we've heard again and again and again, and as well as in a poll that we did earlier this year with YouGov, that zoning and permitting are the 2 greatest barriers that stop the production of housing. And I'm not just talking about affordable housing. I mean all housing. So this is market rate and attainable housing. So how do we fix that? Well, our panel today is going to offer a number of solutions that are working in other states and some research that can help us as a state figure out how to make this work in our communities and across the state. They'll explore potential solutions to the housing supply shortage, and they'll also offer recommendations for things that we could be focusing on a policy level. So I'm going to start with Nick Smith.
Hi, good afternoon. With the Pennsylvania Office of Attorney General. And like Stacy said, this housing shortage in Pennsylvania has pushed rents and housing prices to unaffordable levels, forcing many Pennsylvanians to commute long distances to their jobs and having to sacrifice other necessities to afford their housing payments. Pennsylvania's home ownership rate is 71%, and that's 4 percentage points below our peak in 1999. Given that we have about 5.8 million housing units in PA, that 4% equates to 230,000 households renting instead of owning. So there's a huge number of people who are either wanting to buy and can't, or are in rental housing and having to pay rents that are increasing at massive rates. In the Philadelphia, Camden, Wilmington, CBSA, the rents have risen 20% just since COVID began. I lead the Office of Attorney General's Bureau of Consumer Protection. I help lead it, and it enforces the Landlord-Tenant Act and the Unfair Trade Practices and Consumer Protection Law, among other federal and state laws. In the course of our work, we've seen how Pennsylvania families are being squeezed by these high rents and home prices, forcing them to turn to predatory lenders to make ends meet. We've also seen some landlords blatantly flaunt the Landlord-Tenant Act, and the worst abuses are in the communities where the demand for rental housing far exceeds the supply, such as in State College. We are here today because the Office of Attorney General recognizes that we cannot enforce our way out of this problem. Instead, the Commonwealth and local governments must implement policies that reduce the barriers to housing construction, enabling the market to meet the incredible demand that exists, and helping reduce, and we hope reverse, the growth in housing costs. We want to see reforms to streamline the zoning and permitting processes to allow more housing to be built more quickly. I want to quickly address a threshold issue in housing supply and prices. Some members of the public are skeptical that building more market rate housing will in fact reduce rents. There was a paper from 2022 from Clayton Null at UC Santa Barbara, which describes survey results that demonstrate this phenomenon. And the survey found that while the majority of respondents desire cheaper housing in their communities, many people mistakenly believe that an increase in housing supply will lead to higher prices. Just think about that. You're building more housing, but people think it will lead to higher prices. In contrast, survey respondents almost always predicted correctly how a supply change would impact the market for used cars. They almost always got it right that an increase in the amount of used cars would lead to lower prices. But for whatever reason, the public misunderstands how supply affects the housing market. The fact of the matter is that new market rate construction increases the supply of housing for all income levels. Like any market, an increase in supply without a change in demand leads to lower prices. And more importantly, thanks to the fact that a certain amount of renters will move every year, if a new building is built and it's at the market rate level, it ends up creating more supply at every level that's affordable to renters at other income levels. So there's an interesting paper from 2023 from Notre Dame economist Evan Mast, which demonstrates how the increase in market rate housing supply creates a ripple effect that frees up housing units in below median income neighborhoods. Without getting into too much detail, I'll just explain what he did, which was to use address history data from 52,000 residents of new multifamily buildings in large cities. And he took these data and he combined them with these people's previous address, and then he looked at the current residents of their previous address and then went down the chain for 6 rounds. And using a simulation model, he shows that constructing a new market rate building with room for 100 people will eventually lead to 45 to 70 people moving out of below median income neighborhoods. And most of that happens within the first 3 years after the new building opens. So in other words, a 100-person market rate building ultimately frees up room for 45 to 70 people in lower income neighborhoods. Of course, in many cities in the Commonwealth, new market rate buildings are not 100% market rate, right? They often come with a portion of units that are designated as affordable housing. So this further magnifies the impact that a new building can have in filling the need for more affordable housing. I just want to mention one anecdote of what's happening in Pittsburgh, which is where I live. So there was a proposal there to build a building that would be 117 units on South Aiken, which is in Shadyside. And the developer wants to take down 2 buildings that are multi-unit dwellings that currently contain 11 market rate units. So would have been a net increase of 106 units. And the plan includes 12 units of affordable housing as part of that. The apartments would be adjacent to Shadyside Hospital and other tall buildings, but due to legacy zoning restrictions, the project requires either zoning changes or variances. And the proposal first came before the Pittsburgh Zoning Board in October of 2021. The board finally approved it in March of 2023, so a year and a half later, and after significant changes. But then the development was delayed because an appeal was filed by a nearby resident who did not attend any of the community meetings or board hearings about the proposal. And such attendance is a requirement in the city of Pittsburgh to have standing to appeal a decision by the zoning board. So this development, which would create 117 units, like I said, 12 units of affordable housing in an area where we desperately need more housing, it's still sitting in limbo. It's currently before the Commonwealth Court, and they're hoping for a decision by the end of this year. So best case scenario, this building has been delayed 4 years by the cumbersome zoning process that we have. So very glad to be here with you today, and I'm excited to hear from my fellow panelists.
Thank you, Nick. We're going to shift gears a bit and talk about some of the potential solutions to the barrier. AARP has what's basically known as the gold standard model of ADUs, at least in our circles.
Thank you.
For state and local ordinances. Tamara, can you talk a bit about ADUs, accessory dwelling units, as a potential solution and perhaps some other options?
Thank you, Stacy. And I know the next session is also about ADUs, but the next session will be specifically focusing on a specific local legislation in Bethlehem. So while my presentation would be talking about state level, statewide legislation that have passed across the country that we have worked on, and certain local ones, but I apologize if there'll be repetitive instances for next one also. as Stacy was talking about, and then Nick also brought it up, what we're going to talk about are solutions, and or a solution or a couple of solutions. It's not the solution. A lot of times, people think that passing ADU legislation or a missing and middle housing legislation will solve the issue. It won't. Let's just be very honest about that. It's a solution to it because housing is not a monolith. There are so many different issues that involves housing, right? From landlord tenant issues to property taxes to institutional investors coming in and swooping out over properties to land use to zoning. So there are multiple ones. So if someone comes to you and says, let's solve the housing crisis, your response to that should be which part? So just setting a context about our presentation, right? So, and I'm Salim, you'll also agree with me on that front. So, yeah, so I'm good on that. Like my panelists also agree on that. So in relation to ADUs, accessory dwelling unit, if you all, I presume you also know about it, but I'll mention it. Basically means independent accessory units, which is accessory to the primary unit. It can be detached, attached, and it's the most important aspect of an ADU is that it's an independent unit. You do not have to go to the primary unit for anything. You will have all everything that you need that should be there in that unit. That's why it's called the accessory dwelling unit, and that's how it's zoned as. A lot of times you may have seen that in your neighborhood. I think I was talking to my colleague Brian, and he has seen one, which I'm pretty sure is illegal in that particular district. It's a above garage apartment, and it's zoned as a garage, but it has an ADU up top, so it's illegal. So I hope that person does not get caught. But the point about ADUs is important to know, or middle housing or other forms of multifamily units. It's not a new concept, right? So ADU is not a new concept. The most famous person to have ever lived in an ADU is Fonz from Happy Days. I am not kidding. If you go back and see the show, Fonz lived in an above garage apartment. It is an ADU. ADUs have been mentioned in the novel Great Gatsby. It's a 1920s novel. The movie came out recently, but it's a 1920s novel. It has been mentioned there. So it's not a new concept. It's an old concept. It's just that it's coming back again because in the 1950s and till now, there were a lot of segregatory laws that passed, which is the reason why you had the single family boom. And until today, there's around, I think 3/4 of the land in this country is zoned as single family, which is a big issue. Which, when people start talking about housing supply, and that may be one of the reasons that your 3/4 of the land is zoned as single family. That means, most of the housing is being built is single family. So ADUs, from our perspective, from AARP's perspective, why it's important is because it obviously allows for independent living space for an older adult. If as they are growing old, maintaining a big house is tough, right? My example myself, my in-laws live in a 3,000 square feet house. Every time my mother-in-law is coming from down the stairs, I'm scared. It is just looking at that, they are growing old. They cannot maintain that space. They may want to downsize, and that's where ADUs really help. ADUs also help if you want your caregivers to stay in the same property, right? And also if it can help to generate extra income, right? If you can move and downsize into the ADU and then rent out the primary unit, or either ways. Or it also helps in multi-generational housing. In I'm from India. If you haven't realized yet, in India and South Asia and other parts of the world, multi-generational housing is big. In US used to have that. America used to have that, and now it's got lost in that. Again, a single family boom happening and people moving out at the age of 18 and not coming back. But I'm hoping with these kind of laws, the multi-generational housing will come back on where you can have more, your kids staying in the same property or your parents moving to the ADUs and staying in the primary unit. So there are multiple uses for ADUs. But the issue is, again, that your zoning does not allow it. But that discussion is happening across the country and at the national level. Obviously, you will not have a federal legislation that allows ADUs. You cannot have that. But there is a lot of discussion happening at the federal level to allow for financial products to allow for more financing for ADUs. There's a lot of discussion happening by the White House talking about housing supply, where they want more housing being built, which includes manufactured housing, yes, which also includes ADUs and more missing middle housing. So there's a lot of discussion happening. But when we do negotiate legislation, and as Stacey was talking about, we do have a lot of publications. We have model ordinances that we have developed. ADUs, we have a local and state model ordinance, which have been used at the local and state level by governments to pass. But there are like 4 things that always come up when you are negotiating ADU legislation. And that's like consistently has come up in almost every legislation that I've negotiated. One is the owner occupancy requirement, which is big from our perspective, because if you are making it more stricter or have a restrictive covenant saying that you have to have only family members living in, homeowners have to live in both the units, then the purpose of having an ADU may not be served properly. For example, you cannot have a caregiver live there. If you have more restrictive covenants, financing can be an issue, or selling your house can be an issue. Why will a bank give you a loan, and then if you default, the bank cannot be an owner occupant? So they will think twice to finance your ADU, right? So there are multiple issues if you have more restrictive covenants. There's a lot of issues relating to parking. And parking is an emotion in this country. I have no idea why, but it is. Especially, I live in the Philadelphia area, and people put cones, and they're part of the parking space. But so parking, from our perspective, we usually say that do not have a lot of mandate on parking because it can become very expensive. Having said that, a lot of our members may require parking space. Due to mobility issues, you cannot have a blanket ban on parking mandate, or have a parking mandate or a ban on that. So what we usually say, let the homeowners decide whether they need parking, especially off street. It can become expensive, right? So that's why we put the onus on the homeowners, let them decide more property rights from that perspective. The third one is conditional use permitting, right? So what we support is the gold standard is by right. Like you are a property owner, you should have the right to build an ADU. That's by right. The second level is have more objective standards. A lot of times you will see ADU legislation or any housing legislation, they'll have a lot of subjective standards, which means they may have a public hearing. So if your neighbor does not like you, they may come to the public hearing and say that they don't want you to build the ADU. And that's a problem, right? So those are the issues that we do not want for a property owner or a person who wants to build an ADU. We typically want by right, but at least if you can't give by right, at least have objective criterion that if you follow these objective criteria, you should be allowed to build an ADU. Which goes to the point that you should not take at least 2 years to get a permit to build anything. The last one that comes up is, and it has been coming up more often now, is short-term rentals. From our perspective, we usually, this is AARP talking about, like from our perspective, we let the Airbnbs and the Verbos of the world fight over that. What we typically maintain that do not have a blanket ban on short-term rentals, because there are a lot of times, a lot of people who are looking for transitional housing need that short-term rental. I'm not talking about weekend rentals. I'm not talking about 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 7 days. I'm talking about 30-day rentals. A lot of time people moving into a neighborhood, like your essential workers, your students or teachers who are moving there, and they may need that transitional time to move into permanent housing. That's where you may need short-term rentals. And ADU is a perfect size for them to just be there, then find permanent housing. So these are the issues that you typically will come up if you're negotiating any ADU legislation. What we have seen currently, 14 states have passed a statewide legislation. And this year itself, you had Rhode Island, Colorado, Arizona, and Massachusetts file it, pass the ADU legislation. And I want to talk about Massachusetts more because it's the most recent one. And they did it through a $5 billion bond, a $5.1 billion bond that they passed recently. It's a massive omnibus bill, which includes a lot of other issues, but also includes ADUs by right. And that is something that I always bring it up, that there are states that are willing to invest in housing now and create more funding for it. They're realizing the fact that housing is on the ballot. Housing is not a partisan issue anymore. It is like, doesn't matter whether you're red, blue, purple, whichever color you ascribe to. Housing is an issue which comes up everywhere. And, if you cannot be brave, at least be smart about it. So it is really important that, how these issues are taken care of. As I was mentioning that 14 states have passed it, it's still a smaller number compared to what's happening at the local level. There's more and more local governments who are willing to pass ADU legislation. In Pennsylvania itself, you have Philadelphia, which did not pass a citywide legislation, but I would say a partial one, which is four out of the 10 districts allow ADUs. We would have loved to have a citywide legislation, but then, incremental wins are always good also. But definitely at the local level, there's a lot of traction happening. The other thing I would just want to talk about before Salim, you can give us some more data on that. There's also the issue with middle housing. If the other people call it missing middle housing, I like calling it middle because I just like calling it middle housing because the reason it's called missing is from 1950s till now it was missing. That's why it's called missing middle housing. There's no other reason for that. But I like calling it middle housing because more and more people are talking about that. This is the kind of housing which basically is not a single family or not a tall building. It is between that, which is a triplex, duplex, fourplexes, cottage homes, which allows for gentle density increase. It's not a massive, like 100 families or 200 families moving in. It's a gentle increase in density. Economically, also, it makes sense. If you're a business owner, you would want to have a shop set up in a place where there are more customers, right? You will not set up a shop outside a single family neighborhood, which have 10 single family homes, which means probably 25 people coming to your shop. As a business owner, economically, it will not make sense. So middle housing also makes a huge difference. If you have more gentle density being created, you'll have more economic opportunities, first of all, being created, more amenities around the neighborhood. You can walk to your grocery shop, you can walk to your nearest health center. And within middle housing, we are also seeing a concept called transit-oriented development, TODs. There are a lot of other states that are working on creating more development around transit so that you're not dependent on your car. You can take transit to the nearest grocery or nearest amenity that you need. At the middle housing, there have been a lot of statewide legislation that have passed. And I just want to talk about one legislation before Salim, you can talk about more, is Montana, right? So Montana is a libertarian state, a conservative state. But last year, I think it was last year you had 4 really massive legislation passed in Montana. Among the housing nerds, it's called the Montana Miracle. We have been calling it that, which we had the ADU legislation passed in Montana. We had the comprehensive land use. We had the tiny home legislation, and then we had funding being put for housing. Great legislation that passed. Especially the comprehensive land use is really good because what it does, it's not preemptive. It basically tells local municipal governments that out of 13 options, if you pass these, out of 13 options, you can pass 5 of those zoning legislation, then you can get funding from government. I think that's a good option. We have been talking to other state offices, other state governments that if you want to follow this kind of a model, it is less preemptive. We are very cognizant of the fact that local governments should not lose autonomy also. States should not be only preemptive, all the time be preemptive. So this is a good option that we have been talking about, that giving more options to local governments, saying these are the different menu of options that you can follow, which included a multifamily housing also. So I just wanted to talk about few there have been more middle housing legislation at the statewide level being passed. Even at the local level, you have had a lot of legislation. More recently, you have Arlington, Virginia passed it. St. Petersburg, Florida passed it. I can go on and on. There's a huge list, but there is a lot of traction at both local and state level where people are realizing more multifamily housing needed, more supply is needed. Single family will not do anymore. If you want more housing supply, single family is not the only solution that is there. And one last thing I'll say, that none of these middle housing legislation say that they're eliminating single family housing. They're single family zoning. There's not a single legislation in this country. If you can find one, please show it to me. But there's not a single legislation in this country which eliminates single family zoning. It just says it allows for multifamily housing in a single family zone. So if you want to build a single family home, go for it. But if you want that, they'll also allow a multifamily zoning in that single family zone. So this is for the messaging that is going around right now, saying that these legislation are eliminating single family. They are not. That's my feel.
I have to tell you, I did not have happy days on the go-kart. Thank you for that. Always love a Henry callback.
I love that.
Next, we have Salim Firth from the McVitie Center. And I can tell you personally, I rely heavily upon your research specifically, as well as your colleagues, for much of the housing examples that we're looking at that are working across the country. To Tamara's point, we've relied heavily upon what's been happening in Montana, because there are probably more similarities between Pennsylvania and Montana, not necessarily topographically, but with having bipartisanship all focused on housing. So I think there's a lot of opportunity out there. Please tell us all about it.
Thank you. Yeah, really great to be here. Once again, my name is Salim Firth. I'm the director of the Urbanity Project at the Mercatus Center. We're within the George Mason University in Virginia. We're a university-based research center, nonprofit, nonpartisan. We don't lobby. We do, however, get to work with a lot of local government and state government officials, advising legislators. My colleague Emily was on the task force that Governor Gianforte in Montana created that sort of came up with these and other suggestions that passed. And so we've gotten to have a front row seat to the zoning reform movement around the country. And it's a really exciting time to be working in this area. I'm just going to talk today about two of the small S solutions. I think Summer's absolutely right. There's no single solution. Kendall Cotton in Montana says it's not a silver bullet, it's a silver shotgun, which is a very Montana analogy. So here's two of the pieces of shot that you can think about at either the local or the state level. And they both have cute nicknames or acronyms. So the first one is residential and commercial zones. I've been told that I'm supposed to pronounce this RIZ for all you Zoomers out there. Thank you. Everyone under 30 laughed. So residential and commercial zones. One of the strange things about zoning is that a commercial zone is something we all know what it is, but there actually isn't a definition, right? So you can have a zone, and you probably do in your township, called C1 commercial, or maybe C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, and there are various types of commercial zones. But there isn't a rigid definition because you can allow a lot of different things in a zone that you put a C in front of, right? So you could have a commercial zone that's for, Home Depots and warehouses and light industry, or you could have a commercial zone that's intended for, along your historic 19th century Main Street, and it's mostly mom and pop shops and bagel bakeries. So commercial covers all this, or it could be downtown office towers, right? So it covers all of that. And in a lot of those zones, it is appropriate to allow residential uses. And that's not a new insight. I would say if your town planner went to planning school, anytime since 1990, that was probably, deeply embedded in the curriculum, that the strict separation of uses, a la SimCity 2000, is not actually the way that anybody wants to build a city. And we specifically love and go on vacation to places where, street cafes and, interesting little restaurants are tucked into residential neighborhoods. But there's two things that happen. So the first is that sometimes you'll have a zoning code that is, older than you, your town planner, and the person who shows up at your public meetings and yells at you most frequently. And the second is that your town planner might have gotten a little too overeager, or their consultant, and made the perfect the enemy of the good. So the sort of like the very old zoning code, if you have a zoning code that was written in 1950, there's a good chance it's a strict use segregation code. So you've got commercial zones only allow commerce, and residential zones only allow residential, and never the twain shall meet. As I've said, planning is a generation and a half past this, and simply talking to a planner who's working and trained today will help you to, get that updated. And again, there's some commercial zones where that's probably not appropriate. So like the Home Depot, light industry one, maybe you specifically don't have residential uses there on purpose. But if you also don't have it in your cute downtown district or your office tower district, then probably you're out of date and you can just get that updated. The second, and this is kind of the bigger risk today, is that things can get too cute. And so I wrote this paper, and I apologize, I forgot to bring copies today, but I will try to give you the title, and you can go find it on the internets. Where what we did is we looked at, I think, 62 different towns, including 10 in Pennsylvania, where we just read their zoning codes, because I also do that for fun, like Charlie. Very cool guy by my lights. And we kind of looked at how they zone their commercial districts. And then for my second thing, we also looked at how we found a sample of 5 houses of worship or other religious properties in those towns, how those are zoned. So for an example, Upper Providence Township in Pennsylvania has this overzoned, the perfect is the enemy of the good. It allows in its commercial zones residential uses, but only if they're upstairs from commercial. And that's delightful, right? This was a very common form of 19th century Main Street building, right? So you'd have the barber shop on the first floor and the barber lives upstairs and, the baker lives upstairs with the bakery. That's great for them, but like that's not actually how American life works anymore. It's not how American builders build anymore. And when you require it, you get nothing. Unless prices are so high that they can just lose money on the commercial and leave it vacant because they can't get tenants. And I actually lived in a building in DC that was like that. We had 4 vacant storefronts downstairs. We were next door to a metro station. So it was worth it. They could make the money on the apartments and lose the money on the commercial because the neighborhood was commercially saturated. There was not a need for extra high-end commercial space when the local businesses could find older, cheaper stuff across the street. And like the market is good at this. We've had a kind of a bad 30 years for commercial real estate. It only got worse with COVID. So requiring more commercial space in your city as a condition for building the apartments is handicapping yourself and saying, well, until you can make so much money that you can lose money on the ground floor, don't build anything. Terrible idea. Much better to say, hey, our commercial strip is struggling and has some vacancies because of Walmart, Amazon, work from home. And so we need more customers downtown. And we need some of these old 1-story commercial buildings to get scraped and replaced with a 3-story or 6-story apartment building so that we're reactivating our downtown. Businesses aren't the only form of activation. So I think that's a really valuable thing. Columbus, Ohio just made this change on their quarters, switching from requiring ground floor, which they never got. They always gave variances for it because they never got it. They said, okay, we give up. We're going to stop trying to get the perfect thing. We'll take the good thing, which is having strips where you get a business, you get an apartment building, you get a business, you get an apartment building, and you get horizontal use integration instead of vertically. That's something you can do at your township level. It's also something that the state can do via preemption. A couple states have tried this, including Montana. Montana's law didn't work. Florida's law works, but it probably is going to cause some harm in the long run. Arizona's law, nobody understands. So I was on the phone with people in Arizona this morning. They don't understand it. You try to read it. It's written in all caps. Don't ever read Arizona law. It's blue, all caps, the whole thing. So we wrote this piece, my colleague Eli and I, to say, like, we understand that states really want to do this, and this stuff is passing. It's getting through legislature where transit-oriented development can't get through and missing middle can't get through. People understand, wow, we've got all this capacity. Their apartment owners are coming and saying, like, save us from our dying real estate. Let us sell it, scrape it so that we can make some, just get out of this and get our money back. It's hard to write. We did the work. I won't tell you all the details for there. We call it the base plus context plus planning. So the idea is the base, there's got to be some base level of density that everywhere matters. A lot of commercial zones don't have any defined residential rules. So if you just say, like Montana did, you have to allow residential, well, what's that, right? Residential could be one home on 5 acres. Could be a 40-story condo tower and everything in between. So you have to say, what is the residential that you're allowing? And there has to be some base level that makes sense anywhere. Then context. A lot of places, that lowest common denominator level is going to be way too low, right? So if you're talking about, an urban neighborhood in Pittsburgh or Philly, what makes sense in Upper Providence isn't going to make sense there. So you need some context of like, okay, this is what the local context is, so you can go further. And then some amount of planning where the local planner can say, hey, everywhere is a good start, but actually not quite everywhere, because we have this one commercial zone that's mixed with industry, this other commercial zone that's next to a large dangerous road. These are places that are actually inappropriate for residences. And so a little bit of planning to say, we should allow mixed types of housing in most places, but not 100% of places. I think that's the right balance. The second thing I'll talk about, I'll try to make this quicker, is another acronym isn't quite as funny, but YIGBY, yes, in God's backyard. This is a very popular idea. I think this is a really small piece of the shotgun, in the sense that there aren't that many religious properties, but it is true that a lot of religious organizations own a lot of land, and have a missional desire to address the housing crisis, right? They see it in the pews on Sunday. They see it when they go out and serve people in their neighborhoods. And then they sometimes have, declining roles, and they want to do something with the physical property that isn't just sell it and walk away. So in Arlington, Virginia, where I work, we have several interesting examples of churches and nonprofits reusing land. So right across the street from my office was an old American Legion post, not religious, but a nonprofit. They tore down the post, built an 8-story building, which is appropriate for our area, 8-story apartment building, which is, I think, mostly affordable housing with veteran preference, sort of fits the American Legion's mission. And then the post got this brand new space on the first floor. You've got the first floor as like a really nice space for the American Legion. It kind of gives it its next generation. They weren't going to raise that money from their members. They got the money out of the real estate. They're giving back to the community, and it's a beautiful neighbor for my office building. Here in Bristol Township, eastern part of the state, right by Croydon Station, there was a defunct Catholic school gone out of business. And, a school is a pretty noisy neighbor, at least, during certain times of the day. Lots of traffic, lots of yelling kids. But it was zoned only to allow on the size of the site 4 housing units. And so the church wanted to do something, again, positive with it. They eventually made a deal with Habitat for Humanity of Bucks County. And they had hoped for, I think, 8 units, but they ended up with 4 or 6 only on this site that used to have a school. A school is a big use, like that's a lot of land use. And so the intensity dropped way, way down. And this is 1 block from Croydon Commuter Rail Station. So in a place where, if we're thinking about getting people to a lot of jobs fast, creating opportunities, integrating with existing pattern neighborhoods, this is an ideal case for Habitat to do a somewhat denser project that fit with the neighborhood, that matched the intensity of the school that was gone, and that let people, literally walk 2 minutes to catch a train into a center city office job. And instead, we get a tiny number of houses, and obviously a loss for the church in terms of like what the money that it could back out of closing the school. So what you should do at the local level is kind of do an audit of these properties. Sometimes you'll see towns that have a institutional zoning. So if something is in like a library or a church, it just gets its own zoning district that only allows civic and institutions. That's just a ratification of what's there, but it doesn't actually tell them what they can and should be able to do. So giving them zoning that is appropriate for their surroundings and that fits the intensity of what they're already doing would be appropriate. And other times they're zoned into weird districts or they're exceptional uses. Revisiting those, getting zoning right so that if your institutions want or need to change things, they can. And then at the state level, similarly, that base plus context plus planning approach makes sense for nonprofit and religious-owned property if you want to allow those groups to use their land and their goodwill to create more housing. So that's what I've got. I'm sure I went longer than I intended to, but thank you so much. Back to you, Stacy.
Stacy, we can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Before we move to audience questions, I want to circle back on one particular issue that I know Samar has some thoughts on, and I think Salim might as well. So we talk about the coalition, and it's oftentimes planners and builders and developers and housing providers and nonprofit housing organizations, but are often talking about workforce housing without having employers at the table. How can we better bring them to the table?
Yeah, I think I think it's a great question because in the previous panel discussion also we were talking about workforce housing and we were talking about employees being part of the employers being part of the coalition. Uh, Recently in Washington, in the state of Washington, we were working on a missing middle housing legislation and the ADU legislation, where we actually in the coalition we got Amazon, Microsoft, and other tech companies being part of the coalition, because we also realized that the employees of these big organizations, and I'm not talking about employees who are earning a lot, I'm also talking on the mid-level employees. Uh, they also need housing. So we got this coalition. We invited the employers also into it, and they were very strong coalition because they could also convince lawmakers, to do something about housing, and that was a very successful advocacy that we did, where we included not only the housing advocates and the industry, but also the employers coming in. Similarly, in the state of Pennsylvania, you have big employers, the universities and the hospitals and the big companies that you have. They need their employees to also work at least closer to their, to their workplace. And also, you have resort towns. So Pennsylvania is a diverse state. You also have a resort town like Poconos, where you have ski resorts where people are working there, and that place is also getting expensive. Um, Similarly, we did something in Hawaii where, you know, first of all, just to set up context about Hawaii, if you think California is expensive, people move from Hawaii to go to California for cheaper housing. So just context. So in Hawaii, we actually got all the resort owners to be part of the coalition because they realized that people obviously come there as tourists, but the people also there working there, and they cannot live to be, at least they're traveling a lot of distance just to come to their workplace. And they're losing workforce because of that. So coalition building is really important. We can get the housing advocates and the industry involved, but for workforce housing, we need to get the employers also involved in it. And I'm pretty sure they'll be interested to be in the coalition because you can see a lot of companies and industries losing workforce because of this issue, because of the housing issue.
I think that's a great point. We've seen that in the housing coalitions that are more on a local level. I know in Lancaster, the Coalition for Sustainable Housing has brought in a number of larger employers because they recognize that it's difficult to expand without ensuring that you have housing, bringing in new employees. And I know a lot of different towns are facing that same issue as you're trying to bring in companies and new jobs. I want to circle back with you, Salim, on Gigby proposition. And I know in Philadelphia, for example, which is an area that we're looking at this particular, as well as the Lehigh Valley. In Philadelphia, there are something like 1,000 churches on books. So there's all these potential properties, and they're within the city. We're not talking about 100 acres on green space. So in many cases, you say we're looking more at infill opportunity, and how do I want to ask this? What is the rate of redevelopment when you're looking at those types of properties versus building on?
Yeah, it's harder to build in an infill context, right? So staging can be tricky. You've got to demolish the old building in most cases, start again, which means if it's a religious congregation, they have to find another place to meet for years because we're not quick about these things. So DC, I don't know the Philadelphia example well. I know DC well, and there's several of these examples. I think the city has maybe built up those muscles over time, both in the city and in Arlington County, Virginia. So in Southwest Waterfront, right near the wharf, which is an expensive new development, there are two churches, an Episcopalian church called St. Augustine, and then another one maybe called Riverfront Church, something like that, which had old not terribly nice facilities for themselves and some parking around it. As the area urbanized, parking became less and less relevant, right? More people are living there, walking to church, and it's honestly just expensive. It's an expensive proposition to use valuable urban land for surface parking that is. And so they both went to a developer. They don't do this themselves. Do not ask the congregation to build. Went to a developer, worked with the city, got permits are necessary to build housing above with an entrance on kind of one side, and the other side, the entrance to a nice new sanctuary and meeting space. Another example very close to my office is the church at Clarendon, which is probably the most beautiful of all these, where you've got now this kind of historic steeple. It's on a wedge which the roads divide. As you're kind of looking down those roads, you see the historic steeple. Backdrop against it is this flat brick wall of the apartment building backside. You get the sort of the steeple framed by the red brick, and it looks great. It looks like an urban church should look, and each one kind of has its own style that reflects a little bit about its faith tradition. But yeah, it's not a simple process because there's different partners, and what I've heard from people from the church and faith side is they're not profit maximizing. They're not asking how much money can we possibly get out of this, but they're also not 100% charitable in the sense of like we're just giving away affordable housing as cheap as we possibly can. They sort of have some kind of threshold. So they want to get a nice enough space that's going to last them for 2 generations, and maybe some a cushion in the bank for long-term maintenance. So once they have those, which is less than the profit rate that a commercial developer would ask for, then they sort of build in some affordability to the final product, so that they are doing something charitable as well as market.
It makes a lot of sense because especially when you're building affordable housing, by years of Habitat for Humanity, you want to make sure that you're not negatively impacting the equity of the homes in the area. So that proposition makes a lot of sense. I know New York has been working on a YIGBY law, Hawaii as well, and then Maryland, I think, recently passed one. Is that true?
Yeah, so California, Oregon, Maryland have one on the books, maybe a couple others. Virginia, it's a very much the most active debate there. I worry a little bit about people focusing so much on this because this is a really, really small part of the puzzle, and there aren't that many areas. It's very sympathetic because you're sort of dealing with a lot of organizations earned goodwill over a long period of time, have a presence in their communities. So I think thinking of this as part of a larger strategy is correct. Doing this and saying, oh, we're going to put all our advocate energy into passing a YIGBY law, I think that's probably the wrong way to spend it.
That's a great point. And that is one of several strategies that we have for the coalition for the next session. I want to go back a little bit to the previous presentation where Charlie had talked a bit about a menu of options strategy as we're thinking about things that we're looking at for the next session. We have supported a few pieces of legislation this year. HB 2045 is the middle housing bill, and it is, I think, currently on the House floor. Also, HB 1976 is commercial and residential, residential and commercial. Riz is really a great way to remember that. Thanks for that. As well as Senate Bill 1126 that Senator Carney mentioned earlier. So going to the menu of options strategy, it is opt-in, so it's not as much of a preemption mandate. And I think one of the challenges that we face is there hasn't been a solid example of where this worked somewhere else yet, because the enforcement piece of it challenge. The planners have been discussing this. I know there's been a couple of legislators sort of researching it and asking us for about it. Nick, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here. Do you have any ideas? Not asking for a legal opinion by any means, but do you have any ideas on what something like that would look like?
So I think, California and Massachusetts have both passed laws that require specific activities. For example, in Massachusetts, they tie zoning changes to if you have an MBTA station in your neighborhood, in your municipality. So if you have transit, then you have to allow a certain amount of multifamily housing. And the AG's office is tasked with enforcing that law. And they're currently litigating against Milton, Massachusetts, which is
Which is
refusing,
my hometown.
which is refusing to comply with it. But I think we should think not just about enforcement, but also about the incentives. And I really like the idea that was mentioned earlier of, using money as a carrot, right? So saying there's certain funds that the Commonwealth will make available if you satisfy the 4 out of 10 items on the menu. So that way you don't have to worry as much about enforcement because there's an incentive process in place.
So I think in the intro, you mentioned the Montana menu of options. And I think that one has worked better than the Utah was the original, and Utah's been kind of a nothing burger. Montana seems more promising, partly because it was built into a much bigger process reform that was championed by the municipal league in cooperation with the housing advocates. There was a lot of push and pull there, and the municipal league understood that the way that planning had been done was not working well, especially in the counties. The county organization actually opposed it. Municipal league was for it, and it required more upfront planning. So you have to do, your public outreach, your master planning, and in that process, then you're including these menu items. And then when you go to the project by project approvals, there's much less public participation, and you've already kind of baked in. So I think there's some promise of the menu within, but you actually have to be at the restaurant first to make the menu work.
I
love
think
that.
I think the other key thing is deadlines, right? So I would love to see states tie funding to changes being made within a certain period of time, speeding up zoning and planning and permitting processes. We've already seen the administration do this in other contexts, saying, okay, we're going to make sure that agencies and licensing are faster and hold agencies accountable. I think we got to do that at the municipal level too, because the example I gave earlier of, it takes 4 years from a proposal to groundbreaking on a project, it makes no sense, right? I mean, if you own the land and then you're going to go bankrupt sitting on it. And if you don't own the land, the market's going to change. The project may no longer make sense. There was another great project in Pittsburgh. Giant Eagle wanted to build a 6-story apartment building in our Bloomfield neighborhood, and there's already a small grocery store there, but it's basically a giant parking lot. It's an old sea of parking, a relic of the 60s. And after a long, long time and a lot of back and forth, the company just dropped the plan because there was so much difficulty. And this was in the face of support of the neighborhood. So the Bloomfield Development Corporation, the local group, was backing the project, and they still couldn't get it done.
And I'm sorry, I just want to add on the Montana bit. You were talking about the municipal league. We were actually in a meeting with them when this negotiation was happening. And one of the things that we were talking with them was that, it's unfair to just tell the certain municipalities to implement these rules, because a lot of times there are municipalities where they may not even have a planner in their office. So it's very unfair to ask certain counties or municipalities which are very small to implement these zoning legislation because they may not have the personnel to do it. So that's where I think in the Montana one and in certain other legislation we have seen that it's incumbent on the state government to provide technical assistance as well as funding for them to implement these zoning legislation. So that is also really, really important, that you while you give them a deadline to implement certain bills, certain regulations, you should also not leave them just to do it on their own. It's important to provide the technical assistance.
Absolutely. And I think another point that Charlie had made that the coalition is also evaluating now is providing reimbursement funds for planning commissions and municipalities to update their ordinance. Because we realize there is a significant cost to that, as well as time. Many times municipalities are working with outside consultants on that or third party, so they do. And that is something that I believe state government is looking at now. Well, perhaps as part of the governor's housing plan. I think that wraps up our panel content for the day. Are there any questions from the audience or our panelists?
Well, I think I'm going to take senatorial prerogative and jump in, if that's okay.
Please do.
So fascinating, great discussion. As you know, we're working on this. We're trying to figure out how to try to make something work in Pennsylvania. I think one of the biggest, I come from suburban Delaware County, and I think the biggest argument about ADUs is that somehow it's going to lessen property values. And that, we kind of built our society around single family home ownership and that's, people's biggest investment that they ever make in their lives, and the thing that, sort of they count on moving forward. And, in my town, we have about probably 20, maybe 25 ADUs that pre-existed the zoning code. So they were set up before they were grandfathered in. They have no negative effect on the neighborhood at all. And we hear the same kinds of, very often hear the same sorts of things you talked about earlier. That's going to adversely affect the schools in terms of population. It's going to be parking mess. It's going to be, all these other kinds of things. And I think you kind of touched on this before. It seems with ADUs, the proof of kind of is in the caveats that you give, the things that the regulations that occur within the various kinds of zoning things. Can you talk about that at all?
Could you repeat the very last two sentences of what you said? We couldn't quite hear you because of the fan.
Okay. So I was talking about the sort of the property values and the issues that we hear very often where people talk about it when it has been discussed on our planning commission for the last 2 or 3 years, for example. People were worried about the property values. They're worried about the effects on the schools in terms of they're worried. They think density is a bad word, and they're worried about parking. And I live in a very walkable town where almost you can walk to town from anywhere within the borough. So I just wanted to have any comments on that. I sort of had to break through that.
Okay. In relation to property values, so it's obviously tied with the property tax aspect of it also, right? So your values go up, the tax goes up. I'm not a tax consultant, but what we have seen obviously is that if you're building an ADU, yes, your property, you're increasing your square footage. Accordingly, your property tax will be increased. But one of the misconceptions that people also have that the moment you pass an ADU legislation, next day when you get up in the morning, there'll be ADUs everywhere. Typically, that's not how it works, right? So that'll take some time for people to build an ADU. Firstly, second, it's still not a massive increase in density. ADUs, first of all, the number of ADUs being built is not that fast compared to the housing that is being built, right? So ADUs seems to be the lowest hanging fruit when it comes to housing legislation. That's the point we try to make, that tried passing an ADU legislation and see how it's going and how many of it's being built and how the density is going to increase. But we have seen, and you can tell me if the data supports that, is that it has not been a sporadic increase in density because of ADUs, and that has not affected the property values, nor has it affected the effect on the schools, the density that's there in the neighborhood. So.
Yeah, I mean, in the places in California that have built the most ADUs, you're looking at maybe 1 per city block. And that would be like the like absolute hotbed of ADUs. So in
But
a
those are
place
all
like Cali-
rational and sane arguments. And what we're really talking about is this emotional attachment to single-family housing and to the sort of the big lawn and the white picket fence, et cetera, et cetera. Although they're not allowed in the front yard in Swarthmore, but that's
Yeah, that's the thing that we are trying to address, is that there has been a huge lull in multifamily housing because of this sentiment that everyone wants that single family home, white picket fence, and then also complain about there's less housing. So that argument sometimes, it's little counterproductive. I mean, you also want single family, but you also want more housing. There's less housing supply. Let's think about it. As I had mentioned, 3/4 of the land is single family in this country. So
Yep.
we can do the math after that.
Well, thank you. It's a lot to think about. I think there was a question in the audience.
Yeah, Brian Burton from ARP, Pennsylvania. Are there any effective examples around the country of presumptive zoning approval whereby if you meet certain requirements and you don't have a decision by 120 or 150 days, that the project is presumed approved?
There are, so we call those shot clock laws. My sense is that they don't work super well because if it's coming up on the clock and the locality hasn't approved it, they'll just deny it. And they usually find other weaselly way arounds, like requiring pre-approval and or pre-submission of plans. So I do think that streamlining the process is really valuable, but you have to find substantive ways to streamline. There aren't that many places that are just dragging their feet for the sake of dragging their feet. Usually the bureaucrats feel overwhelmed and they don't have the time to do everything. And we need things like allowing third-party review, eliminating some forms of discretion so that things don't have to go back and forth between different boards, making sure the order of things happens in the correct manner so that you're not, like Fairfax, Virginia, you're not subjecting things to a historical review before you've approved the zoning. And so getting those things right will speed up times. I'm bearish on just saying we're going to target a certain time.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience?
Hi, Abigail Salisbury from the 34th District. So since you said that you're from Pittsburgh, I thought maybe I'll pick on you. I have part of Pittsburgh in my district, but I also have many of the balkanized municipalities just to the east. And every time we talk about affordable housing, I am struck by the fact that nobody talks about the literally thousands of abandoned houses that we have. Has there been any progress in any other states, anywhere else that we could look to for guidance on how to raffle them off, how to get them into people's homes? I know that there are tangled title issues with many of them, which prevent them from being put into people's hands. We do not have a tax claim bureau in Allegheny County in the same way that other places do, so that's a legislative difference. But has there been anything that we can look to in the form of anything that looks like success with rehoming homes?
I will have to defer that to my fellow panelists.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the tangle titles thing, right? So it's a big thing. There's I think Uniform Law Commission has this model ordinance on heirs property, which is similar to what tangle titles is. We do support that, and there are different states that have tried to pass it where there's a tangled title property and there's a process by which you can untangle the title, and then because the issue with tangle title is that if the property does have title issues, the institutional investors are waiting for that property and they can swoop in, and obviously then there's another issue with that. So that's one. The other one you're talking about blight properties or properties which are just lying vacant in lots of parts. They have been not state legislation, local jurisdictions that have actually created, I wouldn't say a land bank, but they have if the title is being untangled, or at least they know who the actual owner is, the city is, or the municipality is buying those properties and and then selling it off as affordable housing. And they have a affordable housing component to it, which means that whoever buys it for 10, 15 years, you cannot sell it
Mm.
because it doesn't make sense that you buy it and then you sell it for a higher price. So
Is that a
and
restrictive covenant that goes right on the deed?
it goes on the deed when you buy that. And
Okay.
that is one of the restrictive covenants I would agree should be there, because the entire purpose of using blight property and then using it as affordable housing will be defeated if you buy the property and then sell it off in a year.
Mhm.
So that is something that doesn't make sense. The other aspect also we are seeing, and Pennsylvania is actually one of the states I give an example of, is the whole home repair program, right?
Mhm.
That you have in this state.
Well,
It's
we did.
Sorry?
We did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's actually a really great program. It's just that more funding is needed. Uh, I'm talking to the lawmakers in this room, so please provide funding. But that program is great because, see, buying a home is one thing, and staying a homeowner is another thing. Because a lot of times a person or a family may experience homelessness because they cannot repair or they cannot keep their house habitable, and one of the reasons they may experience homelessness. And that's why all these whole home repair program is really important. Before that entire neighborhood or houses become blight, if you can preserve those houses and not make sure that the homeowners stay in that is really, really important. And that's where home repair program is something that we have supported in various states and at the local level. And see enough. I mean, there was funding during the COVID era. Funding had this homeowner assistance program, HAF. They had funding for this kind of home repairs also. If local government and state governments across the country can provide funding for home repairs, it will again not solve the housing crisis, but at least solve the problem of making sure that people are housed, and those houses do not go towards institutional investors, because they are bad actors who are just waiting for these houses to go into market, or at least you know taking advantage of people who are in that situation.
Thank you.
Another good example, Ohio has a tax abatement program that it allows its cities to implement. So in Akron, if you buy an old house and fix it up, you're taxed at the value of the house before you fixed it up for 15 years before the improvements go on the tax rolls. And that's basically how Akron has seen its new residential investment. It's not an affordable housing program. And I actually think it's a mistake to think of we want to have value capture through fixing things up, and we want affordability. If you want to get old houses back on the market, like as rich as possible, like please bring me your billionaires who want to live in, falling down 19th century
Braddock.
houses. That would be wonderful. Fix up as many as you like and sell them and make as much money as you want, because getting those back on the tax rolls gives you so much more leeway to address all your other problems. So I think thinking of it as an economic development and tax roll and infrastructure problem, and saying affordable housing as a side, you don't usually use brand new housing, and like fixing up a property that has multiple environmental problems is probably more expensive than just building a new apartment.
If Bruce Wayne does want to move to Braddock, he is welcome.
See, that would be wonderful.
I think there is a concrete example, though, in Western Pennsylvania. And as we were having housing forums in Western Pennsylvania, that was one of the things that also rose to the surface that I think is also very specific to that area. But one of the things that is working is in Newcastle, and I think there's several counties, but they're primarily doing this in Newcastle. Don Enterprises has been doing a wonderful whole home repair program, and also disability repairs as well, that they've probably fixed up over 100 houses in Newcastle at this point, and it's something that's scalable and doable in other communities. So I'd be happy to connect you with them if that's
And
what you want to look at.
can I plug in the issue of universal design in housing? That is such a big thing, at least from our perspective. Aging in place is important, right? So to preserve a home and making sure that it's not, the repairs are done, and plus also making sure it's not into that area where it's blight. universal design housing will make sure that the homeowners can age in place. And that is something that, from our perspective, we have been asking local and state governments to think about, where for new construction as well as old construction, if you can not mandate it, at least give incentives to create more universally designed units. We're actually working on a model ordinance this year, hoping next year it'll be out on universal design housing. So we do have a repertoire of model ordinances, ADUs, middle housing, and we want to add universal design housing also. So that's something that, again, not the solution, a solution for making sure that people can age in place and preserve their property.
Dave, did I see your hand up at some point?
Yes, I was just wondering, and I apologize if this has been answered already, but is there any correlation between housing availability and multi-municipal planning, to the good or bad? Did we see more aggravation in single municipality planning and zoning schemes than we do in multi-municipal saldos and zoning schemes?
I don't think there are enough of the multi-municipal ones nationwide to get a really good correlation. A lot of people think that big jurisdictions, like like in Virginia, where the whole county does zoning together, that they're better coordinated to solve problems and they're less subject to extreme local constraints. But you also get the flip side where you get aldermanic privilege in a big city. So like Chicago is a huge jurisdiction, but it functions, like whatever it is, 50 little tiny ones, because each alderman basically has total veto power in his own district. So there's traps in both directions, and you have to think about good institutional design.
Thank you.
Well, thank you everyone for hearing us today. Thank you so much to our panelists. Really appreciate your presence and your wisdom, and we look forward to the next session.
Give us just a couple minutes and we'll get the next panel up, our final panel for the day.
Sounds like wait a minute. I'm like, we're getting there.
Really good. It's a really
That's a
good
great
cue.
set, yeah.
What we're going to be talking. Like, have to do less work.
You're stealing their thunder.
No, it's actually really good.
Great.
Good
Yeah.
setup. Do I have like two?
Yep, that is spot on.
Originally this. Okay.
How we doing?
We should be ready to go in just a minute.
Okay.
We're ready for you, Senator.
Thanks. What a great afternoon this has been. I mean, one of the things I love about the local government commission is that they grab hold of a topic and they look at it from as many different perspectives as possible and really enable us us in the legislature to really get a feel for what we really need to be doing and the ways forward, and also providing us with allies we can work with as we move forward on possible legislation. So our final presentation today is from the Alley House program, which is working to revive the Alley House as a hyper local model of accessory dwelling unit in Bethlehem. Alley Houses area is a historic housing type native to the Lehigh Valley that's not currently allowable within current Bethlehem zoning. So joining us today are Wes Hyatt, an architect, assistant professor at Lehigh University. He serves as the Alley House program lead. Anna Smith, the director of Community Action Development Bethlehem, and Isabel O'Toole, a research associate at the Small Cities Lab at Lehigh University. Thank you so much for being with us here today. The floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. Unfortunately, Anna Smith could not be here today, so but I promise you will all be okay. Um, I'm Wes Hyatt, and this is Isabel O'Toole. I'm an assistant professor at Lehigh University and an architect, and the co-director alongside my colleague, Dr. Karen Beck-Pooley of the Small Cities Lab, which is a kind of brand new initiative at Lehigh focusing on urban change and the kind of conflicts that arise from that change, and specifically small cities around the country, small cities like our own city of Bethlehem. So really excited to talk today about ADUs and specifically alley houses, especially in the context of the previous conversation, which it was teased out a little bit in the questions, but this question of how to overcome perennial NIMBY, not in my backyard challenges through a kind of community-led, locally specific model. That's what we're trying to kind of pilot here. And what's been clear throughout this process, which has been about 3, 4 almost years now, is what's needed to overcome these things is really a cultural shift, in addition to the kind of legislative and regulatory shifts and change that we're talking about today. So what we'll see today is a really kind of, again, locally specific project about sort of implementing and designing and really finding the right kind of land use change in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. This work is not just done by us. In fact, it definitely cannot be done by just the university. There's a great coalition of partners, which is another kind of unique part of this project that we're trying to model and then take to other kinds of affordable housing and other urban change projects. So this is the kind of the list of logos of the partners currently involved in the project: the City of Bethlehem, Community Action Lehigh Valley, and Community Action Development Bethlehem, our local community development corporations, Lehigh University and the Small Cities Lab, and New Bethany, which is a local anti-poverty nonprofit. And I'll get into their roles later in the presentation, but just want to sort of say that it's not just us. There's actually a sort of broad range of folks working on this project and contributing to its success. But maybe just to frame, again, at the local level, the housing challenge in Bethlehem and just how acute it is. So all of this data that you're about to see is from a report commissioned by the City of Bethlehem, released last year, last October, called Opening Doors, which includes the Alley House program as a sort of key strategy to address the affordable housing challenge in Bethlehem. And I'll just read here, but even while demand is growing in Bethlehem, mostly due to sort of in-migration from New York City and Philadelphia, Bethlehem already has a rental vacancy rate at a crisis level of 2%. And to reach a more, and this includes a healthy vacancy rate of 7%, Bethlehem would need to add over 1,000 units over the next 5 years. And that's just to meet the demand of today or really last year, right? So that's not to speak of what it currently is, which of course it's only getting worse. So this also has a kind of equity, racial equity angle. 31% of all Bethlehem households and more than 62% of renters are cost burdened by their housing, which for those of you who aren't familiar with that term means that they're paying more than 30% of their income for their housing. More than 30% of residents in Bethlehem are ethnic and racial minorities, of which more than 70% of renters. So this has an outsized effect on specific disadvantaged populations. It was brought up earlier today, I think in the manufactured housing panel, but this question of like who the housing crisis affects in Pennsylvania, in Bethlehem, is perhaps maybe not what is expected in the popular imagination. So this is, again, data from the city of Bethlehem's housing study, which links what typical occupations might be able to expect to make in a month versus the cost of housing in Bethlehem, right? So a broad range of occupations would pay more than 30% of their income on rent for a one-bedroom apartment, which last year the sort of market rate rent for that was about $1,500 a month. We can see that cashiers, home health aides, and administrative assistants, and so on, don't even get close to being able to afford that. But this also extends to professions that we might not typically think of as not being able to afford housing. And all of these professions are, of course, necessary for a healthy community to continue to exist. We look at elementary school teachers, registered nurses, and so on. They can just afford a one-bedroom apartment and cannot afford the median rent for a two-bedroom apartment, right? So this really affects the broad, swath of residents in the city and really the Lehigh Valley. And this is some data that folks are usually surprised to see. Since 2020, median rental prices in the Lehigh Valley have outpaced and exceeded even Philadelphia. So the green line is Philadelphia, and the sort of grouping of lines above that are the Lehigh Valley, right? So it's exploding both in terms of folks wanting to live there and also in terms of rents, right? So if you need a kind of visualization of how supply and demand works here it is. So thank you to the earlier panel for defining accessory dwelling units. It means I have to do less work, but I think it's important to reiterate some of these concepts because the alley house is really trying to frame ADU, which can be a kind of a scary acronym for some and mean nothing, within the vernacular or the context of the sort of local area, right? So as we said before, ADUs are a kind of second living unit on existing single-family lots, allowing for these gentle increases in density. They can take many forms, like detached units, which is what we'll talk about today, but also garage conversions, home additions, renovations, and so on. And they can serve multiple populations, allowing for aging in place and provide supplemental rental income for homeowners. So what's an alley house? And this is where I think this project finds its roots in this kind of like hyper-local place-based research agenda. Alley houses are a historic precursor to ADUs that are native to Pennsylvania and also found in cities like DC and Baltimore and things like this. But there are really important differences that we can maybe talk about later between those models. Alley houses, just like ADUs, make use of limited available land by occupying the rear yards of existing residential lots. In Bethlehem, specifically, the majority of alley houses were built to kind of confront a very different housing crisis during the boom of Bethlehem steel. And many of them, in fact, 919 of them we found still exist today and people still live in them, right? So this is a housing type that is well known and communities are sort of built around them. But of course, downzoning in the mid-century basically ceased all alley house development as the country sort of moved towards a single-family zoning model, which we've heard about previously. So what we're trying to do is revive this housing type for today, just saying, let's build more of them, right? So here's just some examples of alley houses in West Bethlehem where our pilot project will be built. on Franklin Alley, Martins Lane, and Hanover Street, but really they're throughout the city. If you've been to Bethlehem and throughout Allentown, I believe they call them laneway houses there, which is another cool name, and Easton as well. So our program will increase the supply of affordable housing in Bethlehem, lower barriers to housing access through zoning reform and technical assistance to allow for new ADU or alley house construction, and provide a regional model, really thinking at the Lehigh Valley scale for this kind of gentle increase in density, framed in this really like public history narrative, right? To try to overcome, again, some of these challenges that were faced with like local opposition to a scary acronym. Just very quickly, I have a colleague that calls this project Octopus because it has so many different like pots of work we're working on. But just to talk about the scope very briefly, we'll be building up to 4 pilot units to demonstrate and test out different kind of design strategies to, again, overcome some of the barriers that we heard about before, especially parking. Sort of designing our way through and proving that having increased parking regulations really limits what you can do, especially on Bethlehem lots, which are typically 20 to 25 feet wide. We'll have pre-approved plans that will be available at low or no cost or for an exchange of affordability to folks in Bethlehem for new ADUs or alley houses. There's a robust sort of community engagement strategy, which we'll talk about sort of later in the presentation, centering, again, this public history effort. We're thinking about a workforce development program with this. So as we get further along, we would like to imagine how to sort of incorporate workforce development partners into the construction of new alley houses through this program. And then there's a research and reform piece, which is sort of very active and ongoing right now, which is leveraging the lessons learned from the pilot units and building that intelligence into the zoning reform that we're working with the city of Bethlehem on. And if Sarah Sotullo, our partner and Darlene Heller, our partners at City of Bethlehem, were here today, they could speak much more about sort of how that process is going internally, but we'll be able to share sort of our end of that. So again, to our partners, the City of Bethlehem is sort of leading that zoning and policy reform piece and supporting the community engagement portion of this project. Our community development partners are leading the community engagement efforts and the program's construction pieces. Lehigh University and the Small Cities Lab are leading the design and zoning policy reform research, as well as supporting the sort of community engagement efforts of the program. And New Bethany, a local anti-poverty organization, will provide the property management and tenant selection services for when these pilot units are built. They'll sort of remain affordable for 20 years, and they will sort of manage that throughout that timeline. And speaking of timeline, I include this slide just to show how much runway these kinds of projects, when they are locally led, sort of need. This has been going on since late 2021, early 2022, starting through really community conversations about how to address through these gentle increases in density the affordable housing challenge in Bethlehem. All the green dots are community meetings of different flavors. And during that process, we sort of hit the ground running with the designs, visioning, and sort of grant seeking effort. And the red dots, which were sort of where we are now, was sort of hitting the ground running with the research and reform to the local zoning and building our first pilot unit. This is sort of what that process looks like. So we went through a sort of year-long design visioning effort to just think about what could these alley houses look like today, and then had a few pop-up engagements and exhibitions to sort of show that to folks in the community. Over the summer, this past summer, we sent a sort of crew of students out into all the Bethlehem alleys on like the hottest days of the summer in June. So bless them. And they sort of documented painstakingly every single existing alley house in Bethlehem. There's over 50 miles of alley. We found 119 alley houses and photographed and cataloged all of them. there is a GIS map that is online that is publicly available where we can sort of click in and see all of the photos. And we're trying to figure out ways in which to make this sort of more accessible, again, to kind of frame what an ADU might look like in Bethlehem. And Isabel will share some of her oral history sort of research about these projects.
Like Wes mentioned, like a fundamental component of the Alley House program was creating a public history narrative that really connected this housing model with the built tradition in the city. So a part of that was collecting oral histories from residents in West Bethlehem and South Bethlehem, and just understanding neighborhood change, neighborhood life, and housing experiences on alleys through the perspectives of residents. As was mentioned, there are many existing alleys, and there's actually one alley that still is referred to as Franklin Alley and hasn't been changed to street. So alley houses were an infill housing model to accommodate the influx of migration in the 20th century, Bethlehem Steel. And we spoke to one resident who was a part of this migration, and she moved to the alley 45 years ago. She bought her house and still lives there today with her daughter. And she speaks about how in this time when alley houses were just built, it was about creating new neighborhoods off of the main streets. They're actually making new neighborhoods, and as newcomers, creating connections and building and establishing roots through those connections with each other. So she speaks of these very valuable relationships she had to build with her neighbors, and experiences of when the city would neglect the street and not plow, that they would all gather together to shovel the street and actually make hot chocolates. And she says now that the movement that continues to happen is very different, but there's a lot more turnover. She is one of the few residents who actually are homeowners on her neighborhood block, and you can see she sees consistent turnover. So alley houses over time have accommodated for small and large families, couples, and now young adults who are looking for more affordable rents. And she specifically speaks of, despite this consistent change on her block, that there are still extremely fruitful connections she makes with her neighbors from renters and homeowners alike. And that's because there's one driveway on their block that all the kids go to play basketball, or because their houses are built in a way where the living rooms are all facing the street, so they always watch over each other passing by. Or there's hidden rules where if someone's parked to unload their groceries on the alley and you can't go by, you don't honk, but you just turn around, you back out. And things only people would know if they actually were a part of this neighborhood. So although alley houses were an historic type that accommodated for a type of migration that was happening in the 20th century, it's still accommodating for this type of movement that's consistent in Bethlehem and it's consistent throughout the Lehigh Valley. And it's just conducive of lifestyles, and because it's cultivating these very fruitful communities that you might not see on main streets. So a part of this public history narrative was linking it to the material surveys Wes was talking about. So that's like the existing condition surveys, or materially mapping out what type of changes happen through time on their block, or changes to their specific home through personalization of space. So connecting the oral history components with the material surveys allowed us to situate the housing model in the built tradition, but linking it with future change and being able to respond to this type of movement with existing housing typologies that historically have accommodated for types of movement.
Yeah, this kind of public history component of the project has been really critical in, well, starting this kind of cultural conversation within the city. So the folks that we've interviewed for this oral history component of the project have actually come out to community meetings that maybe they wouldn't have come out to before, and in support of the project, speaking about their lived experience. Folks have come to a very contentious zoning hearing board meeting, which back in April, which we succeeded, bless, and pushed back against some of the the opposition, which interestingly enough, all of the opposition lived 7 miles away in North Bethlehem, right, which it had zero standing to speak, but of course felt entitled to anyway. This kind of really the coalition building exercise and the kind of grassroots exercise of collecting these public histories has, I think, really helped move the project forward in a way that maybe it wouldn't have before. This is sort of what that looks like. This is an image of a pop-up exhibition of all the sort of model alley houses we designed a few years ago, and then there's a screenshot of all of the many grant applications that we've sort of been through, just to give a vision. And of course, I'm sure everyone in this room knows what this looks like of how the work gets done. So just to kind of go quickly to the pilot project, the first alley house that we'll be building in Bethlehem, and specifically West Bethlehem. About a year ago, we went through a kind of selection process of eligible or sort of target parcels in West Bethlehem through an analysis of infrastructure, current zoning, and home ownership. We identified 625 target parcels that were all sent direct mailers and invited to community listening sessions to potentially participate in the pilot program. And out of all of those, we found one in particular that seemed to make sense. The first alley house sort of pilot project will be built on Broad Street, West Broad Street in West Bethlehem. The homeowners will continue to live in that house for while the alley house is built sort of in their backyard, replacing that garage we see with that little red dot right there. The alley house will be rented affordably for 20 years. It'll be on land leased by Community Action Lehigh Valley, and again, the property management and tenant management services will be provided by New Bethany. And this is just an image of the site, and Chuck Weiss, our guy from CALV. More images of the site. That's the garage that will be demolished, hopefully in the next month, fingers crossed, to allow for the new alley house to be built, which will be a 2-bedroom, 740 square foot unit rented affordably. Something I should note here in the context of this sort of parking discussion is in conversations with the city, parking was of course the issue that we just decided not to deal with this time. So that new alley house unit will have 3 parking spaces, which is just a little silly given that given our parking survey that we did, over half of the on-street parking spots on this block are available at any given time at every day of the week, right? So we need to find a way of communicating that, at least in these specific instances, parking is actually not a challenge. And designing around parking can really present challenges to universal design, accessibility, and aging in place, which is something that we heard about before. So just want to talk quickly about the role of Lehigh students here. Lehigh students actually aided in the design and now the construction of the first alley house unit. These are some students swinging hammers this summer in our Small Cities Lab space. And here's just a quick animation of some of these manufacturing and prefab elements. They built all the wall panels of the house, which will be shipped down to site once the site is prepared and sort of put up in just a matter of maybe 2 days, 3 days. Once the sort of foundations are poured and we start to put the second floor decking up. Just to talk about our funding really quick, because we're super thankful for all this. We received a research grant from HUD to study both the necessary land use change in Bethlehem, but also thinking about ADU policies in other small cities, which really are chronically understudied in urban research, especially in ADUs, where most best practices are imported from places like Los Angeles, who just have the resources to develop these ordinances. We've also received funding through congressionally directed spending and community projects funding with support from Susan Wild and Bob Casey, and a FAIR grant awarded just this summer. So all of this will support the construction and research efforts. We can go through this quite quickly. We'll be sort of building this pilot project over the next 3 to 6 months, hoping to have a little ribbon cutting in the spring. And while that's happening, we'll be sort of continuing our zoning research. We've assembled a steering committee that just met in September for the first time to start to talk about exactly what that zoning change will look like now that we've worked through the kind of design research components of this. And we will sort of, well, continue that work into 2025. And yeah, so thank you for listening to our talk. And please feel free to get in touch if you have any questions about sort of land use reform and ADUs or how this looks like, what this looks like in small cities. So thank you.
Well, that's pretty wonderful stuff. That's a great thing. I'm an adjunct at Drexel University, teaching the architecture program there, and about a year ago, probably 7 years ago, we had a design build studio where we designed and built a tiny house that wound up on an urban farm in Philadelphia. So I love the fact that you got students actually swinging hammers and
Totally
understanding how things go together. It's really a wonderful thing. I'm assuming that the alley itself is a key element to the genre.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, that's a great question. So and this is something that we're sort of dealing with internally right now, because there are many lots, and especially in the fringes of Bethlehem, that do not have alleys, right? But how we adopt the kind of the ADU sort of component to serve them as well is an outstanding question. You know, the alley is a key, like, rhetorical, I think, framing device to communicate this thing in a way that well relates to like the lived experiences of people.
And in terms of the sort of, certainly the yard, the place where you're building the first one, that's a wide open backyard, the connections between. Are you paying particular attentions to, you know, how much privacy, what the levels of privacy are, how those things work in terms of their, you know, the alley gives you a great sort of front door for the alley, which I assume is where it will be. And I think I think you understand where I'm getting.
Yeah, totally. And all of these sort of design questions are exactly why we wanted to lead with a pilot project and like figure out sort of fine tuning the model that we would want to adopt before it's sort of built into the zoning ordinance. So the pilot unit that we designed actually has its interests on the side, and most of it's sort of and this is challenging because of how narrow Bethlehem lots are, and also building code and fire safety. But we managed to have most of the openings on the side yard, essentially. So most of the noise will not be sort of directed out towards the alley, and also you won't be entering well off on an alley. But there's also an open question of how do we make alleys a sort of desirable place to live, and like build up the alleyscape in a way that isn't just the back anymore, because it's not really the back for everybody. It's some people's front yards as well.
Sure, but I think that's it's like a fundamental part of the way we understand, you know, where we're allowed to go and where we're not allowed to go in terms of levels of privacy. You know, the street is one thing, the sidewalk is slightly different, the stoop is different, the porch is different, you know, all those kinds of things in terms of levels of those things. And I think that it's one of the things that makes people uncomfortable about ADUs is this idea that, you know, am I sharing my yard now?
Right.
Does it have to be a relative? Does it, you know, all those kinds of questions. So I think this is a wonderful thing. I'm really happy that you're doing it, and I look forward to coming up and visiting when you get further along.
Yeah, thank you.
Are there any questions in the audience?
Yes, thanks, Wes. Thanks. Well, that was a fascinating presentation. And I think Senator Carney preempted me a little bit because I was fascinated with the prospect of how this would shake out from a title research standpoint. For example, in the municipal codes, particularly the borough code, an alley is classified as a street. And consequently, if it exists on paper, there are prohibitions within the municipal code from building within the right of way of that particular alley. And also, the commission about a year ago, Representative Donna Bullock discussed with the commission the prospect in Philadelphia of providing an expedited process for clearing title. So I wonder if in your research and in this concept generally, if there is an issue with unclear title and having to go to CCP either for severance of a portion of the parcel or to make sure you get the proper signatures, notwithstanding land use regulation, but more in terms of ownership and authorization. So I know those are things that you're efforting now, but I was just wondering if those are issues that you've encountered thus far.
Not yet. I'll be on the lookout. If just in total transparency, that is something that might be outside my expertise as an architect, but that's why we have Dr. Karen Beck-Pooley, who's a planner on our team, and working with the city. What I will say, and I can repeat it, the way we're working on this now is the land will still be sort of owned and titled to the homeowner, and that will be sort of leased on a 20-year ground lease to our community developer. The question about the width of the alley, I think, is a really important one, though. Also from this kind of like cultural perspective, where we've and not to pivot from your title question, but we've encountered some sort of community questions about like, well, everything is named a street, so we won't build any alley houses. And there's a kind of definition of that, of course, in the code, which is about, I think it's 20 feet. All of the alleys in Bethlehem exceed 20 feet, besides maybe two, I think. So we sort of can overcome some of these, well, where will the fire truck go questions. Well, it fits, I guarantee it. So yeah, anyway, to the specific title question, I will do my research and email you.
Thanks again.
Yeah.
Well, Wes, don't you think that that's a question about whether the primary, like a primary residence, a secondary residence? I mean, in terms of, is the property still going to be maintained and owned by the original landowner?
Yeah, it's a super important question. In our pilot program, it will be owned by the original landowner, and anything that goes through this program, though, will be sort of maintained, at least the portion where the improvements are, by the property manager, in this case, New Bethany. Once the zoning changes, and hopefully these things are allowed by right, as long as you sort of comply with the code, we're envisioning that second unit would be maintained ultimately by the homeowner who would be renting it, just like any other sort of rental property.
Sure. Well, I think those are important things. And again,
Totally.
as we try to maintain this, as we try to work on this legislation around what's allowed by right, I think we love to use you as an example moving forward.
Awesome.
Hi, my name is Tyler Stump, and I work for the State Historical Museum Commission. So I love hearing the history piece of this and how it's actually being used to enact change today. And so I'm just wondering, because it seems like this was such a key part of how you kind of built these coalitions and community engagement. How would that work in a community that doesn't have this very clear history of building alley houses and other places like this? Like, would this work somewhere else where you might struggle to do these kind of oral histories and kind of engage in the same historical ways as you did here? Thank you.
Totally. Yeah. Thank you. Maybe I'll answer first and you can talk about your experience, but it's something that we're thinking about now as we're sort of forecasting where this is going, which is a broader questioning of single family zoning, to think about multifamily units. And there's not, in the Lehigh Valley, there's not really a specific tradition of building fourplexes. There's twins, of course, and semi-detached duplexes and all that, but things of greater densities are not really a part of the vernacular. So what we're doing right now is continuing this oral history project of reflecting not just on alley houses, but really people's housing experiences, and thinking about well, what does it mean to you to live in your community? Who are your neighbors? And how can we start to think about alternative ways of living together in different building types that maybe you're not used to, but still reflect your idea of community, your idea of place, etc. So that's a really great question that's super open. I think as other communities go, I might start to think about, well, what are um, the local housing traditions and existing vernacular architectures, right? And how could they potentially be transformed in a way to allow for greater densities within that type? In architecture, we call that like disguised density is a term that's kind of new, where things appear to be and feel like something that already exists, but is actually just double the density, for example. So it's a great question that I think we're kind of working through.
Yeah, and adding on to what Wes mentioned, we are expanding these oral histories to multiple housing models and just like learning about housing experience throughout the Lehigh Valley, so not just limited to Bethlehem. But I think what has come out of this is just realizing that renters in Bethlehem and people that are consistently even moving out of the community because of high rents, but still work there or still try to return because of their communities, is that there's just like this deep sense of place and also like home that I feel like we have this automatic like renters don't feel that sense of connection to the place, or they're not as established there, or yeah, like that movement kind of just destabilizes your connection to that place. But that's like really not true. Like people rent for 40 years, people live in that same place, and it means something special to them. And I think these histories that we do are supposed to preserve those stories that people have. You know, that as an archivist, like that's very important. People live there, people have that connection. I think just being able to like show that to people and destigmatizing like what it means to be a renter versus what or and just showing that like these different housing models have been important to people and that can translate to
One question that we had from our Zoom audience, and to the extent that you have any perspective on this, what impact, if any, does the large student population in Bethlehem have on the cost of rentals?
Oh yeah, that's a huge issue in Bethlehem and really any kind of college town, but it's particularly acute in Bethlehem because of the geography, right? You know, if you've ever been to Bethlehem, south side of Bethlehem, you have the Lehigh River and South Mountain and about 4 blocks of streets in between them. And so much of that, and gosh, I forget the numbers, but I mean, it's a sizable percentage has been bought up in one way or another by a single student housing developer, right? That makes something like 1,200 to 1,400 a bedroom, which is just out of control and um, totally does not jive with the market of folks currently living there, right? So it's a huge problem. I think the response to that has been another success story in terms of community-led kind of land use reform. And I wish Anna Smith could be here because she was a part of the folks that were leading this effort of making a student housing overlay zone that sort of limits where students can live in numbers, I think, greater than 2, if I remember correctly. Um, that's sort of Anna Smith's and their organization's beat. But it's a huge challenge, and it's something that we're also considering and how it intersects with the new ADU ordinance, where this is where the questions of owner occupancy come in, right? And generally, at least my perspective is those requirements artificially limit what could be greater buy-in to ADU ordinances. But when we're thinking about student housing developers and like the already really acute challenges that having thousands of students within 5 square blocks, puts on a existing community there, like these are where those kind of questions don't have like black or white answers.
My name is David, Mayor, Arntsville, Pennsylvania. You stated the alley house as a almost a lost, I'll call it a technology, a home living technology that existed and then kind of almost disappeared. In bringing it back, are you looking to duplicate it 100% exactly, or are you looking to incorporate the adjustments for the new people, the new generations, and how they see life, how they live life, how they move, how they live, like say inner cities are trying to do to revitalize themselves? That's question one. Question two, and you can answer them in any order. This is a really, I never heard of an alley house, never heard of the alley house community and what all that involves. You presented it extremely well, and I feel like an old soul and I'd want to live there. I do. But have you run across in doing this specifically here other idea houses? You know, the alley house is an idea house that was an idea from a time, and the people didn't know it at the time when they did it, but it just happened that way. Just like, you know, the housing in Appalachia, there's a certain way that the people interact and the houses are, and the houses are set up, or housing in other places. Have you heard of other alley houses in, not called that, not that grouping or view, done in other communities where other communities discovered, hey, you know, back in the 40s, they were doing this. Wow, that would be good for today. Have you run across any of those? And thirdly, this is just a comment. You were talking about the alleyways. If you have the opportunity, Hanover, Pennsylvania just redesigned their downtown. They just presented it at their Chamber of Commerce annual meeting last Thursday. And there are some amazing things that they took these rundown alleys that nobody liked to go in, and it's going to be an actual part of the community in a complete redesign and reconceptualization of that. If you call the Chamber of Commerce and ask for Sarah, and just let her know I sent you that way, and she'll go, oh, him again.
Love it.
But that's but that's okay. I'm sure she'd be happy to share that with you. It may be something you could use. It may not be.
Yeah.
But when you were surprised about the idea of, you know, looking into the alleys and alley size, alley use, you know what, you know, that you're focused on the house, but not necessarily that strip that gives the house its name. And there might be some ideas you can utilize there that bring the new to accent the old, and really make your project a living hat tip to what was.
Totally. Yeah, the question, I'll address them in order. The question about what alley houses could look like today, I think is fundamental to the design research component of this, and again, why we're wanting to do these pilot projects that will lead to a set of pre-approved plans in the city, to ask exactly these questions, right? People in the 21st century do not live like those in the 19th. What are the ways of life that are different now that we might want to keep for like a more dense urban existence, and what might we not want to, right? So parking is a big question there, right? And you know, in all of our conversations, I don't think we're ever talking about restricting parking, but not just not requiring it, right? Other things we're thinking about are, you know, maybe reflecting on some of the less desirable qualities of older alley houses, like lack of privacy that I think was brought up earlier, like maybe challenges with increased noise or less green space, right? So all of our pilot units will have green roofs, which is kind of cool. It reduces, you know, sort of stormwater runoff. It actually increases pervious surface on most alley lots, which are now just sort of filled with parking pads or, you know, garages from the 60s. Things like this we're thinking about ways in which to bring these up to how we might want to live in a city today. Your second question, I think, was about idea houses, but I love that term. I don't think, and maybe I'm just, you know, sort of foggy at 4 p.m. I can't think of any models like this off the top of my head. I know Isabel has done some really cool research on other colloquial names for ADUs across the country. So like mews or laneway houses or like garden cottages. Granny flat is sort of a word that's used today, but thinking about these names that we give houses and working within that language, I think is a exciting possibility. Again, to even think about how you might translate this to other places. Like in Bethlehem and the Lehigh Valley, we have the Twin, which is a semi-detached duplex. Something that I'm thinking about, that I haven't really articulated this publicly, but it's like, what if a twin was a quadruplet, and like, could you work within that kind of baked in community knowledge to make greater densities more accessible? I don't know. So yeah, these are the research questions I think we're asking ourselves. And I'll call Sarah.
So when I was a college student in Lancaster, I lived in an old house, and behind us was the old carriage house, and the property, which was turned into like a two-bedroom house, the property had been subdivided, but it was now its own separate house. Was that something that was common, that subdivision? Did that become too difficult, and so that process was abandoned, or looking back, was that probably a very unique situation?
Yeah, that's a great question. So most of the alley houses that exist today are on their own. They at some point, and we're trying to figure out when this happened, or when most of it happened. The lots were subdivided, and now there's two separate homeowners. In West Bethlehem, though, there are something like 30 or 40 existing non-conforming alley houses, where it's a rental unit and has been for generations. So you see a mix, but the majority of them were sort of subdivided, I'm assuming, at some time in the mid 20th century. Their lots. As this relates to our current conversations, it's a nut we have not cracked open yet. Where it's like, would it be allowable for someone to subdivide their lot and eventually own their alley house? Currently the city of Bethlehem is focused on increased rental housing stock because that's where the need is most acute. But of course, one needs a way to build equity. So asking ourselves these questions about subdivision, I think, is forthcoming.
Marty Toth, I'm with the Local Government Commission. Go back to parking for alley houses. First of all, I love the concept of alley houses. I've been familiar with them my entire life. The neighborhood in my hometown where I grew up has alley houses, the ones from Bethlehem. And in one block, we have 5 alley houses. Sandwiched in between them are the garages. So I can tell you from experience that there are issues with parking. It's not to an absurd degree, like you said, sometimes we'll get stuck in an alley and we have to wait for them to move their car, or we can't get through because the mirrors don't fold in, and so therefore we have to back out and so forth. But there are issues, and my question is, as your vision of alley houses grows, have you thought down the road? I know you mentioned now that the vision you have doesn't have too many parking issues because there's enough spots. But that's going to come a point in time when, if you keep growing alley houses, that may become an issue. And unless you're living in Philadelphia, where public transportation is right around every corner, I think you're never going to get away from that issue. And so I'm telling you that I experience it from growing up and even now. So it's there. And I'm just curious what your thoughts are down the road as your vision grows.
Totally, yeah. And I don't think any of both myself and any of our project partners, especially the city of Bethlehem, would want to minimize parking as an issue, right? Because the way in which we've built our cities, it is a challenge. Often, like, where do you park, especially if you're older or have children, right? Like, you need a place to park close to your house so that you can sort of live in the way in which we live in cities today. I think that we are open to lots of different ideas about how to resolve that challenge. Thinking about where alley houses currently exist in greater densities, do we, well, thinking about defining certain target alleys where not many of them already exist, where we can sort of encourage density in places where, like West Bethlehem, there aren't that many alley houses relative to, say, Southside Bethlehem, where there's just a crazy number of them. I think the first alley house we designed has 3 parking units, 2 for the parking spaces, 2 for the house in the front, like the street-facing house.
What alley are you in where you can find 3 parking spots for an alley house? I'm
What alley?
impressed.
Raspberry Street, at the corner of 15th and Broad, and that was a kind of design gymnastics that I don't want to do again, to incorporate 3 parking spaces. But it's essentially modeled off a dingbat that you would see in LA, where you have the parking below, 3 spaces. 1 is an interior garage space, 2 are outside, and then the apartment above. But this presents challenges, as we said before, with the idea of aging in place, where you have to walk up the stairs to get to your housing unit, right? So it's an open question, is what I would say. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all.
On behalf of the Local Government Commission, I just want to thank everyone for coming today. Special thank you to all of our presenters, our members that were able to participate. For those of us here in person, we do have a small networking reception. It's right down the hall in front of our offices that you are all more than welcome to come hang out, keep talking local government. We've got snacks and drinks. So again, thank you so much. It's been a great day.
I can't let everybody go until I thank our MC, Senior Research Analyst Julia Fry. She has been the sharp end of the spear in the formation of all 4 of our symposia. We're very proud of her, along with Marty Toth, our Associate Counsel, and our Senior Counsel and Assistant Director, Chris Gazy, the technical whiz kid running the show today, as well as the rest of the staff, Karen Bear, Sonia Ebersol, and Rex Berman, our newest research analyst. So I echo Julia's gratitude in thanking our presenters, our members, Senator Carney, Senator Dush, Representative Sappi. We really appreciate our guests as well. Thank you for being here with us and making this 4th one a success. We really appreciate seeing you all. Thank you.
Thank you, David.